the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? Sorry about that. My camera was acting like a piece of S. My God. I don't know what was going on with it, but was not working. And then when I tried to redo it, it just went crazy. And then I had to exit this whole thing. And that's why the screen went black. I need a producer. But I think we're good, hopefully. Because right in the middle of the intro, my camera just shut off. It just shut off. It just stopped. It just went off. I saw it. I was like, "Oh shit!" And then I can't. I was trying to work on it, but I can't do it while I'm in here. So I had to get out and bring it up on another page and make sure that everything's okay. But I think we're good now. We're good. All right. Yeah. Geez. Of course. Of all. There you go. Put that. Let's get on. Let's make the mood. Let's get the mood going right here. All right. There we go. Get a little music right there. All right, we're here. Oh boy, this should be a fun one, huh? Cheers, guys. We got it though. We got it. All right. Who do we got here? What's happening? We got Superman. Hopefully, Big Donald blocks it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I like Davey Ellison. He's a good guy. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? Again, that's what we're going to be heavily discussing tonight, of course. So, and Cloned Avenger, cheers, my brother. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Yo, Dave, finally getting caught up on Stranger Things. Think I will see the finale in theaters since it's showcasing close to me. You know what? I haven't checked. I would imagine that it might. Wouldn't be surprised. Because the theater that I go to up the road was playing the Knives Out movie, the Dead Man movie. So maybe I'll check that out in the theaters. That'd be interesting to watch that. Theaters, Netflix. Hey. All right. Taladia plays what's happening. Happy Friday. We got Omega Swiper. I think this is lots of money. Damn, yeah, that's lots of money. Zack Snyder loves chickens. All right, cool. So there's that person who likes to come in here with like the different profiles and everything. So good to see you, Monique. What's happening? Happy Friday. No dinner description tonight, huh? What's going on, Ghoul? Hey, Dave, accidentally showed up to work on my day off. Thought I worked today, but oh shit, that sucks. That sucks when that happens. My God. We got Tosca Becca. Hey, Dave, I can't wait to watch the Batman Part 2 in theaters for only 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Yeah. I tell you, this whole thing is weird. Can WB leave Netflix if they screw them in the future? I don't, no. I mean, Netflix is going to own them. Johnny Mac, what's happening? 56 months. Here we go. I know. Here we go again. Dell, what's happening, my friend? Good to see you. And hey, thank you for the $40. Jason McKenzie, Net Bros, Warner Flicks. Hope it's not a clusterfuck. That's, yeah. Hello, Steph. Hey, what's happening, Steph? Steph's here. Nighthawk, if you guys remember. Yeah, Netflix. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I'm here. It's all good. Tyler Shaw. My thoughts on the WBD thing. I think this makes things like Ayer Cut or Batman Forever cuts way more likely. You can probably run multiple DC universes, and at the same time, especially with animation among. Okay. It's a positive way of happening. Yeah. So we got Music Man right here. Hello, all. We got to talk. Yeah. We got Balga, Mr. Balga. There are so many theories about this deal. However, the thing that we should be realizing is that this is just the opening shot, that more deals like this are coming. Yeah. Interesting. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. This makes any restored type thing a little possible. I just wish people would be more likely. It's not super easy as people think And even if they do it, this deal will take, it'll take a long time. The edit goat. Don't care for Snyder, to be honest, but Gunn is not fit to run DC. He only cares about obscure characters. And now, that Superman guy, fuck, so obscure. Why is he making a Superman movie? He's making a sequel. Oh my God. Guy and his obscure characters? Fuck. Tell you. I was watching the Lions game when I saw the alerts on my phone. Oh. The Lions game? Oh, yesterday. Yeah, that's right. That's when it was happening. Drink tequila. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Honestly, damn, I'm terrified of the situation going on at Warner Brothers and Netflix. I don't like the way the CEO is constantly throwing out the word consumer friendly when it comes to movies. Oh, yeah. A lot of buzzwords. A lot of buzzwords out there. Jay, Netflix bought WB for Snyder. There's a hashtag right there. Oh, there's a hashtag right there for sure. It's one more. 23, what's happening? Happy Friday. All right. Indiana Jake, what's happening? Good to see you. We got Jose right here. Hey, cinema's dead. Bury it. Pretty much, right? Oh, you just had leftovers. That's cool. That's cool. I actually made some ground beef, and I made my ground beef, with my raw cheddar and sweet potato and avocado, but this time I made the ground beef and I ran through this buffalo sauce that I get from Primal Kitchen. It's like an avocado based buffalo sauce. So I kind of just like, when I got done with it, I just kind of mixed that in. Really good. So what's going on, Mr. Droga? Yo, Dave, have you seen the video of Norm Macdonald impersonating Quentin Tarantino? Yeah, I saw that a long time ago, for sure. So going on, and Angelica, good to see ya. Who else we got? We got Arte Digital. Olaf from Puerto Rico. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Dave will have to change his name to the stream. I know, right? No longer film. Stream. Oh, shoot. Not good. Man. Yeah, my paychecks are going. They're coming from Netflix now. But then, of course, according to some of those guys, I'll lose. I still haven't gotten that answer. Apparently, I'd lose access if Warner Brothers goes to Netflix. I was going to lose access. For some reason, that was the claim. That was the other. That was a conspiracy. One of the conspiracies is that I would lose access. What access? Don't know. I went to a bunch of Netflix things, got access from Zack and his people. So I'm still wondering, with that, Dingleberry from Lethal Geeks, like, hey, you didn't answer that. What's this access? What access am I going to, why? And what, I don't get it. I don't know. Danny says Zaslav is a real estate flipper, and she was, oh yeah, totally. I mean, he was never going to last. He was going to, and what a year to flip it. I mean, I wish they would keep it where it's at, but that was never going to be the case with good old Zazzy Pants. He was planning on flipping it, and what a year. The year that Warner Brothers has happened, they are the top dog when it comes to the studio revenue, box office. They're the top dog right now. So what a year to flip it, I guess. Because everything is like, oh, everything's good. Look at this. We got DC Studios. We got all, Minecraft. We got all this stuff. Sinners, look at originals. They got all this kind of stuff. And everybody was like licking their chops. And, Davey Ells, man, he is pissed. We'll talk about that. Joe Starr. I'm just curious what they're going to do with Game of Thrones universe. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. Primal Kitchen. That shit's good. No bullshit, just straight up like good shit, man. But their buffalo sauces, love that shit. And I never really soaked some ground beef up in it, almost like made like a sloppy Joe without the bun. It was freaking awesome. Of course, put some eggs on top of it. Let's see. We got Steven right here. Dave, are you ready for the Supergirl trailer? Do you think it will come out on Monday? Apparently, that's the rumor right there. That's the rumor. That is the rumor that we might see that Supergirl trailer when it comes to Monday. Because they're supposed to be showing press the trailer or they've already shown some press, but they're going to be showing more press on Sunday. And then the speculation might be that we get that first Supergirl trailer on Monday. So not this week, as originally thought. But yeah. My shirt down below. I have my Teespring, I have various shirts. I have this shirt down there. I have a Jurassic Park version of the Film Junkie shirt. So got some other ones with my face on it. my pretend face, not my actual face. That'd be weird. I don't know if you'd want my actual face on your shirt. So yeah, but yeah, if you want, I did a Matrix style one. I did a Jurassic Park one. I have some other ideas for shirts too. So check it out. Yeah, she's not going to prison anyways. All right. Let's talk about this. Well, I didn't see a movie. So if you're wondering why I didn't see a movie, I wanted to see the Hamnet movie, but it wasn't playing anywhere around me. I am seeing the Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair tomorrow. I'm driving out to visit some friends. We're going to go see it. We're going to make a day out of it. So yeah. So if you want to, maybe I'll do a video. I don't know. Maybe I'll do some kind of video or something like that, but that's my movie plans for tomorrow. So I'll get away from this online crap because my God, because let's talk about Netflix and Warner Brothers. And I will say this, folks, I got sources tell me that, you know what the final nail in the coffin was when it came to this buyout happening? You know what it was? It was the sell the Snyderverse to Netflix hashtag. That's right, guys. Teddy Serranos and David Zaslav just look at that hashtag and they said, we got to do it. We got to do it for this hashtag, guys. Oh, I joke, but some of these guys actually feel that way. They actually do feel that way. Holy crap, do they feel that way? And yes, when it happened last night, it was like the end of the football game or whatever the hell, and I saw it and went, here we go. And I think I took a shot. I was like, here we go. But I was like, man, Netflix, Warner Brothers, who would have thunk it? But, and then naturally went to sleep, woke up, and, oh yeah, guys. Did these guys, they saved tweets. My tweets are in some of these guys' spank bank folders. Oh, they are. I don't know if you guys saw this stuff, but I'll bring this up right here. So one of the first things that got brought up right now, like when it comes to all this, and we'll get to all the logistics later, but let's get through all the other BS first, because obviously, when it comes to all this is funny stuff. So check this out. Oh, not that. Let's do this. Let's share this right here. So if you guys saw, all right. So here's one of my tweets. Oh, forgot to put my background, and I can never find it because StreamYard keeps changing shit. All right, there we go. So this was being passed around, and this was being sent to me a lot. This is from almost 3 years ago. When I was responding with people. And I kept getting this one sent, or, this one and a couple others sent. And these are from February of 2023. That's right, guys. That's how long they've been holding on to these. I don't know. But I was talking about Netflix doesn't have that money. So that's the main thing that was being thrown at me. You can voice your disappointment without a poorly thought out hashtag campaign. Campaign went from wanting Justice League sequels to a whole crazy slate and AI videos featuring the likeness of Snyder and Gunn. The cringe was real. Yes. And that still has only gotten worse. And there is this. No, there is not. Netflix will not purchase for a number of reasons. Jay even listed some of them there in the thread. There would be a much better chance to get it under the Elseworlds brand within DC Studios and in animation. Yeah, we're not speaking on behalf of either. Just looking at the facts, which Jay is providing. Netflix doesn't have this money. They keep canceling shows, and WBD would not want to license out their big IPs. Context. All right. So yeah. So in 2023, that's what I definitely did say. And if you wanted a little bit more context with, like, when it came to what Jay Oliva was saying, let's see, share screen, window, this window, right there. So that's what Jay Oliva was saying also during that time, and what I was referring to when it comes to that. Because, I think we need to provide the context, because obviously the people that are coming at me aren't going to provide the context. That's the biggest factor. Zack has 2 movie series to do with Netflix at the moment. Does he just drop everything and work on characters he doesn't own? You also realize that WB would not let their characters go unsupervised. They will give notes on the script, etc. Just because you license out something doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Those characters and stories need to be approved by the studio who owns them. I really doubt Warner Brothers will just let another studio do whatever with the poster children of DC Comics. So that's the context of when I was like talking about Jay Oliva, Slay Oliva right there. But yeah, like when I saw that, getting that sent to me a lot, and I'm just kind of going like, well, in 2023, basically the word on the digital streets and what I was being told was all the streaming services were having a cash flow problem because of COVID, because they were putting so much money, and Netflix put a shit ton of money into content. So there was a cash flow problem that was happening. That's why we've seen the hike in prices and whatever. So that's what I was hearing. I was like, oh, they don't have the money. They're not going to buy the Snyderverse. Keyword, the Snyderverse. They're not going to buy the Snyderverse. Okay, that's what the context of the tweet actually was. Now, I will say, yeah, that was a learning lesson, just because, when you hear stuff, you shouldn't just like put it out there and be like, oh yeah, they don't have that. Yeah, I'll give you that. I'll say like, oh yeah, I shouldn't have totally worded it like that, where I'm saying Netflix didn't have the money. They probably did, and who cares? Or they work on debt. These companies, these billion-dollar companies or whatever the hell, they can do whatever the hell they want. They have debt. They don't have debt. They have money. They borrow. They do all this stuff. So yeah, I'll even say that I shouldn't have worded it like that they didn't have the money. Sure, 100%. But my God, it was just funny because. Because that was being sent, I was like, holy shit. And then I don't know if you guys remember this, but if you want to like see when it comes to all this, I remember I brought up this one of the things that was brought, that somebody like was saying all this, and I don't know if you remember, like I pushed back against one of these guys. His name is Hayden, who blocked me, and he said I was bullying him online because I was responding to like he had like a thread of tweets, and I responded to it on Film Junkie Live, and then he of course blocked me and said I was bullying him. Oh my God, I was yeah, apparently I was bullying for just responding naturally. So it was just kind of funny because I posted this because this is the guy who posted this tweet right here, who of course posted those tweets. He's this guy right here that posted right here that said, if you want your kid to get shoved in lockers, the one on the left, talking about these 2 different statues. If you want your kid to be a varsity quarterback and party with babes, the one on the right. Yeah. Does he live in a fucking 80s movie? Shoved in lockers, QB partying with babes. Yeah, that guy. So let's read this one. Let's read his response right here, because this is where I just kind of go like with these guys and how angry they get for just pushing back. Oh, it's very interesting. Like I said, this was just one of the first things like this morning. Just like what you say in your streams, you're loud and full of shit. I blocked you because the only input you've ever provided to this fan base of lies and negativity and manipulation. That's right, guys. Manipulation and lies. Lies. You decided to target me. That's right, target. I targeted him, even though we were having an exchange on one of your streams about a post I made that had nothing to do with you. I don't think that's actually correct, because I was also in a picture with a group of people I had just met for the first time you don't like. Yeah, those guys don't like me. One of them followed me to the bathroom, but I don't need to talk about that again. Who are celebrating your loss right now. My loss right now. If you're not going to bother being honest on your streams or not try and manipulate the fandom, then just shut your cock holster and leave us alone. Oh my God. Shut your cock holster. I swear, man, when these guys get angry, they get, I mean, you saw it, again, going to the Dingleberry at Lethal Geeks, you saw those eyes, man. You saw those eyes. And by the way, that guy also tagged me in something as well. He tagged me, of course, receipts when it comes to all this. Because, I said that sell the Snyderverse to Netflix hashtag is stupid. And then now he thinks he got me because of what's happening here. I'm like, no, you don't, because guess what? Your hashtag is still stupid. That's what's so funny about this. The whole campaign for 3.5 years was always sell the Snyderverse. And me and a bunch of other people always said they would never do that. Even Jay Oliva said that they would never do that. It would have to be either DC in its entirety or a licensing of DC, but then there would be restrictions on that, or the entire company. Now the entire company is happening. And then what did I say? Not too long ago when it came to the Lethal Geeks guy, they created a new hashtag that said sell the Snyder or sell WB to Netflix. And I was like, oh yeah, there you go. Now you have one that makes sense. How about that? Crazy. You have a sensible one right there. What the fuck? That is nuts. You actually do that. So naturally, there's that victory lap. The victory lap, and I'm going, again, what do I keep on saying? Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. There is no mention of Snyderverse. I made that joke at the beginning. Was that the final thing? Was after all the bids and everything that were coming in from Paramount, Universal, all these other, with all the bids, the final thing was, well, we got this hashtag. And I'm not saying that they didn't see the hashtag, because obviously, yes, I'm sure they did see the hashtag. Don't worry, they saw the hashtag. But at the same time, pump the brakes. I don't know how I had to keep on saying that. I said that about Cosmic Book movie news. And what's happening with that, by the way? Remember the Cosmic Book movie news bullshit that was out there that I called out? All of a sudden, we're not talking about that? We were talking about Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, and the Saudis. The Saudis are going to restore the Snyderverse. The Snyderverse. The Saudis. Remember when I did that? When that whole bullshit article that they said exclusivo. They said exclusive that was happening. That Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, and Saudi Arabia were going to restore the Snyderverse with this whole thing. Are we just going to ignore that now? Because a lot of those guys were passing it around. I don't know about all of them, but they were passing that around. We're just not going to talk about that anymore, right? No. We're not. Nope. We weren't talking about that. What were we talking about? Pump the brakes, because we still don't know what the hell is going on. That's all I'm freaking saying. Pump the brakes. And I posted a little clip online. And I blame Stephen Colbert for this. Because he posted a GIF, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. And the GIF that he posted was from The Dark Knight, when Batman is going through the tunnel on the Bat bike, and you have the kids going pew, 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 doing the finger guns thing. And then all of a sudden the cars start exploding, and then Batman goes by. And the kids are like, did we do that? But I was like, you know what? I got a better clip. Because this kind of right here represents, the victory lap when it comes to all this. Because I was like, wow, these guys really think that what they did was this full-on cause this? It wasn't. This clip right here, and of course I've used this, this drop, the drop for Ray. We know this Ghostbusters. Perfect way to. I mean, I was laughing when I was like, oh yeah, that's 100%, because it's like, whoa, we gotta wait a minute here, guys. Oh, it's funny. I was just like, so freaking funny. But we have to pump the brakes. And that's what I keep on saying. Don't get ahead of yourselves. It's like they're making it seem like this is 2020 after that Man of Steel stream with Henry Cavill and all the fans, where Zack announced the Snyder Cut. We're making it sound like it's that. And I don't know why that's happening. Probably mainly because a lot of these guys weren't around during that time. Again, they call me a grifter, yet they weren't around during the Snyder Cut stuff. And now they're trying to create their own hashtags. They don't want to use the Restore the Snyderverse hashtag because that's not their hashtag. They want to use their hashtags. And this is why they keep on, oh my God, lifting themselves up and everything. And I just say pump the brakes because there is literally no mention of any of that in all of this that's happened today. But it is kind of interesting, I will say this, and I was thinking about this week, and I was going to mention, I was actually going to post a video about all the, some of the Zack Snyder stuff, but obviously with everything that's been happening, I just didn't get around to it. I did find it interesting that, remember how Zack on Instagram did post on last Sunday, to watch Justice is Gray on HBO Max. I was kind of wondering, I was like, is that an indication that Netflix hit him up and it's like, hey, can you post this right here? Because we want to try to get Warner Brothers and maybe we can get a little extra help. I don't know. It seemed like it was very much a promo that Zack was posting on Sunday to watch it on HBO Max. And it was kind of weird. And I was kind of like, very interesting because, again, his name does trend. His name definitely does trend. But what's interesting about that, though, we still don't know what's going on with Zack Snyder and Netflix. That's what I still worry about. And I'm hoping for the best. Obviously, I'm trying to be optimistic about it, but we just haven't heard anything about Army of the Dead or Rebel Moon. There's that LAPD movie. What's going on with that? And then I see this clip that's going around, of course, of who. If damn it, I can, of course, because this is freaking. I don't like StreamYard. I really just, this is why I don't use it that much. I can't find the drop. I was gonna bring it up, but I can never find. Maybe I got rid of it. Damn it. Would have been perfect. If I had that keyed up, if I was on the other thing, I would totally have it. Maybe I just don't have it anymore. Why would I get rid of that one? Anyways, Grace Randolph, there's a clip of her going around where she's claiming that the relationship between Netflix and Zack is bad. Because remember Scott Studebaker, who brought in Zack? He left. She's claiming he was fired because of things that happened, especially with what they put into Zack's movies. I don't want to believe this, trust me. And again, it is Grace. But she was saying that. And then I forgot that Dan Lin. Remember Dan Lin? He is now heading the film department. And oh yeah, Dan Lin doesn't really like Zack. Shit. Oh, okay. Then I started going, I was like, oh fuck, I totally forgot that Dan Lin was doing that. Now, with everything that's happening, maybe Dan Lin will step down. I don't know. See, that's the thing. Everything's so up in the air. That's why now I'm just kind of going, I'm pleading with those guys. Yeah, okay. While you're throwing your dung at me, while you're just, doing that, maybe pump the brakes because you just never know what could happen. And there is a lot of concern out there. There is definitely a lot of concern out there from people who work in the industry. I don't know how many times. And that's what's so funny too, because I honestly think these guys think there is a conspiracy out to them with their hashtag and their campaigns because, they push back against anybody who pushes back against what they were campaigning for. And I honestly think that they think there's conspiracy out there against them. It's no, we actually have real world concerns about this merger. Sorry to say, okay, it's not about you. It's about the industry as a whole. There are people that are very worried about this. People who are movie journalists, people in the business. The DGA is raising concerns. The WGA is going to be raising concerns. Hell, and again, I'm also going to be raising concerns. I don't like this. I don't like this one bit. But then again, Big Orange, he likes Davey Ells. He likes David Ellison, who's throwing a big time fit and is going to be throwing some hostile shit, saying things are not fair. There's more of that going around too. And not to mention with everything with the hurdles and the hoops they have to go through, this shit's not going to happen. This full merger is supposed to be, it was 82 million, something like that. But it was 82 million. I know it's a little more than that. I forgot the actual number, but that's besides the point. But yeah, it was one of those things where, there's a lot of people raising concerns. Even politicians have been raising concerns. There's just a whole lot of things. And that's where a lot of us are going because we're wondering about the theatrical windows. and releasing in theaters. And Teddy Sarandos is already talking about the consumer is telling us they want to watch shit at home. And I'm going, oh, geez. Sorry, I'm old school. I like going to the movies all the time. I love going to the movies. Okay, apparently, of course, the guys that are coming at me, they don't like going to the movies. They are thinking that this is the future. Hell yeah. But in actuality, all they want is Zack to just return and make the movies that they want, which is very fucking weird. But yeah, apparently that's going to be we're already raising concerns with that because Ted Sarandos is already mentioning that. We're worried about the physical media stuff. I don't know. We're worried about all kinds of things. All kinds of things. Oh, yeah, and then it was funny, too, because they brought up this tweet also was being passed around, too, from James Gunn. This was another thing that was being passed around. This is also from almost 3 years ago. I have to say, this has got to be the wackiest hashtag I've ever seen, I guess he meant. Number one, Netflix hasn't expressed any such interest, although we've discussed other stuff. Number two, Zack hasn't expressed any interest and seems to be happy doing what he's doing. And yes, we too have talked. So they're passing that around saying that, oh yeah, this aged like fucking milk. And I'm going, he's talking about your hashtag. He's not talking about the Netflix buying out Warner Brothers. He's talking about the hashtag. Wait, what? You're actually thinking that you think you got him? I mean, they think they got him with that. He was literally talking about the hashtag because there's a lot of people that think, yes, the hashtag is very wacky. And then he was explaining like, yeah, Netflix has no interest in the Snyderverse. And Zack seems very, moving forward of what he's doing, like with Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead, again, almost 3 years ago. And it was just kind of like, oh man, they think I was like, but it was kind of funny because it was around the same time with the tweets that they had of mine. And I was like, oh shit, do these guys not know? Did they think? I think some of them actually think these tweets were like recent. Oh shit, that's right, they don't know time. They don't know timelines. They don't know time. That's right, I forget. They don't know time. They think the Snyder Cut came out 1.5 years ago. That's right. Shit, I forget. Fuck. I must remember that. They don't know time because in their bubble and echo chamber, there's no time that exists. No time. No time exists. It's crazy. And I'm sure they're going to, quote and come after me and everything like that again. And if they do it, I still, okay. And if like say the Lethal Geeks guys come out again. Okay. You still haven't told me what access I'm going to lose now that it's going to Netflix. Please still clarify that. And the evidence that I'm a Warner Brothers plant. And if I was a Warner Brothers plant, wouldn't I be all for the Netflix buyout? I'm still trying to grasp that reality. Again, I'm trying to think like they do. I don't know. But yeah, and I'm sure, I'm just trying, I'm sure there's going to be, just don't get angry and just pump the brakes. That's all I just kind of say. It's just like, don't get angry about things when people push back and pump the brakes. Okay. And realize that there are people out there that have real world issues and stop being so conspiratorial when it comes to all this stuff. Like nobody's going against you because, oh yeah, we can't have this happen. We can't have the Snyder people win again. It's like, no, the hashtag is still very much wasn't thought out correctly, And I mean, these are the same guys. I mean, I know like when it comes to the Ski Walker and his fucking guys, they have a conspiracy that I purposefully deactivated my YouTube last year. Remember back in April of last year when YouTube took down my channel on accident and it was like 4 or 5 days before it came back up. Shit like that is happening right now, by the way, because they implemented that AI shit, and apparently the AI shit is not so intelligent when it comes to the I and AI. That shit's kind of happening right now, which is really scary. But yeah, they think that I purposefully took down my channel and mysteriously put it back up because of something with Rebel Moon. Like I didn't want to talk about Rebel Moon because I think they claim I didn't like it. That's an actual thing that these guys are saying about me. Not only am I a Warner Brothers plant or an industry plant or something like that, and I'll lose access, but they have also claiming that I purposefully deactivated my channel last year. And again, I just go, can you please provide the proof if you're going to make these claims? That kind of helps. Just saying, you don't just put on a tinfoil hat and say it. You have to actually back it up. That's the thing. Okay? I'm trying to help you. Is that okay? All right. I think I've ranted off enough right now. Did I miss anything? Oh. It's all good. It's my loss, though. Remember, I lost today, guys. I fucking lost today. All right. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Let's see. All right. I'm scrolling back up. You guys have been talking a lot. Okay, so here we go. Let me just see right here. Start inviting some peeps in. 2, start getting some people in here and we'll have some discussions. Where are we at here? All right. Let's see. Netflix does have money in budget. Yeah, they definitely do. Let's see. The one good thing with DC shows and movies. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and like I said, I'll definitely eat the crow when it comes to that. I shouldn't have said it like that, when they're throwing that tweet at me. I'll definitely just be like, oh yeah, by the way, do you guys know that Andy Signor is he got Andy Signor, Andy, that fucking idiot. I just got a message from somebody, and I remember seeing it too. He lost a court case against Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds because he was like covering all that stuff. Yeah, apparently, I don't know. I didn't really. I don't like. That's that. You're playing with fire when you're doing all that, man. But apparently, like, he got taken to court by them, and he lost. I don't know if you guys saw that. That was some other drama that was out there. Maybe I'll cover it on Monday's Film Junkie Live. Because, Andy can go, F himself if he could. I don't think he's seen his penis in like years, but, a little chunky. I don't care. I'll say it. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. That guy, he came after me. He came after me a while ago, remember? Sad thing is, I was a naive guy back then. I was naive when that came about. All right, let's see who. I'll start sending some things out here. Get some people in here, but then I'll read some of your guys' comments and questions if you have them before we start bringing in people right here. Let's see. Just a weirdo mentally. Yeah, I think you guys are talking about that. Said the Gun only show. There we go. Salute, Mr. Danny. What's happening? Should I be worried about my beloved characters going woke, especially now on Netflix shows? I know a lot of people are saying that stuff too. I don't know. I think you know what? Who knows? Maybe they'll learn their lessons. Dying over there. I'm guessing this is because I read what's his name's tweet. It's just like, Jesus Christ. Oh no, don't even talk about that. Ugh. The only way the Snyderverse can work anymore is in animated format. Affleck and Cavill and Affleck are getting up there in their edge. Yeah, but you know what? I still say that I still have hopes for that Kingdom Come idea that Jay Oliva talked about. They could have a kingdom. What would be pretty cool if they do release Justice League 2 and 3 either in a comic book or animated. Do that, because again, this merger is going to take a long time still. It's going to take, they say it's going to take about a year, but I think with all the stuff with the antitrust concerns and how people are pushing back, it might take even longer. I don't know. But till we get everything all situated, it's still going to be a long time. So I still want Zack to come back and do some kind of legacy sequel for the Snyderverse and get the gang back together. That would be pretty cool. And I keep on saying that, because I think throw Justice League 2 and 3 out the window. Put it, but put it in a book, put it in animated, fine. But I just think that idea is going to be out the window, because, by the time that Zack would actually do anything DC again, it probably won't be until 2029, 2030. And I'm just going, do a legacy sequel. And they had do a 4-hour plus legacy Snyderverse sequel that is a Kingdom Come type of story within the Snyderverse. But then you can have, hey, this is what happened, after Justice League 1, and you put it in a book, you put it in an animated thing. I don't know. That way we could still have something. I mean, I'm trying to be reasonable here, folks. I think a lot of people would be okay with that. Dave, the guy who followed you to the bathroom put you in his thumbnail of his live stream. Of course, that's not the first time. He loves putting me, hey, what can I say? I look good in thumbnails. All right. No, he has put me in numerous thumbnails. And, and I'm sure like, oh yeah, he's probably watching this, or one of his cronies are probably, watching right now. And they're probably going to go out of this and talk about that. And, of course, they're having that victory celebration. But again, I'm going, pump the brakes, guys, because what if nothing happens? Okay. Again, this is not 2020 when Zack turned the camera around and showed Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's not that. It is not that. It is not the same thing. But again, guys like him and his cronies, they run around then. So they're trying to make it like it is that kind of victory. And I'm like, it's not. Pump the brakes, man. Jesus. Cosmic Book News is Grifter recently. Yeah. Netflix posted a chart showing the WB properties that included Superman 2025. They're jumping the gun with things being... Yes. That's the thing. I mean, again, like especially when it came to those polls that we were talking about recently, like Grace, she posted a poll. Grace's poll. Did you guys see Grace's poll? She has a poll. Did you know that? She wasn't dancing around it. God, the jokes. Jesus Christ. No, but like, I always said like, oh yeah, it would be cool in a perfect world. They just put it in Elseworlds and we can have the best of both worlds. But it just doesn't seem like they're ever going to go for that. But hey, you never know. Again, never say never. We always say that. That was fan made and wasn't from Netflix. What was that? Oh, was that fan made? Oh, okay. Colbert, sadly he works on, he does work on the weekends. He works on Saturday. So that's why you haven't seen Mr. Colbert. Don't worry. We're not like, we don't like hate each other. It's like that. No, we talk all the time still. Don't worry. But he just works, he works like a Tuesday through Saturday type of job. And he wakes up early. And, he's not really all about like, some of the new stuff. So, I mean, obviously, Steven can provide, commentary on anything because that's what we love about him. But that's why he hasn't been around, because of that. But yeah, like I said, he responded to one of my tweets and he gave me the idea to post that Ghostbusters 2 tweet. I'm like, that is representing those guys right now. They're making it sound like they're the ones that did this, and it's like, no, it was probably the money, and I'm guessing it was more of that. Let's see what else we got. Let's see. Interesting, as Dan Lin wanted the DC job, never got it due to some weird production company issue. Yeah, I saw that thing. Now he runs film divisions at Netflix. So let's see acquisitions lead. Yeah, that's what's so interesting about that too. But then, like, I don't want to believe that Dan Lin like hates Zack, but I was hearing that too. And like I said, Grace said that on her stream, and I was like, oh fuck. I'm like, that was being passed around. And it's so funny too, because those guys were passing around Grace's stuff. Anytime she goes after Gunn and anything that pushes back against the DCU, they fucking champion her. But of course, ignore her when she starts saying this kind of stuff, which is good on Grace. Good on Grace. I have my reservations about her. We kind of have like a weird thing. We were following each other. We weren't. She was following me. Then she blocked me, and then she unblocked me, and then unfollowed. I don't know. It was such a weird thing. Like, it's like I didn't realize she was following me at one point. But kudos on her for not like trying to be on one side. Like, she literally, like, when people were getting upset, like Snyder fans were getting upset about her poll, the poll that she was running about restoring the Snyderverse. They were getting upset that she blocked like most of Snyder fans. I'm like, she also blocked like a lot of Gunn fans too, because she does go after both, and she will talk against both. She'll just talk about what she hears. So that's what's like good about it. So I mad respect about that. Yes, Fuck, man, I want Army of the Dead. I want Planet of the Dead, and I want the fucking prequel. I said it before, and I'll say it again, that I was more invested in that universe than the Rebel universe. But at the same time, Zach alluded, even on the Vodka stream, that they could be in the same universe, which would have been really cool to see too. I don't know. I'm still remaining optimistic that everything's still good at Netflix and everything's going to be okay. And we're still going to, so I'm still trying to remain as optimistic as possible. But you just never know, man. I mean, I think he is. I'm pretty sure there's a contract, but we just haven't heard anything about the new movies or anything new. Man. Anyways, let's see. Hey, what's going on, Lane? Good to see you, buddy. Danlin wasn't the Snyder anti we all thought he was. I mean, the fact he supported Zach with Rebel Moon post. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But, yeah, I know. But I was hearing things, too, and stuff. So, Elizabeth Warren posted something. Yeah. So did Bernie Sanders. Yeah. Those politicians. Bernie Sanders. This is not good. Not good. I don't know. That's too many rich people. Is that a good Bernie Sanders? I don't know. I'm trying. It's not a good Bernie Sanders, probably. That was just off the top of my head. No hope for the Snyder coach. Yeah. Dave is Warner Brothers. Is a Warner Brothers spy. Yep. I'm now going to start getting paychecks from Netflix. Starting to get that Netflix money. That's what I'm talking about. Dave, have you seen Welcome to Dare? Yeah, I've seen. I've only watched 2 episodes. I got to catch up. It's really good. I'm gonna watch more this weekend. I'm really enjoying it. Again, Muschietti, man. I know people were like shitting on him. It's like, no, that dude's doing some good stuff. Horror is his fucking game. That's for damn sure. Tony Movie Chappie D90 Blomkamp fan, which I know it's showing your real name, but I know who you are. Dave, question, should we be worried about the movie theater that Netflix, Warner Brothers could potentially... Yeah, I worry about that. I do. I think a lot of people have raised those concerns. We're concerned that, we're going to start seeing these movie theaters just be empty. That happened with COVID. There's a movie theater over here that I remember going to a couple of times before I moved here. I think I only went there once. I saw Jumanji there. The first Jumanji, I got an early access screening to Jumanji. And I went to that. It's closed now. And then there's a shitty one over here, which I do not want to go to. It's super shitty. Like missing seats in the theater. It's shitty. And popcorn everywhere. So then there's a brand new one right up the road. And it's luxury. Oh, it's great. And I just worry. A lot of people are just worried that it's going to affect that. Let's see. What else we got? Live action. Live action only. Yes. Live action only. Hate boner for you is real. Oh, yeah. I know. It's funny. It's because, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I didn't know I could, get people to hate me so much. I thought I was a pretty easygoing guy. I like to, but then again, my ex is in the chat. Maybe ask her. If she could chime in. From my understanding, Brawler is coming before LAPD. Oh, yeah. Brawler is definitely going to happen because Brawler is not going to be Netflix. I think Brawler is going to be Paramount. I'm guessing because UFC and Paramount are together. I'm guessing that's going to be right there. So, anyways. Rebel Moon killed Snyder's chance for Netflix. All 4 of them. Hot garbage. I didn't think that. I just think they were trying to do something. I thought they were trying to do something with it, and I was supporting it. If you guys go back, I was 100% supporting what they were trying to do. I was backing up Zach, being the anti-Snyder troll that I am. I was backing Zach in the whole idea of them trying to capture the magic that is the Snyder cut, and they were trying to do that again. Can we get this chickens for Zach? Let me get this chickens Zach guy out of here. He's going crazy. One of the moderators, please. But yeah, I was backing that up. But yeah, it didn't work. That whole gimmick didn't work. Sadly, it didn't work. Everybody. There's guys that pass around There's guys that pass around the opening numbers for Rebel Moon, and yeah, they're really good. But what are the numbers for part 2 and what are the numbers for the director's cut? That's one of those things. Too, it's like, did it actually make that splash? But what was good about it, though, is like it was made for pretty cheap, because the good thing about Zack, the great thing about Zack, and I think this comes from him doing commercials, and is that he knows how to utilize a budget, a movie budget. He knows how to use every little bit of a movie budget, and he can take a small movie budget and make it look like it was 2 times that, and that's what's good about it. So I don't know. It's just all weird, man. I just wish we would finally know the status, because it's like we're just sitting here going, where's Rebel Moon Part 3? Where's Planet of the Dead or Las Vegas? What are we doing? We're just kind of sitting here waiting. Where's this LAPD movie? I always thought that the LAPD movie was going to be one for them. Like, hey, Zack, can you do like this movie, for us? We want your style in this movie. Do this movie, and then we'll give you Rebel Moon 3 or Planet of the Dead. That's what I was thinking, because, you hear that from filmmakers and actors. Like, you do one for the studio, you do one for them, you do one for you. It's that whole like kind of theory. Like, you have to do one. It's just part of the business, part of the process. So, anyways, all right, let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here, and let's get a discussion going about all this craziness. All right. I love that you're wearing your Ben Reilly shirt. I know I didn't do your intro, but I just love the fact that you're wearing that, because I think it has to allude to the fact that we found out who Nicolas Cage is going to be in Spider Noir.
I try to, I just didn't feel the need to bring up anything. Nothing happened with DC this week anyway, so who cares? The most important news is that, no, it's not even my Ben Reilly. That's a whole other issue at that point. Yeah. This is my Ben Reilly.
Yes, I get it. No, but I always, because you've worn that before, and I love it.
And it's cold down in my basement, so.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. But good to see you, Chris. How's it going?
Good to see you. Good. A streaming company decides to make an offer on a studio, and everyone loses their minds.
Oh, yeah, I know. It's crazy. Who would have thunk it that when we were getting those DVDs sent to us in the mail, that one of these days that they were going to own one of the biggest studios ever, probably the biggest. Yeah. Who knows? It's like, who knew when we were young and we would get those freaking DVDs from Netflix in the mail, that in 2025 they were going to actually purchase Warner Brothers. That just blows my effing mind. That was one of the things I was thinking about last night.
Well, that's kind of why this is such a, if it goes through, because there's still a chance that it doesn't go through, unless someone wants to bend their knee and kiss the ring, that, like you said, they started as a mail-to-order, rental company, and now they are the first major streamer to purchase a studio like this of Story of War. I mean, this is just on the off chances, like just on the idea, like this is seismic, this is huge, but I told people in my socials at that point that we've been debating this. I said, be careful, saying that how much good, how much bad. I mean, we saw what happened with Disney and 20th Century Fox. That buyout, some good, some people are going to lose their jobs.
Yeah,
things are going to be shuttered, things are going to change, and with that comes along. You be careful what you wish for, in the sense of, it's going to give this, it's going to this, but is it really going to be what you wanted? Like you're projecting what you're thinking is going to happen on a corporate. Like, people are rooting for a corporation. Really, when it comes down to it, they don't care. You are a dollar sign to them, and look, in all that stuff coming back with the head of Netflix saying, like, yeah, the theaters, that's not what consumers want. They want this. Well, that's because they've gotten used to. I'm not going to write off the whole idea that the movie theaters are going to die necessarily, because they have to honor the agreements through 2029 of
Oh
all the
yeah,
of all the theater deals.
IMAX CEO
Yep.
was saying something about that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that's
they still
good.
have to honor the agreements, but I think in the sense of the more reality is what they're saying is like, okay, we'll shorten the window. The window's already short anyways, you know,
Yeah,
and where it comes down to, especially we've seen it in the theaters now, where we look at Superman, we look at you look at the Marvel movies, things like that. Like nothing, $1 billion is not the threshold that people look to, but it does. We've said it over. We brought it up over and over on the stream, like how expensive it is to bring a family of four to the movies. I mean, we just took my kids to see Wicked for Good last weekend, and it costs over $60. You know, and
yeah.
that's before things like that. So I mean, it's pricing people out to want to do this on a weekly basis unless you're going on your own. Like I've frequently gone on my own. And I don't mind it at all. I enjoy going to the theaters,
I
but
love it.
yeah, it's
Yeah, but
the
I don't
whole
have a
industry.
family.
The whole industry's changed anyways.
Yeah,
But there's a lot of the unknowns with this that are going to that are really going to start shaping out when this goes through and people are like, oh my God, I didn't realize this. I didn't realize this. I'm not saying Paramount was even better. I'm not saying any of the people were going to be any better. This was going to have some serious ramifications that all these theories, we really don't know. And we're not going to know until until A, it's approved, and B, the next couple of years. All these theories, yeah, some of it could happen, some of it could not. But this is the way of the changing industry. But I always say, like, let's wait and see. Be careful what you wish for.
yeah. It's always a wait and see, and and again, obviously, when it comes to me in victory laps, that was, man, I tell you, and it was just funny because I was like, all right, and then of course I just made fun of it, did all the, and I was like, I knew it was gonna be there. I knew once I woke up, I'm like, oh boy, let's see what the mentions are like, and sure enough, it was, but then at the same time, I'm like, all right, yeah, all right, go ahead and get it in. I'm like, you guys, we careful what you wish for, careful this, careful that. I mean, you're bringing up good points, and you're even bringing up good points. Of course, we've talked about how the theater going experience is expensive, and it seems like now that it's so expensive, the movies that are going to do well are going to be the family movies. Look at what Zootopia did. Zootopia is already over 600 million worldwide, and we're not even to the second weekend. Yeah, the sequel.
But here's the other thing too. Why Netflix is interesting. This right here.
Yeah,
they are now in-house telling their people who are writers at that point to write films, whatever productions, so that people who watch it on their phones don't necessarily have to watch anymore. They have to write scripts so that they are telling what's going on, so that they keep it on the phone and can do that. That's what's going on in Netflix right now. That's what they're starting to go.
Yeah. Wasn't there like somebody revealed that recently?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot who it was, but they basically
said,
but they basically said that now when you see these movies, there has to be so much expositional dialogue and all this because people are so distracted because Netflix knows that they're on their phone. So they require them to write these scripts with so much expositional dialogue and everything.
But it keeps them going, keeps them on there. Now, I'm not making the equivalent saying, oh, this is what's going to happen to HBO. But again, it's a thing that they are trying to do.
Yeah.
I can't say that, okay, everything Netflix does is great. No, there's some great stuff on there. There's a lot of stuff, not my tempo, not for me. I'm not saying it's crap because it's just not for me. Someone might like it. It's not for me. But that is concerning to me on top of all the AI issues, on top of the other things that have been said. I'm okay. The industry has to shift. But this, like I said, this is a seismic moment for the industry right now.
It's a shakeup.
Yeah.
It's a definite shakeup. And we're going to bring in two other peeps. We got Taladia and we got Ronan. What's happening, guys?
Hey, what's up? Fuck. That's what I got to say. Just like, fuck. Just like, yeah, man.
Coming in hot.
I'm not
let us know how you really feel.
I'm not saying burn Netflix to the ground because I am a Netflix fan, but this is getting, I won't compare them, but like we just got Disney buying Fox not too long ago. And now we got this again, potentially, if it goes through all the way. we got this going, and it's just
Oh
like,
yeah. Oh, I know, and it's funny too. I remember somebody came at me and goes like, "Yeah, I wonder if how did you feel about the Fox and Disney stuff?" Because a lot of people were, and then especially the guys of the sell hashtags were saying like, oh yeah, how do people, when it came to people welcome the whole Fox because they would get their joined universe with Marvel, and I was like, I was one of those people that was kind of against it. I was like, I was like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, I'm like, I still want Fox to be its own thing. I'm like, I don't want Fox. I was not for it, even though, like, yeah, I get it. It was like, oh yeah, we can have the X-Men and the MCU, but I was like, that's not worth it. I'm like, no, I would rather, yeah. So yeah, here we go. God damn, what a crazy couple of years. It's been a crazy decade.
Yeah, for anybody now developing stuff, trying to like get stuff going, like one door just got shut or got combined with another door, and it's like you don't have any options. You have one less option now than you did before, and that's like that's the sucky part about this. And then I don't want to dance in too much into the DC stuff because I as soon as I started getting the notification, I was like, oh no, here we go again. I could hear the
it's like the San Andreas gif from oh god, here we go again.
Yeah. But I hope that maybe I'm being too hopeful. Maybe the success that Frankenstein's had with its theatrical run, the notion that I'm pretty sure they're gonna make a lot of money out of the finale for Stranger Things.
Oh fuck yeah!
That they can be like, we could do it both ways. We can both put you in the movie theater. I doubt it. I know.
They have had successes like that before, and they don't care.
Yeah, that's the sad part. That I think people don't realize that like all it comes down to is money and who's getting the money, whose wallets are getting bigger and bigger.
What are you talking about? It came down to a hashtag. Sorry,
because that's who won it for you. You know what? That's exactly what won it. That's even more deluded to think. I'm going to say it right now. I'm not alone in saying it's like the fact that anyone thinks that is going to keep your receipts to me. I don't care, but I just don't. That is not something that is doing anything to this deal. Never. No. The IP is more valuable to them to sell off if they wanted to. That's the value.
And
the
it's and likely Gunn is going to stay. I mean, anything could happen. I'm not saying that, I'm not 100% saying, oh yeah, he's definitely staying. No, anything could happen. They could be like, nah, we're going to go a different direction. Anything could happen. But, there's been so many reports that they're, I mean, even Zaslav's not even fully going away. He's still going to be kind of running some things. So, I mean, and he's the one that, that hired Gunn, so.
Pun intended.
Yeah, pun intended. But yeah, I'm just saying like, I still think the DCU is still going to be going. I mean, obviously if 2026 movies end up like tanking and everything tanks in 2026, which I don't think it will, but if it ends up just doing just complete shit, then maybe they'd be like, all right, we're going a different direction. But if Supergirl does well, if Clayface does well, and Lanterns is well received and gets a lot of good streaming, the DCU is just going to keep on going. Now, that doesn't now there is some people that were being reasonable out there when it came to today that said, well, yeah, they do exist. It's crazy how it is. They're just not as loud. They are quiet. The reasonable people are quiet. They speak with a normal voice. They don't just they don't
got better things to do.
Yeah, they don't replace their keyboard. They don't replace their keyboard every week and a half because they're pounding the shit out of it. That we're saying like, I mean, there could always be a chance for both. I'm like, yeah, Netflix wanted to have the money where they were like, hey, we still have Zach on our freaking payroll. This is where he shines. Yeah, Zach, come do some DC stuff again. Cool, let's do it. Fine, but what is it going to be? Is it going to be like the direct sequel? Probably not. Could it be like a legacy sequel? Yeah. Or could it just be something random? Could it be the Dark Knight Returns movie that he's always wanted to make? Could be. He said that that's his white whale. And I think Zach would probably, if they were to give him the option of, hey, would you want to do, 2 and 3, where that's going to be, big time, and we got to try to get everybody back, and not everybody's going to come back, blah, blah, blah. Or do you want to just like do like one fucking movie, and it's the story that you love so much. Zach is gonna pick The Dark Knight Returns 100%. If he's given that option. Like, that would be crazy. And I've always said this too. When it comes to DC, I said this before James Gunn and Saffron got appointed, before all this stuff. I was like, you know what DC should just do? Just make live action versions of their best stories. I was like, just make like some gritty fucking cinematic live action versions and don't have anything really connected. Just have the stories. And maybe just try that instead of doing a connected universe. So
almost
now
like Elseworlds.
Yes,
Yes,
that's
yes.
the thing. And then I'm like going, okay, so let's lean more into the Elseworlds then. Like, I mean, because obviously right now, I mean, I get like, but see, this is where James Gunn was very smart, especially with Matt Reeves and everything. Is like the fact that that they didn't want to get rid of that because that's what worked during the time when shit wasn't working. Was the Batman worked. So I think it was very smart to be like, no, let's have a DC Elseworlds category just in case we could just put something in there. So if this all goes through and Netflix wants to really pour some money into DC, it'd be really nice. Cause like right now, like, I think like when it comes to Gunn, he's mainly focused on the universe, the connected universe. Elseworlds is just going to be Matt Reeves' universe. But if this whole thing goes through, I think Netflix, what they should really do is like, okay, let's start focusing on Elseworld stuff too, and bring in some, directors in to do, hey, let's just do a one-off story. And Zach could be one of them too, to just do something like that. And maybe, and hopefully they could put out in theaters, but who knows? But yeah, I mean, there is potential, and that's looking at I'm looking at it like at the, looking at it, with some, I can't even think of the word optimism.
Optics.
Yeah, there it is. I was like, blah, 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 blah. But yeah. And I'm just like going, okay, so maybe, that again, that's just looking at a glass is half full kind of thing, but I don't think Gunn is going anywhere. I think regardless, I mean, there's people that absolutely can't stand him and stuff like that, but I think
Which is
Gunn,
fine. It's whatever.
he's not your flavor of vodka, it's whatever.
I get that. Like,
yeah, I totally
like,
get that too.
And like, but I've always told folks with that, I was like, we just started planting foundation now. Why do you want to press the reset button now? It's like the comics do that too often. You could argue
Marvel's about to do it again. Marvel's about to do it.
Yeah.
Like, why don't we try not doing that for a few years and then look at it and see if the pavement actually sticks, if the roads aren't bumpy and whatnot. Like, that's the reason why I tell people who are like, is this the big move? And I was like, no, let's let this pay out, and then we can expand on and go wild once we have a good, like, again, the year hasn't ended yet, and next year it's all projects not directed or written by James.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, that's a whole year there to
It's gonna be a good test.
Yes.
The 3 projects this year were successful. They weren't super successful, but they were successful enough in this climate right now. They're, Superman. I mean, Superman, there's so many things positive about Superman. They said that Google TV was one of the most watched movies on Google TV with Sinners. It was, Superman was like the second most Googled term. I don't know why is it they always do the most 2025 list release at the beginning of December? It's like, can we wait we have another month?
Yeah.
Why are you guys already putting out these lists? You're only doing 11 months, or are we but do they start counting the next year right now? Is that what's happening? I guess that's what they do, because they just, I don't know, it's so weird. When I'm seeing like the list, I'm like, it's December 4th and we're already releasing the list. This was yesterday when I was seeing all this, and I was like, can we just wait till like, let's wait till at least a week between?
No, because go to any store in August, in July, and what do you start seeing? Halloween. We don't celebrate holidays.
Sure.
We celebrate them coming. Look at the movies. We don't celebrate movies. We celebrate them coming.
Yeah, it's always, it's all about that. Yeah, I know. It's just weird. We're all, man, we're just weird. Our systems are weird. I still hate it that the time changed so much, where it's like it's 4:30 and I'm already turning on lights. Like, Jesus Christ, I hate that. Especially if it's kind of a cloudy day. Oh man, it's like starts getting dark at like 3:20. I'm like, what the hell is happening right now? Like, what? Fuck.
3 o'clock in the afternoon, it gets really dark here in the UK. And I'm just like, where's the time gone? Like a whole day is gone really quick.
I know.
So,
I get done with work, and I get done with work early because I start early. And there are people that work 8 to 5 that are driving home. They're driving home at night now. And like when I get done, it was always nice. Like when the time didn't change, we're telling you still have daylight till about 7:30. Now, then when everything just shifts and the earth shifts and the time changes, it's like 4:30, and I'm already seeing the sun, which has moved this way where my window is. It's now going down behind this house right over here at like 4:40, and I'm like going, good God, man, I don't like it. But that's just me. Anyways, we're gonna bring on some more people here. Jared,
what's up?
What's going on, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, just been reacting to the news as well because I woke up to this and I'm like,
what news? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know.
What happened?
Yeah, I know. I woke up and immediately texted Dave. I was like, okay, here they come. Here they come. Sure enough.
Celebration.
I actually pissed those people off this week. Taladia knows this story because, again, I brought up that Snyder Queen was one of the people that deserves credit for this because they never credit her. And so here's what I remembered today live on air, Dave. Snyder Queen and someone else that Taladia and I know named Batan, they were on my channel talking the day they started the hashtag to talk about it.
No shit.
I have the stream in my backlog. I'm debating whether or not I should post it and say,
do it.
Still want to call me a liar?
Do it.
Yes, I do. Right now.
Yeah, I may have to.
Just do it as a YouTube short.
I may have to.
Yeah, load it in.
Do it as a YouTube short.
Just send it. Just
make a clip.
Yeah, make it as a
my
YouTube
own
short.
hashtag. But anyway, I did. But the thing about this deal thing is, like, first off, yes, this could all go. It could all just get undone by like regulatory stuff. That's the way this fortunately works. In the event it happened, it goes through, and it's like, yeah, Dave, you made a good point. It's like, hey, there could be any scenario where Zack could be invited back to do DC stuff. I'm like, okay, fine. But it's just, the thing about it is, it's like, if anything, this gives DC more resources. And I'm like, if it has more resources, and as I count myself among the reasonable Snyder people, I'm like, there's room for both. So if anything, this is more money that they can pump into DC and go, hey, like you said, expand Elseworlds. Let's see what else we can get. Have these two Justice League movies that could count as Elseworlds. Just go with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, like, yeah, and that was like, when I saw people like mention that, I was like, you know what? I mean, that's a more glasses half full kind of thing. It's like, okay, now with this, like, Netflix would be open to having more Elseworlds and more things where we can have like this kind of stuff. And I'm like, man.
But what annoys me is the same people that are saying, no, it's either Snyder or Gunn, or it's like, no, there's no room for Gunn, or Gunn should be fired. The same, or they're acting like the same people they were reacting to, that they are in reaction to, of like the other people that said Snyder should be fired for what he did at DC. Yes. So I'm like, you're acting just like the people that you claim to be up against. So I'm like, what's the difference between them and you besides the hashtag that you have?
Yeah.
So
exactly.
You know what I find interesting? It's the Harry Potter stuff. Harry Potter is on Netflix currently in the UK, and I'm looking at my Netflix right now, and the Sorcerer's Stone is leaving Netflix, and Netflix has just bought Warner Brothers. Does that mean they're going to keep it on there?
Well, eventually they'll be able to. I think the whole thing is like the fact that one of the things that was mentioned was they're going to keep HBO Max. Mm-hmm. I mean, again, everything's going to be such a slow thing. Like, it's gonna, if this all still, and it's still up in the air, if it all goes through, after they get through all the hurdles of all the shit that they're going to be going through, like I said, there's a lot of pushback, and when it comes to even the government and stuff, that they're saying like, oh yeah, HBO Max is still going to be its thing. Everything's going to basically remain, but then, you know, obviously, if they release movies, Warner Brothers movies in theaters, they'll do that. You know, we worry about the theatrical windows, sure. But, you know, but Chris mentioned, you know, like we were just talking that they're being shortened even now already. So it's always going to be a thing. But essentially, it's like, yeah, things are going to show up on HBO Max and probably also on Netflix, which is going to be weird. There's going to probably just be sharing things at first until they merge together. And I think Netflix is just going to have like kind of how, you know, I think Disney kind of did it when it came to or Disney's kind of done it with Hulu. Like Hulu and Disney Plus are still a thing, but within the app of Disney Plus, you can access Hulu.
Yeah.
Content.
Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're gonna have like a Warner Brothers library and stuff like that. We're gonna bring in
Phil. Hey, Phil. Phil.
What's up, Phil?
Hey, Phil.
My YouTube award was most likely to quote a movie line at a random time, and in regards to the news for today, I feel like the one that rings truest is this is going to be one big shit sandwich, and we're all going to have to take a bite.
Good way to put it. What's that from?
Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, that is.
Ah, there you go.
Familiar. God damn it. Shit.
Full Metal Jacket. Yeah.
I watched that a few months ago too.
It's a great movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful movie.
Really great.
Yeah. Dark.
Oh, that ending.
Very dark.
I was
That
like,
ending,
what the fuck?
that bathroom scene.
Oh yeah, the bathroom.
No, the bathroom scene. But even when you look at the ending and it's just like what they're doing, it's just like, yo,
sure.
this is
Yeah.
fucked.
It's just dark.
My dad and I were watching it once, and my sister came in, and it was time just as the drill sergeant says, if you don't get over my wall, I will tear your balls off. And she started laughing because she thought it was a comedy because of that. And so I'm like, no, that's not a comedy.
No, not a comedy. Not quite. But thank you for joining, Phil. Yeah, we're just, of course, discussing this whole crazy week when it comes to this stuff right here. I know we were texting. We were texting about it.
You messaged me. You were like,
"Welp."
And
that's all I did. That's all I texted Phil like last night. I said, "Welp," and then he was like, "Motherfucker." I think that's what you said, or something like that.
I started doing. I was like, he wouldn't text me unless there was something that just either hit or something newsworthy had just had to have happened. So I just start digging, and I look, and I was like, oh, it's that.
It's happening. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because we were like kind of going like back and forth of like, oh, geez, yeah. I put Welp, and then you went, it's Netflix, motherfucker. That's what you said. You're like, it's Netflix, motherfucker. I was like, yeah. It was like, good Lord. I didn't think it was gonna happen just like on a random Thursday night. I mean, it was late. Yeah. I'm West Coast, and it was almost like 9 o'clock. It was. It was like
it's an interesting thing. Like Fridays are usually what's known in the industry as take out the trash day. Friday night, take out the trash day. So basically, it was pretty much a take out the trash day. It's like, you want to put that out there? I mean, yeah, you'll dominate the news cycle, but you.
That's something you put on Monday morning.
Yeah, it was funny
night.
to me because, like, you know, you see the news of like David Ellison having a fucking crash out over not being able to buy it, and it's like, oh, maybe there is some smoke to this. I mean, look. I've been pretty vocal about it. I think David Ellison can eat my fucking shit as far as I'm concerned.
I think a lot of people think that.
Oh, that dude's he's a monster. He's a maniacal piece of shit. Fucking matter of fact, I just saw today that Matt Stone and Trey Parker are probably going to hit him with a lawsuit.
No shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's ugly.
Well, yeah, like, I read something that Tom Cruise didn't want to even have meetings with him anymore.
Dude, lost Taylor Sheridan.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Basically, like Taylor Sheridan walking away from Paramount after that is equivocal to Nolan walking away from Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Well, there's a little bit more to it than that.
yes, there is, but it's the closest thing. In proximity.
I mean, it's a big loss. I'm not denying that, but there's takes two to tango, and I'll leave it at that.
100%. I agree, but I also think that like ever since he has been named like CEO of Paramount Skydance, there has just been a complete overhaul of bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
Everything that we have fears of in regards to Warner Brothers and whoever was going to take them over, that's exactly what's happening at Paramount right now. Matter of fact,
as a Star Trek fan, yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Here, the biggest thing that I am like sticking my heels in on is the fact that ever since this fool took over, now we're not getting a fucking TMNT Last Ronin movie. So fuck David Ellison. If there is a silver lining in any of this, it's that he didn't get it. And I say that as someone who's looking at this whole ordeal like this is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever seen, because this is a one-way ticket to shorter lifespan in theatrical windows, and this is easily going to dwindle physical media all around all Warner Brothers stuff, physical media related. Get it while you can right now. That's all I would say.
Yeah,
it's depressing. And then I'm looking at David Zaslav, and I'm just like, on paper, you can sit here and tell everyone I'm smart. I did the smart thing. I made money, and I'm looking at it like you had every opportunity to invest Warner Brothers and make it so much better than it is, and you're just sitting here shilling for a current top dollar amount. You're a fucking idiot, David Zaslav. You are a fucking moron. That's exactly where I'm from.
No, he wasn't about the studio. He was about
that's the exact point right there. He's not a studio guy. He's just a fucking money guy. Fuck him.
No, he was about turning, he was about flipping it. He was about flipping it. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, I was like, and this year was the perfect year to do it because Warner Brothers just killed it this year. Like literally, but at the same time, this is it to go to Netflix after the year that they had a year of successful IP movies, reinvigorating super, DC, which is good. And then, of course, adding more big IP movies. And then they had successful original movies that were super diverse when it came to just all over, like, the genres and everything.
F1.
F1, yeah.
F1 exactly. F1, yeah. There's so many. So then he was like, oh, yeah, this is the perfect time to, hey, look at this shiny object I have right here, guys. And it sucks that that's the case. Because I was like hoping, oh, yeah, they're having a good year. Maybe they're just going to stay where they are. But then I forget that it's David Zaslav. Shit.
It's like when a team wins a championship and you're like, okay, we're gonna stick this group around for maybe 2-3 years, see how we go, and replace maybe a key here and there. It's like, no. Round them up and like switch everything and just like, why the fuck?
We're gonna.
I've been on a really
selling them to Las Vegas or something. Yeah,
I've been on a kick the last couple of days watching movies with Michael Shannon in them. And last night I watched a movie called 99 Homes with Michael Shannon and Andrew Garfield in it.
Oh, never heard of it.
And great movie. It's on Netflix.
Sure. Oh shit.
There you go. Speaking of Netflix.
I think it's an older movie, but
Phil, is your check in the mail now?
It might be. But no. In the movie, Michael Shannon plays this like really, really like devilish, almost like absolute Joker-esque realtor. Like he's a real estate mogul and he owns all these properties. And he has no problem. Like when people are getting evicted, he'll show up to your house and be like, all right, get out. I own your property. Fuck on and move. He's that kind of character. And he kicks out Andrew Garfield's character out of his house.
Oh, wow.
And then like Andrew Garfield's character is forced to move into a motel with his mother, Laura Dern, and his child. And then he realizes his tools have been stolen by some of the guys who Michael Shannon's character hired to clear out his house. So he goes to Shannon's real estate and he's like, dude, your people took my tools. And the dude's like, I've got a job to do. You can either come fucking work for me or fuck off. And Andrew Garfield's like, your guy stole my fucking tools, and like him and his crew are already down the fucking road going to this job to kick someone else out of their house and shit. And Andrew Garfield's like, are you fucking serious? So inevitably what happens is Andrew Garfield ends up working for him and he learns like the ugly dark side of like real estate. And it's almost a really dark mirror of just how people who have a lot of money can do a lot of things and they have power. And it's very eerie, and it's a telltale of just how billionaires and people with a lot of money operate. And it's like, if you want to deep in the mindset of like how these people think, that's a good movie to watch.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Wall Street, dude. Gordon Gekko when he asked him like he bought this airline. So he's like, why did you need to wreck this company? Because it's wreckable. I took another look at it and I changed my mind. And it's just like, why the fuck? Like,
well, I think that's one of the things that a lot of us can be concerned with Netflix. To the point I said earlier, like not everything on there is enjoyable for me, but there's so much of it. It's what I think concerns me in the sense of like, what is it going to do to some of the IP or some of the ideas that they have, and how much they're just to the point of either wrecking, like you said, wrecking it, or just overproducing it to the fact that it loses the creativity and the love is gone.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad too, because, I actually deactivated my Netflix for a while. I just was like, you know what? I'm going on a Netflix, fast.
Netflix and fast.
Yeah, I was just like, you know what? I don't, there's nothing on there. I got the other stuff. I got Hulu. I got Max, HBO Max. I got Amazon Prime. And then I watched, during the day, I'm always just streaming podcasts and shit on YouTube. So I just felt like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and just, take a break. But then, of course, Stranger Things came back, and then I reactivated it so to watch that. And then, and then there's other things. I'm like, oh, yeah, there's this doc on there. There's that. But man, it was just like, it was one of those where it's like, I kind of went, God damn it, I gotta fucking reactivate Netflix. I don't know. There's just something, but with everything that's happened in the past like couple of years, it's just now I just like, there's something about it now where I'm like, now like when I like hit it, I'm like, oh God, I'm going into this world. But I get it but I never used to feel like that. That's the thing. It's like I used to be like, oh yeah, fucking Netflix. I remember when I was I was still working my cable job. I remember when Netflix was it was still fairly new streaming wise. I remember I was watching Arrested Development. I got so upset with that. I was watching Arrested Development in between like jobs in my van, on my lunch. I was doing that thing where I was, watching it on my phone. This was a while ago. I mean, it's just amazing how long it's been. And then again, like we were saying, back in the 2000s who knew that when we were getting these DVDs delivered to our house, that this company, which Blockbuster turned down, God damn, those guys are now really hating themselves. Because if anybody doesn't know, like there was that whole thing where like Blockbuster and Netflix were like, Netflix was trying to be like, hey, we'll buy you Blockbuster or something like that, right? There was supposed to be a merger that was supposed to happen with Blockbuster.
Yeah, they were interested in merging and things like that, and they're just like, nah, we're fine. I mean, how many different stories are like that in life? I mean, it's tale as old as time,
Yeah,
it is a tale. Yeah.
Or as on brand saying, almost got him.
Yeah.
Where's Blockbuster these days? They shut down. Yeah.
No, they should have. I mean, and it was funny because Blockbuster was the thing. I mean, I loved those days, those nostalgic days when you go to a Blockbuster or a
Friday nights.
Oh yeah,
that's where I first played Halo.
Yeah, you go there. I mean, or you go to your local video store even. But you go. A Blockbuster was different because just the way the layout was, and it was so just like you open up and the lights and all the shit. There's a movie playing. It was so and then they try to even do the Netflix thing where they mailed out rented DVDs, but it's
too late.
It was too late. And man, it's just, but I still remember getting those DVDs in the mail, and now this company owns Warner Brothers. Like, what the fuck? Oh, it's crazy. I mean, they did things right. But at the same time, there's a lot of people out there that are not happy with this, that are pushing back against this. We got politicians, we got people in the industry, the DGA,
the WGA
is going to be racing. WGA is going to be, and I'm sure same with the Actors Guild is also going to be. I mean, that's the thing. Is like now that they're going to own a huge chunk of the industry. Now they have to worry about, okay, because there are people. I mean, there's actors and there are writers, there are directors that are just like, nope, I'm not all about that. And we're not gonna, So now there's gonna be a lot of talking that's gonna be happening in the next year, with these groups and with everything, And like I said, I mean, and then when government's involved and we're talking about antitrust concerns and everything, I mean, it's all going to be very weird. That's why, again, when you're doing victory laps, maybe don't do it right. You're going to end up tripping on your feet. That's because you just never know what happens. But
I mean, you get the fumble, and I guess I don't know if it's been officially confirmed that supposedly Paramount's putting in a hostile takeover offer. I mean, I don't know if that's been confirmed by any legit like Forbes or Wall Street Journal. I haven't seen that necessarily picked up. I've just seen it more like regurgitated.
No, I haven't seen Bloomberg either. No.
Yeah.
When I saw that they were gonna do that, I was just imagining that David Ellison was calling his dad and being like, "They didn't," and just like yelling.
They took my toy. I didn't get the Turbo Man.
That's exactly it.
Bro,
Turbo Man toy.
That's the vision that I was getting when I was hearing that. I was like, man,
Netflix still my Warner.
It was like when we were hearing all that, it was like I was just imagining, like, when you see those tropes in movies of like the rich spoiled kid calling his dad and something like that, or
it's Veronica Salt.
or Veruca Salt.
Veruca Salt. There we go. Veruca Salt. Yeah.
I want it now. Yeah.
But the one
get nothing. Zero. Good day, sir.
Yeah.
The one thing I would advise Netflix is don't count the chickens before they hatch, because they could, if you count them and then you lose it, you're screwed.
You're gonna look like an idiot.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, Ted Sarandos already does that on a regular basis.
True. The other thing that kind of concerns me is that this kind of puts more pressure in some ways on the DCU, because now it's like, particularly if they're going to shorten that release window, that means a smaller box office.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how, and we'll never, and every time that I hear like comedians, I listen to a lot of comedian podcasts when they have a special that gets released on Netflix, or when you hear like, actors, like when it comes to their shows on Netflix, Netflix is not really good on releasing like, hey, this is how well you did. Hey, here's a chart of analytics. They literally just go, yeah, it did well. They just basically just tell you like, yeah, good. When's the next one? They'll do that. Yeah. They'll do that kind of shit. And it's like, that sucks, because what I love about YouTube, being a YouTuber, and I'm sure anybody, here, you can see your analytics in real time. Exactly. You see what's working. You see what pops off. You post a short, and all of a sudden, boop, you get a spike because it hits that algorithm, shorts algorithm, and it's great. You get it, and I'm the creator. This is my shit. I'm putting it out there, and I'm seeing in real time what it's getting and people interacting with it. You don't get that with Netflix, which sucks. But they just have their people that just gauge it. Cool, whatever, blah blah blah. And there you go. And then they either ask you for another one or they say, "Yeah, we're good." And it's weird, They'll release numbers, of course. Stranger Things had one of the biggest releases, of course. As they do, and I enjoyed it. But at the same time, man, when I was watching that the opening scene of the new Stranger Things, I was going, Jesus Christ, this opening sequence probably cost more than most movies.
I made that fandom mad the other day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What'd you do?
I said I said, if you think Stranger Things is the greatest thing on TV, you haven't watched enough television. And boy, howdy, was my mentions just fucking all manner of fuck you, you're wrong, how could you be like that? And I'm just like, point proven.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I still enjoy Stranger Things. I'm looking forward to the rest of it. It's definitely not how it was when it first debuted 10 years ago. When the show first came out, I was like, this show is like, it was amazing. It was like new. It was like nostalgic. It was refreshing. It was great. But then just with the gaps in between, and then the more money poured into it, yeah, it looks better. I get it. Like I said, that opening scene, because it has to do with de-aging. It has to do with a lot of visual effects. I was like, Jesus, this is very cinematic. And I was like, good for them. But I was just like, holy crap, it just shows you how much they pour into this. But yeah, it's just but yeah, it's not. There's others. I still haven't watched the Plaberus, whatever the hell that
Pluribus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I had, of course we had they did such a good thing of not releasing really any details. But then of course I got kind of spoiled with the details of like what not like full on details, but what is actually happening. And it has to do with aliens. And I went, oh, thank you, Vince Gilligan. I was like, I knew it. I was like, yeah, I was like, I had a feeling it has to do with something with aliens. Sure enough. Sorry, I didn't mean it like for anybody who hasn't seen it, but it has to do with something with aliens. And I'm like, fuck yeah.
I pissed that fandom off, and honestly, I don't care. Like, listen, those Duffer Brothers ain't fucking slick, man. Everything great about that show I can attribute to the cast and Sean Levy, and I'll leave it at that. I saw the first 4 episodes and I was like, all right, whatever.
Dare you, sir? How
dare I? How dare I?
How dare you? Then we're gonna bring in somebody else right now.
Ray.
I had a feeling Ray would show
Ray?
up.
Ray's got thoughts.
He's got thoughts.
So, everybody ready for Man of Tomorrow in select theaters on July 9th, 2027, and then on Netflix a week later? July
Batman
16th.
2. The
Not
Batman
particularly.
2.
I've got my popcorn popping and ready.
The
No one
Batman
uses
2,
my toilet.
You're gonna see that Netflix end right now.
Yeah,
Ta-dum.
this was. I woke up this morning just wanting to know who won the Lions game, and
Thankfully, the Lions did.
They did. Thank the
Yeah.
Lord, it saved our season. But no, the first thing I saw, the first notification was one of my listeners, John Rossler. He made a statement about Netflix and Warner Bros. And I'm like, oh, what did I miss? So I look at, and so I searched, and I'm like, okay, well, this is my day. This is my day, and that it's literally been my day. And it's interesting because I don't know if you guys have been on social media a lot at all today.
What? Me?
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah.
But there really is like that. Like there was, it was a lot more this morning. A lot of just this, like, well, thank God it wasn't Paramount.
Yeah.
Like I'm so happy it wasn't Paramount. I'm just relieved it wasn't Paramount. And I'm like, you guys don't realize this was the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
You don't realize that at all. Like,
I think it was
what?
because it was all the reporting of what was happening with Paramount and their bids and David Ellison. I think that's why people got really turned off from Paramount.
I was talking to
lot
a
of
friend of mine
reporting.
about this, and I was like, and look, I don't try to get superbly heavily political, but the way it came out, and I really started to think about it, was this is like watching last year's election cycle happen, except if Trump lost and RFK Jr. won.
So I see the allegory. I do. I see the allegory. I see the connection. And I think that's an interesting. So basically it'd be a three-person race, and RFK Jr. was the third person, and I totally do see that, but it's interesting because you're right, Dave. A lot of the reporting about Paramount was out there, and social media, everybody hits the easy button. Everybody finds the most convenient narrative, and that's what they roll with. And so the second that they figured that they could attach MAGA to Paramount, that was it. That was the death knell. And it's like, okay,
I didn't even really believe that, to be honest.
It's what he's doing
because you're a logical person, Dave. It's interesting because I think the other part of it is also they don't understand the structure of something like Paramount. They don't realize that all of the major networks, like all the major studios, like at least the 4 major networks, like if they have another hand in movies and television, they've also got something in news. The things that people are worried about with Paramount would not happen with the studio stuff. It would happen with the news stuff. This is and that's why this is the worst case scenario, because at least if Paramount had gotten everything, theatrical would be untouched. Physical media would be untouched. And you would see a situation where all the political stuff people were worried about would come out on like CBS or CNN, right? And that's why this is the worst case scenario, because Netflix isn't buying CNN.
No, they don't.
The Ellisons could still buy.
That's a whole separate thing. Yeah.
Completely.
And then another thing I saw too is that Netflix is going to be owning DC Comics. I went, oh,
yeah. So that's the thing. So
yeah,
basically, Netflix is buying everything that David Zaslav was going to be in charge of.
Right.
That's what they're going to own.
Yeah.
Everything that Gunnar Wiedenfels is going to be in charge of, that's still up for either sale or he can fucking run it whatever way he wants. Doesn't matter.
Well, and that, all the Discovery Global stuff, right?
Yes,
exactly. And that's this is closer to what Fox had to do, right?
Yes.
Disney was not allowed to buy Fox News or any of the Fox like regional sports networks because since they already had ESPN, they already had like their ABC News and whatnot. They were not allowed. Like that wasn't allowed. Like even in the first term of the current president, that wasn't allowed. And so it's a similar thing here where like, although really now it's a case where Paramount was trying to get everything. They're trying to buy everything because they want both sides. But that's the thing is like, so the stuff with Ellison and really it was like David said a few things, but it was really more his dad. It was really more Larry, the Oracle founder that is like, buddy with the president and all that. Right. So like, that gets painted as what Paramount is. And so that's why everybody was like, well, at least they lost. And it's like, well, but you don't realize what else is going to happen because instead of the studio who has been committed to theatrical, like since their inception and, has the Ellisons were not going to get rid of theatrical presentation.
No.
They're still going to do wide releases. They're still going to do physical media. And now the people who have literally gotten to this point over a decade without relying on theatrical or physical media at all. Like literally their business model is like little to no theatrical and little to no physical media. Yeah. Now they have control of the 102-year-old studio that was the only one that had a library closest to them. And you really want me to believe, and people have been arguing this. I've been arguing with people on this all morning. People really want me to believe that, oh no, I just can't see them leaving all that money on the table. I just can't see them not embracing theatrical. Why would they buy Warner Brothers?
Here's a funny one.
They haven't, and they're still on top.
Exactly.
I got a funny one for you guys. Check this out. I saw someone say, oh, thank God Netflix is buying Warner Brothers. The leadership is god awful. Netflix's leadership is so much better. David Zaslav will not have a job. I was like, you need to read the fine print. That man still has a job. And they're like, no, he doesn't. I said, no. You go read the fine fucking print.
The deal is literally everyone stays pretty much.
You keep saying these things that you think are real. I don't think you understand. I don't think this means what you think it does.
So when it comes to the Goon Squad doing their victory lap, I'm just like, y'all think James Gunn's going to be out of a fucking job? I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Zack is 100%.
The death of the DCU has been greatly exaggerated.
I mean, meanwhile, like, us, the big time Zack Snyder fans who don't want to keep him in the DC box are going, hey, we're still wondering what's going on with the Rebel Moon, Army of the Dead, the LAPD movie. Where is Last Photograph going to go?
Okay. I actually had someone argue with me about, because that's also been a topic, of course, about whether or not Snyder would come back and do anything at all or get his universe restored, what the fuck ever. Someone was like, oh, no, Netflix doesn't have any confidence in him, not after his string of flops. And I'm just like, what do you mean string of flops? Army of the Dead didn't flop. Twilight of God certainly was not a flop. The only thing that really didn't land all that well was Rebel Moon. Everything else that Snyder worked on Netflix was a hit.
That is true.
Yeah.
Rebel Moon brought in good viewership, but it's like, that's what I was saying on my show today. I'm like, okay, it really... To assuage the people that are like, oh, he's definitely coming back. I'm like, okay, that's heavily dependent on what his relationship with Netflix looks like now. Unfortunately, Dave, as you said before I came on, we don't know that much about that.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's all. I mean, that's the thing. It's like that's why it was just funny. Like, and that's why I just, like I said, like when I quote tweeted that one tweet when they were, they had my receipts, which I was like, kind of was like wondering because I've been threatened by these guys about receipts. I'm like, what are these receipts? And it was just like that one that the tweets from 3 years ago saying that I said Netflix wouldn't have the money to buy this. And that was it. I was like, oh, wait, that's all you got? I'm like, oh, because I mean, at the time I was being told by somebody that was in the business that all the streaming services, coming off of COVID and pouring a bunch of money into their content, they weren't getting the results that they wanted. So all of it was like there was a cash flow problem. So that was my whole thing of like, oh yeah, but that was specifically, of course, talking about the Snyderverse, because that's what the hashtag actually was, not the entire goddamn studio.
Right.
But it was just like, but it was funny. Like but again, I'm just like going, even though like I push back on those guys, I'm like, but you guys got to pump the brakes. You're doing a victory lap on something, and you're making it sound like it's 2020, and it's after that Man of Steel stream where Henry Cavill's on there and Zack flips the camera around and reveals Zack Snyder's Justice League. You're making it sound like that happened, and I'm like, that is not even close to what happened right now. It just a studio got bought out. That is it. By the studio, by the company that you wanted it to be bought out by, which is
because what happens if Netflix straight out comes out and says, "Okay, you know what? We're not Zack's time for DC has passed." They could very well say that, and they could say no, and watch. All of a sudden, the hashtag will turn to sell the Snyderverse to Paramount
or Universal.
They'll pivot.
Oh yeah. And that dumbass McGloin was already, because
I call him McGroin.
Because there's this, and it's not the trades. I don't know if any of the trades have reported this idea that Paramount's going to try a hostile takeover.
That's what we were just saying. Like, I haven't seen it picked up by anything.
Yeah, Bloomberg hasn't reported on it or anything. No one.
It's going to be the movie industry version of January 6th,
basically. And so McGloin is like I saw the head, like, don't count Paramount out. It's like, okay, like it just.
Well, this is the guy that said that Snyder, Nolan, and the Saudis are going to be restoring the Snyderverse.
And that's why what Jared just said is probably extremely likely. They will move their allegiance to Paramount, believing that Paramount is now their savior.
Oh yeah.
Even though at the end of the day, the Ellisons are no different than Zaslav. They're no different than Bob Iger. They're no different than any of these studio owners. They want your dollars, and they will manipulate the situation to get as much of your money as possible. That's all it is. It's literally all it is. So all these people that want to do this victory lap, like, oh, well, at least the Ellisons lost. I don't go in for that MAGA stuff. Well, technically, if you go by that definition, everything you're watching is MAGA. Everything. I mean that, because like all of the studio owners, everybody, they are far closer to the people controlling that movement than they are to any of us. Far closer. And their motivations are completely, like, it's greed. It's completely, it's capital, and that's what all this is. It's short-term greed for the shareholders.
And you said it plenty of times in your show, Ray, and I brought it up earlier. It's like, y'all are cheering on for corporations,
right?
That don't care about you as an individual outside of if you just give them the money. They can say all they want about they're here for the consumer and things like that. What they're really saying is, we're here for you to spend the money.
Exactly.
I know.
You are replaceable.
It makes you wonder what that monthly price is going to be.
Oh, yeah, that's going up. So it's $30.
So $34.99 with ads.
We always do the whole, like, I remember years ago when Brett and I were still doing Friends Without Borders, and we really started to like dive into this. And we tried to figure out, like, everybody does that calculation where they try to figure out what the monthly income of a streamer is, right? And so I did that again today. Just ballparking it, talking to coworkers about it. And it's like, okay, look, the range of a Netflix subscription is what, between $9.99 and $24.99 right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So let's just go in the middle. Let's just say $15, right? Netflix has 300 million subscribers. What's 300 million times 15? It's a little over 4 billion a month. So, like, what are we doing here, guys? Like, as far as
times 12, take that into account too.
Precisely. And and fiscally, I did read they spent 18 billion on content this year. And you believe that organization gives a shit about making maybe $1 billion on Man of Tomorrow in theaters? Really? You think they give a shit about that? You think they care at all? No. Here's what they do.
No.
Here's what they do care about. They care about the 300 million credit card numbers that they have locked into their system that they charge every month, and then they're going to add the HBO Max ones. And you know, and then people like it again. Trust in corporations, because Sarandos or somebody made some statement like, "We are committed to. We're going to preserve theatrical. We're going to preserve."
That's Sarandos. Yeah.
And then there's another quote of him saying like, well, eventually we're going to like it. Eventually it's going to meet the consumer in the middle or something. I'm paraphrasing or whatnot. I'm like, oh, translation. This is going to get pared down.
Yep.
At some point, you know, it may not happen immediately, but it is going to happen. And then I saw everybody's arguments evolve over the course of hours, because it started with they're not getting rid of theatrical to, well, we're going to have wide releases for 4 years. Oh, okay. Because the IMAX chief said that they're still locked into it till 2029. I was like, oh, okay, cool. What about after 2029? You're going to stop watching movies at the for the next decade?
Or here's the other thing on that I thought was pretty interesting is that he said, oh yeah, they're still they're going to be in theaters to 2029, and I go, okay, how long are they going to be in theaters though?
Yeah. Bingo.
That's the other part, because I'm like, of course. Let me put it this way. Conceivably, I know he would probably never do this, but they could put out a movie for only a day and then take it off and put it on Netflix to go see. I fulfill the requirement.
That's precisely what the week-long thing is, right? That's what select theaters is. It's, hey, we are theatrical. Yeah, okay. It's the bare minimum requirement.
But I'll even give you a more recent example that's not necessarily entertainment, but not movies. Look what Microsoft did, you know, with their recent acquisitions in the gaming industry. All the supposed promises and things like that. Not 1 second did I believe the thing. Just they'll say what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Just like any corporation will.
They say things. Oh, yeah.
You know, Chris and Ray will understand this, having worked at GameStop for a few years and having been in the video game world for a long time. Like, there's a reason why, if you ask any customer who comes in, a lot of customers, they will tell you that they typically, at least now, don't typically give a shit about Xbox. They want Game Pass and they can get that through their computer. But more often than not, people I talk to are like, yeah, I have a PC, I have a PS5, or I have a fucking Switch or Switch 2. Like, hardly anybody gives a fuck about Microsoft because of what Chris just talked about.
Crazy. Yeah, well, and I haven't like kept up on that, but every time I see anything about Microsoft, it's exactly the sentiment that you guys are talking about. I'm like, damn, I still have a Series X. Am I like? I guess I'm an outlier now as far as that goes.
I mean, I still do too, and I'm just saying, like, at no point would I like say like I worship the ground that they walk on for what they have. It's just, it's unfortunately, it's the nature of the beast that we live in. You know, I'm not even trying to be hypocritical. I'm just saying this is what I enjoy, but I accept that.
Right. Well, and on top of that, okay, so the corporatism and all that, whatever. Okay, so don't believe what they say, because they're going to say whatever they need to do to get the deal done. But then on top of that, you know, I was talking to my coworker today. We were talking about this, and he goes, you know, we were talking about Knives Out, and he didn't know if it had. He wasn't sure, like, if it was simultaneous release or if it was a week like delay. And he goes, I didn't even know it was out in theaters today. I was like, oh, really? I wonder why you didn't know. Is that because perhaps Netflix doesn't understand marketing all that well? Oh, but you can't tell the Stranger Things fans that because we've been blitzed with marketing. It's like, listen, fans of a thing cannot comment on how effective marketing is, because you don't need the marketing. You don't need it. You're already aware of it. So you see all the spots, you see all the trailers because you're looking for it. But the general audience that isn't looking for it, how many of them knew that the third Knives Out movie was out in theaters today? And then on top of that, beyond that, were they even around a theater that none of us count? We knew. We knew. None of us count.
None of us count.
That's why I said, but, you know.
Right. Exactly. But no, but like but on top of that, let's say even if you did know, what are the guarantees that you would have that you'd be close to a theater that was showing it? Because I'll tell you what, I did a search on Fandango, 50-mile radius from where I work, and I will tell you that not a single AMC theater was playing it. Not a single one.
Yeah,
that's the thing. It's like you don't know where these are being played, and like Netflix doesn't do anything to promote.
All.
They used to.
At all.
Glass Onion. I saw it in the theater that I usually go to, and I told you guys, Frankenstein. I had to drive an hour away.
Frankenstein was never around me.
I have to go see
Frankenstein wasn't around me, but the new Knives Out movie is at the theater, and I thought about seeing it last weekend when it came out, but I saw Eternity instead. I was like, you know what? But sadly, I did that thing where I was like, well, it's a longer movie. Eternity has an earlier showing, and I was like, and what was my overall solution? Well, that movie's going to be on Netflix in a week anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fuck. They got me.
Bingo.
They got me.
And if you thought that.
Yes.
If you thought that.
But that but I still went and saw another movie, though.
You did. But I'm just saying, if you thought that, what's the general audience thinking?
Exactly. And that was my thing. And I just saw this right here. This is hilarious. Somebody I just got sent to me, said, just got my Dune 3 showing, and then this is the image that's posted right here. Oh, why the hell is it? Hold on a sec. What the fuck? Hold on. Sorry. StreamYard is weird now, where I don't even know which window it is now. Wow. Okay. Hold on a sec. Let me refresh the page. Jesus Christ. StreamYard keeps changing stuff. And I lost it. Never mind. Well, I'll have to find it again. Shit.
What was it?
I'll find it again because you have to see it. It's a visual cue. I don't see StreamYard usually before, when you had a page open, that page was on the top of your selection. It doesn't do that anymore. I don't know what happened. They changed something where
updating.
my top thing was my email tab, and that's way over here. And I'm going, what the hell? And I didn't know which tab it actually was because I have a million tabs open, So I was like, I don't know, because I have like at least 5 Twitter tabs open, and I had no idea which Twitter tab it was. I'll find it again though. But keep going. I'll find it.
Yeah. So no, I did kind of like a pre-rant to preview it because I'm doing I thought about doing a flight alert today because I'm like, well, this qualifies, but
I'm kind of surprised you didn't. I was expecting it.
Well, here's the thing. I posted a Friday flight on Patreon, which is kind of like a precursor to tomorrow's full-blown show. Because here's the thing, Chris, like I was waiting because other stuff started happening. The DGA spoke up, SAG-AFTRA made a statement, like other things started happening. It's like, okay, no, I want to, if I'm going to talk about it, because my biggest thing, and I feel like this is the case with all this stuff, is just can we please be informed? Can we please actually be informed of what exactly is happening instead of relying on social media and nonsense to tell us what's going on?
That's the question of our time.
And so I've got I got THR, I got Deadline, I got all these links and whatnot. I was like, okay, listen, tomorrow we're breaking this down. We're breaking it down, and we're gonna see exactly what the deal is.
Fact from fiction.
Precisely, and we're gonna go over all the reactions, because if people think that I'm nuts, like if you really think that it's crazy that Man of Tomorrow could be a select theatrical release on July 9th, 2027, and on Netflix a week later, if you think I'm, or the Batman Part 2, if you think I'm crazy about that, then you think the DGA and the WGA and SAG-AFTRA are also crazy, because they want this thing squashed.
Yeah, on that, it's like how many, because we know like a lot of other filmmakers and film directors were lining up to work with Gunn. How many of them are going to think twice now because they're like, because like my stuff may not even show up in theaters at this point.
Right.
Yeah. There's
That's
always
not
that.
exactly.
Here's the thing that I found. So somebody tweeted out, I got my Dune 3 showing, and they posted this right here.
Someone just sent me that Batman Part 2. My friend literally just sent me that.
Okay, so that's going around where people are like using this as like, because it's a good joke. That's a great joke right there. This is part of your Netflix household.
I mean,
that's hilarious.
This is where we're at, people. This is it. And
the jokes are good.
I just looked up where I can see Wake Up Dead Man, A Knives Out Mystery. The closest place to me that's playing it is 6.5 miles, and there's only 2 showings, 9:25 and 10:15.
Yep.
In the morning.
Yeah, I remember I was talking to Scott about it. He
At
said
night.
he didn't have any theaters.
That's
around
possible
him.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, he had no theaters around him. I said, "Oh yeah, the theater I go to up the road, the new one, they had it, but at the same time, again, like the Hamnet movie that came out, it's not a Netflix movie. That is nowhere around me. I'm like,
Oh yeah,
fuck.
that's like
Very
like
limited.
early Oscar bait.
Oh yeah, total.
Yeah,
It's already gotten nominated for Critics' Choice Awards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's gonna be.
I
Yeah,
always find that weird because like when a movie gets in just under the wire, when like because the Critics' Choice nominations are always like first, and man, when a movie you're like, I mean, might be people on there like, what the fuck is Hamnet? And like, oh yeah, that movie just came out last week. It's like it's already being nominated.
right.
It's just crazy how like sometimes those movies just get right in there under the wire.
If I felt like Sinners was gonna win anything, I'd probably be a little pissed about it, but I don't think it's going to. So I'm not really that upset about it because it
got nominated for a shit ton for the
it did, and I hope it wins something, but I'm not confident.
It'll win something. Maybe not like the actor categories. I don't know. Even though I think Michael B. Jordan playing 2 roles.
I think he has a chance to get Best
Yeah.
Actor. I think Michael B. Jordan has a chance of getting Best Actor.
If they don't do the cheap thing and say, well, which one is it, Smoke or is it Stack?
No,
like which one are they going to nominate for?
It should be for both.
It absolutely, I agree, 1,000% agree. But I could see them being jerks, like
shitty about it.
Yeah, I absolutely could see them doing that.
Because like one of the reasons why he deserves it is because he played twins and he just did just enough for each character to distinct them from each other. A little bit of different, little bit cadence on the voice, because that's how twins are. It's like, there's a little bit of difference. You could tell like a little bit, not just by the look, but there was like a little bit of, he obviously had he had to play the characters differently. He had adjust just a little bit. And when I watched that movie and I still go, that's probably the best currently of two of the same actor in the same scene, crossing over with each other, interacting with each other. You don't see the seams. You just do not see the seams. My dad, I've said this before. When I saw it with my dad leaned over like halfway through the movie. He's all, "That's the same guy, right? Is that the same guy?" He didn't know. And I was like, "Yeah, Dad, it's Michael B. Jordan." He's like, "I thought so." I was like, he didn't know. He was like, he thought it was 2 different actors. He thought it was like twin actors.
No, it was.
Then it came to him like halfway through. It's like, wait, that's. And then he asked me, I was like, I love that because it so seamless.
It was a phenomenal performance, and also like I hear you. Like at the beginning of the movie, there's like subtle differences between them, but as the movie goes on, the differences widen.
Oh yeah,
like Smoke and Stack are very different people. Like halfway through the movie, to the end, in that regard, it's like okay, and he's got to do that. Like he had to up the energy on both sides, and like okay, what does Smoke act like in this situation? What does Stack act like in this situation? And again, and also playing this off of everybody else, like Haley Steinfeld and Wunmi Masaku and Delroy Lindo, like everybody else in there, and it's like okay, like that. It's I hope it wins stuff, but no, it is every year there is like last second hope. That's why whenever movies come out like in the summer, it's like, okay, well, are people gonna remember? You're gonna have enough cachet to get the awards buzz when the season starts 6 months later. Like, is that gonna happen? And Sinners is certainly a strong enough movie to get that, so I'm not surprised that it got that many Critics' Choice nominations. We'll see how that goes, like for the rest of award season. But yeah, but hey, you know what? And that's imagine, because that was one of Warner Brothers' big hits this year, and it was a surprise hit, right? And it was such a surprise hit that it literally flipped how the trades were reporting it. Because that first weekend they were like, "Well, we don't know because it only made this much in its opening weekend, and it's got all the stupid multipliers and all the Forbes shit and whatnot, right?"
How it is that first week,
and then when that second weekend was bigger, they were like, "Oh, okay, let's retract everything that we said," and they wrote all these.
Oh wait, the box office drop was what? It was like low. It was. I remember it being low. It was like in the 30%. Probably.
I will tell you that I saw it like the opening weekend, and the second time I saw it the next weekend with Shonda, that was a sold out theater on the second weekend.
Oh yeah, there were people that were putting 3 weeks later of a full IMAX.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had the shortest second week drop off in history.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was like 20%, maybe 20, 30.
Yeah.
It was very low.
And so, you know, so now we're talking about a landscape where, you know, well, I didn't get to see it open. I would have seen it opening weekend, and then Sean and I would have just watched it on Netflix a week later.
Yeah, I know, and I hate that. I hate that. And then it's funny too because you know, you want to allow some of this. I mean, that's like old school Hollywood right there, which of course people are like, yeah, let it die. I saw that too. And then of course when I click on their profile, what hashtag is in there? Anyways, it was just like, yeah, it's just like this is new. This is the new Hollywood, and like they're like, oh my god, damn, you're now all about what Teddy Sarandos is saying, huh? Cool. But it's just, you know, it was always nice when you can have a movie just be in the theaters and let it breathe. Not everybody's going to go see it opening weekend. I don't know how many times I've talked to people that go, oh, wait, because I don't want to be there with like the big crowds and stuff like that. They'll wait, you know, but now they're going to be like, oh, just wait for it on Netflix. But at the same time, you know, like I said, what I said about the Dead Man movie, the Knives Out movie, it was like when I was trying to decide whether I see that or Eternity, I knew that would be on Netflix. It's going to be on Netflix soon, if it already isn't. I was like, well, I'm going to choose Eternity, which I'm glad I did because I really enjoyed that movie. It's an A24 movie, and I'm like, this movie was meant to be seen in the movie theater. Maybe the other one wasn't so much, but at the same time, I still hate that that was part of the determining factor. Was that? Oh yeah, it's going to be on Netflix.
You know what the really batshit part of saying this is the new Hollywood is? It means that you are signing up willingly for more of Netflix's library and less of HBO Max's library.
Yeah.
Subjectively speaking, in terms of quality, that's what you're signing up for.
Yeah.
You are more concerned with quantity over quality. And that's a massive problem.
And
So.
that's the thing. I think that's the biggest concern in the sense of the diluting of what is out there, because that's what Netflix is about pumping out as much content as they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, keep everybody as entertained as possible, which is kind of funny because it took 10 years for 5 seasons of Stranger Things.
I mean, for crying out loud, you have so much content out there. There are secret categories that you look up and things like that's how massive their library is.
You know, here's one area where I think Netflix, and I don't like the language Ted Sarandos has been throwing around when it comes to theatrical release and everything pertaining to that. All of the words coming out of his mouth just straight up reek of, 2 weeks. 2 weeks in the theater and then boom, on streaming. It's like, fuck you, guy. You're fucking out to lunch. But one area where I think Netflix has actually become really strong is anime. And I think they have a library. They have an anime library that rivals that of Crunchyroll. And for anyone who doesn't know what Crunchyroll is like one of the largest anime libraries of anime, be it from Viz Media, be it from Toei Animation. Like, you know, if you don't have Crunchyroll, you basically have Netflix. And Netflix is that direct competitor.
Yeah.
And, you know, they have a lot of really solid animes on Netflix. And I think that's where they get a lot of their fan base from in terms of just keeping those 300 million subscribers. It's largely probably anime fans.
I'm shocked some of the anime they have isn't on Crunchyroll first. It's like you would think Crunchyroll would get quick dibs on that, but like no, like Sakamoto Days. I'm shocked. Well, I mean, they made it, but Blue Eyed Samurai is something that like would
Record of Ragnarok is another one.
Yeah,
literally, they take a lot of shonen stuff that people probably wouldn't have ever heard of. Like you have your popular shonen anime, like Dragon Ball, like Shaman King, like Beyblade. Actually, no, Beyblade's not shonen. Never mind. Basically anything that falls under the category of like Dragon Ball Z, Hero's Journey, stuff like that is typically considered shonen. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is getting its 7th season finally next year because it has 6 seasons up now. But yeah, like Netflix has become a large hub for anime. Does that really help Warner Brothers? Not really, no. But Warner Brothers does work in conjunction with David Animation. David Animation does handle a lot of anime stuff. They were the production team behind Batman Ninja. So maybe we'll get a 3rd Batman Ninja movie out of this. I don't know.
Hey.
Warner Brothers has HBO, and then HBO would have Adult Swim, and then a couple anime would be in there. Like the one right now that like didn't get that much attention, which I think it should have, was Lazarus, which is the guy.
Shinichiro Tanabe. Cowboy Bebop. That guy.
Creator,
I haven't seen Lazarus, but funny enough, the score for that show is done by a musician, one of my favorite musicians, Bonobo. And I've listened to that soundtrack like twice, and I'm like, I need to watch this fucking show.
I'm 2/3 of the way through it, and it is so good.
And the premise of the show is like crazy. Like I read the description,
a little too realistic, a little too close to home. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yes, in that regard, but obviously it's like for nefarious purposes in this one, which like somebody actually, and it's intriguing, and I like Cowboy Bebop. One day I will finish it. I own it. I never finished it. I watched like halfway
greatest
through.
Animes ever made.
Piece of art.
I watched it because when I was big into Firefly, and I do still like Firefly despite its fucking creator.
I do too.
But I was told that Cowboy Bebop was inspiration for it.
Oh yeah.
So I said, okay, let me watch Cowboy Bebop, and I'm like, okay, I could see that. I could totally see that. But they
even have their own movie.
The thing that I actually like more about Cowboy Bebop is the vibe. Because that was, and you want to talk about the music for that show, Yoko Kono and the Seatbelts.
Yeah, man.
Fucking big band jazz.
Just the guy letting a cigar.
That's where I fucking live. Seriously.
Spike Spiegel is one of the most incredible protagonists of all time. That show, Cowboy Bebop, is one of the greatest animes ever made. No joke, no lie.
I'll have to check it out.
It's a gold mine.
I'm not big on anime, but but every now and again,
you're missing out, Dave.
Brother. Yeah. I'm telling you, if it is, here's why Cowboy Bebop is one of the most beloved ones, because unlike a lot of other modern anime where it's a lot long form and you have 1,000 episodes and a bunch of filler, Cowboy Bebop's only 26 episodes.
Right.
And a movie.
Well, how was
a movie? Yes,
but they tried to do a live action and it didn't really work.
They did do a live action.
It's like a mixed bag. It's
a Netflix original.
Yes,
it's Netflix.
So here's the funny thing: is like Cowboy Bebop did everything wrong that One Piece did everything right.
I do.
Okay.
You read.
I've heard people say this. I've heard people because I know people that like a coworker of mine who like loves anime said that the Netflix One Piece was really good, and I'm like, well, what did you think about Cowboy Bebop? And he's like, it was all right.
And here's the problem. Here's the problem with that, because Cowboy Bebop is so specific in what it is telling and what it is doing. It has 26 episodes and a movie. You honor that. And what they tried to do was they went, here are your favorite characters. Here are how they're portrayed for the most part. Here's some differences. And it's like, no, that's not what you fucking do. No. And then the fucked up part was leaving out Ed. Oh my God. That was the biggest mistake, period. Bar
they
none.
got Jet right. Like
they got Jet and Spike right.
How do you
they got Jet and Spike right.
How do you leave out Ed? I've only seen 13 episodes, and I know you don't leave out Ed.
It's a move. And here's the joke now. I tell folks, in hindsight, Cowboy Bebop, it's simpler. It's simpler to adapt than One Piece. And again, I haven't seen One Piece, but I've seen graphics. I've heard the stories.
People who are like, people love One Piece, and I've seen the side by side comparisons too. And I mean, I don't know if I'll ever come around to watching it. Maybe I will. But I'm just kind of going, it seems like whoever's in charge of this One Piece show, they are just going, no, whatever the fuck is that anime is doing, we got to do that. Don't even stray away too much from it.
Here's the big difference. Number one, the creator of One Piece has a large hand in creating the live action show.
Makes
So
sense.
there's
Right.
that.
Well, there you
There's
go.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah.
Number two, when it comes to actually adapting anime and specifically something long form like One Piece, you have to, and I think this is imperative and important, you have to get the main beats from the manga and the anime that you are adapting, but you also have to make sure that your characters are true to who they are from the manga as well. And that's a very, very hard thing to do. However, because most mangas typically come from Japan, a lot of people assume that these characters are Japanese by nature. However, One Piece is not the case. One Piece has a vast array of characters.
Diverse of characters.
It's diverse, exactly, and that's why it can work. And that's why Cowboy Bebop could have worked, but it didn't because it didn't really honor the source material all that well. Whereas One Piece is literally going out of its way to be like, okay, here's what happens in this arc. We need to take the main points of this arc, and here's what we're doing for the first season.
Yeah.
And they literally pick and pull from like the first couple arcs of what is the main point and what works, and that's where they're at. They're even working on season 3 right now.
So when you were talking about the differences that they incorporated into Cowboy Bebop for the live action, like what do you mean?
It's
So
Phil, I don't know about you. Here's the thing. I wouldn't even call them differences. It felt like they put 22 episodes and was like, okay, this one, and then just put it in there, and it's only 8 episodes.
Yes.
And literally, what you could have done is like you could have ended that first and only season halfway through it, or at the very least, this infamous episode. I won't reveal too much, but it's called the Battle of Fallen Angels. You could have literally ended there.
Yep.
And it's all the main characters, and it's like, okay, we may or may not have survived this, but if you want to keep going, there's more to do.
Yes.
And again, what the biggest thing they missed out on, and besides some of the casting for me, is that the anime is so poetic. It's so soulful that like you watch the live action show and you're like, I get it. Some of you are fans here, but you're missing what makes the anime
special.
It's
the spirit. It's capturing
the
spirit of the anime, and that I think is where One Piece wins, where Cowboy Bebop does not.
Yeah.
One Piece, the live action, captures the spirit of the anime, and Cowboy Bebop just did not. And that is the biggest hurdle. It's the biggest hurdle any anime adaptation has to overcome. It failed with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because JoJo's Bizarre Adventure did a live action adaptation of, you know, what people consider to be the most popular arc in that in that storyline called Diamond is Unbreakable. And when you adapt it in live action, it's actually arguably the most boring one to do. It really depends on getting the spirit of your characters right. And that's where a lot of these live action adaptations just fail. And the same thing happened with Yu Yu Hakusho. There's a live action adaptation of Yu Yu Hakusho.
Oh man!
And they missed the fucking bar.
See, that's the thing. It's like that's what
it was.
Anytime
bad.
that I watch, I watch like an anime movie or show like Ghost in the Shell. Let's do that as.
That movie. Oh,
I mean, you just like you go like, okay, how do you capture this right here? And then of course you watch the live action. And it's like, oh fuck, you know, it's like, oh no, because I thought Ghost in the Shell, great fucking movie. Like I said, not big on anime, but I'll dip my toe in it every now and again.
The original,
the original.
Yeah.
And I've watched it and I was like, wow, great fucking movie. And there's other things I've dipped my toe in as well.
You've seen Akira, right?
There is something about anime that it's just that is so hard to adapt. And then you get something like The Matrix, which was heavily based, like the Wachowskis have said that there were so many anime inspirations.
Oh yeah.
And then when you see what they achieved, especially with the first one, you go, yeah, like that does feel like a live action anime story.
Because and especially, and this was something that became even more apparent to me after watching the Animatrix, because there's anime there. But like, if you, it's funny because I just recently The Matrix is my favorite movie of all time, and I recently rewatched it on a whim. Shonda put it on a couple weeks ago, and if you watch the cinematography of that movie, like if you look at the camera placement, if you look at how the camera movement, it is literally like the live action anime in terms of how people move, in terms of how the camera moves, the just perspectives of buildings, lighting, shading. I mean, even stuff like the complexity of the lobby shootout, which that was I will never forget because my uncle Dave and I saw that movie opening. Like it wasn't opening weekend. I think it was the second weekend. Might have been, and we only saw it because Lawrence Fishburne was in it and it looked cool. And I kind of like Keanu Reeves because he was Ted Theodore Logan. All right, cool. Let's check this out.
Right.
And I mean that movie's probably the last time that a movie shocked me 30 minutes in. Like 30 minutes into the movie, I'm like, I have no fucking clue where we're going. I don't know. This is all new to me,
scene,
right?
You're like, what the fuck? You know?
Yeah. And so, well, like I remember, like there was where it's like, tell me, Mr. Anderson, what good is a phone call when you're unable to speak? And I'm thinking, great, they're gonna beat the shit out of him. And then it's like, no, they're just gonna erase his mouth. Like, what the fuck is this, right? And so, like later in the movie, I remember when it got to the lobby scene. He's like, "Can you please remove any metallic items you're carrying, keys, loose change?" And he just opens his coat. And it's like,
holy shit!
Right. And then just the bullets and the concrete flying in slow motion. My uncle and I were going nuts. Like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing we've ever fucking seen in our like ever. Like it was, unbelievable.
So
but it was. But it was poetic, like you were saying. Like it was all like a very stylized, like kind of like a ballet. Like everything was intentional. Every decision, visually speaking, and storytelling wise, in that movie was extremely intentional. And it does feel like what you're talking about with Cowboy Bebop.
Blade Runner. It's another example.
Blade Runner,
was thinking of people.
Yeah.
You like Blade Runner, right, Dave?
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of Blade Runner in Bebop. Like besides music, like even just something you see Spike just standing or think about something, and you're like, that's some Deckard shit right there. Or like there's a lot of it.
Axel right here, thank you for the $5 super chat. Helsing. Anybody seen Helsing? I know he's
have
really
not.
big on Helsing.
No. I actually started a different one. I started I don't know, Ronan, have you watched Mob Psycho 100?
I've heard of Mob Psycho 100, but not yet.
So Mob Psycho 100 is, from what I understand, apparently it's made by the same people who handled the One Punch Man anime, and it's like, yeah, it looks like it. Because the main character, One Punch
season one or
one.
Okay.
I think season one, because it's like it looks pretty similar. It's
Yeah.
pretty fucking similar. I've heard of Helsing, but I've never watched it though.
I think Droga asked Ronan, "Have you seen Trigon?" I have not. I keep hearing a lot about Trigon, but it's in my list of rotations because I want to keep covering anime, and it's on the list.
I have, and I will tell you that Trigon is a lot like Cowboy Bebop.
There's another one that tells
quick,
me,
very quick. You can just smash through it, and it's also even gotten a kind of a remake, a reboot-ish series. It's got apparently one that's closer to the mod. I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm only familiar with the original anime run that came out when I was, young.
Okay, so I didn't realize we were going to talk about this, but I can offer this because I have tried over the years to get into anime, and I just haven't done it. And so over the last 2 years, in my very obsessive physical media collection, which now has to place more of an emphasis on Warner Brothers because who knows if that shit's going to vanish in the next couple of years.
Right.
But in the middle of it, I said, okay, this is going to be my opportunity to finally dive headfirst into some anime. And I bought a lot of it. I have all of the Ghibli movies. All of them. And I think I've only watched Howl's. And that was many years ago. So I have a lot to watch. I even have the one that everybody says is incredibly sad, Grave of the Fireflies. Which wasn't really.
It sounds like you have a fun weekend ahead.
I can't bear to watch that. Whenever it's so sad, I'm like, I need to be prepped for that day.
And up until this year, it was like the most expensive Ghibli steelbook to find because it went out of print, and then Shout Factory reprinted it earlier this year.
Yeah.
With a really nice case that you can find anywhere now. But yeah, so I have all of those. I have and then I just started I have Ghost in the Shell. I just haven't watched it. I have that anime. I bought Cowboy Bebop. I have Akira, and I've seen Akira. I do.
You have? Okay,
fucking
good.
Amazing.
Yes,
fucking amazing.
I need to rewatch it because it's been many years since I've seen it, but I have seen it.
Then you got then you have to read the book, and then I want the series, and I wanted to hear your opinion on it.
Oh man,
there's such a difference between the book.
That's what I've heard as well.
Yeah,
interesting. Okay,
it's twice as long, right, Chris? I've heard.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the box sets right now, and it's it's about They could 5 or 6 books.
Yeah,
That sounds
Totally.
about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one anime I would not recommend watching though. Is the
What?
reboot, which is the reboot of the Digimon.
Yeah.
They did a
That one.
reboot.
They did a reboot of Digimon.
Yeah, I was doing some research into this. Apparently, Digimon like started over not too long ago for their continuity, and they kind of rebooted. I haven't really been into the Digimon scene a long time. When they started making kids into Digimon is when I bowed out.
Frontier.
Frontier. I was like, yeah, no, this is ridiculous. But Pokemon's still on and popping, thankfully.
You're not alone, Ray, because even me talking about anime, I'm very picky about it. Like the real project that got me into anime besides Ghost in the Shell, Kira, and Cowboy Bebop was Chainsaw Man. And I was like, is this really going to be up my alley? And I saw that first episode. And I was like, fuck, I got to keep watching. And then I finished that first season. I was like, you son of a bitch, I'm in. And then I waited 3 years for this damn movie. And now I'm like, God damn it, am I going to get a season 2? Or am I going to have to actually start reading the manga? Because I've told myself I'm not going to read the manga so I can do some material that's not with pre-notion of what's going to happen next. So you're not alone. I know here's the weird thing, the anime, much like comics and a lot of these movies nowadays, the volume is, it can be overwhelming to look at and be like, am I going to commit to that? I haven't even committed to One Piece, and I already know that like one day I'm going to have to commit to that, and it's going to be a long, on a good day, 3 months just to commit.
But
what's a commitment?
But the good thing about it is you just start at volume 1. You don't have to go anywhere else.
And there's an end. That's the advantage that like manga, and it's the same writer, it's the same creative team. You don't have the carousel of new creative people, and you know inevitably it's gonna end.
Yeah. You would. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I still remember finishing Naruto before the anime caught up to Shippuden. I remember reading the final panel and the final fight with Sasuke and Naruto, like between the two, and the anime didn't catch up for years. Like it had been years by the time it caught up. And like I had mentioned earlier, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is finally getting their 7th season called Steel Ball Run. Steel Ball Run, as the manga, finished in 2011. No, not 2011. It finished a little earlier than that, but you know, it finished like years ago, and they are now just getting to adapting it as an anime form. So when it comes to adapting some of this stuff, if you've been a fan of like specific mangas that haven't seen the light of day, there's a chance now with like Netflix and Crunchyroll that it can get adapted. But on the whole, you know, years ago, 20 years ago, before Netflix, before Crunchyroll, before any of this, wow, not even 20 years ago, 25 years ago, all we had, you know, anime fans, all we had was Adult Swim or even Cartoon Network or Toonami just to watch Cowboy Bebop, Trigun, Zoids, you name it.
Yeah, like Uzumaki just got adapted. I dare say it. It got adapted, and then immediately it was like, oh fuck, what did they do with it? Because it had been teased for 5 years to tease that like we're gonna do Uzumaki, Junji Ito's magnum opus.
Yep.
It's a horror manga. And the first episode, oh my gosh. And they start dropping the next few ones. And it's like, why? What the fuck happened with the animation? Why does it look so cheap? Did they forget to draw sequences to where the characters move? It's a madness thing that like sadly shares a lot of what American or Northern American animation work, where they're just rushing them out. Sometimes.
Yes.
Most of the times, sometimes they do work, but sometimes sadly when you're waiting for something to be adapted and it's like, damn it, it's never gonna be fully realized.
Here's something interesting. When it comes to anime adaptations, what do you guys think is the hardest thing to animate?
The movement.
No.
The eyes?
Yes, but no. Horses.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And that specifically is why it took a lot longer for Steel Ball Run to get adapted, because the plot of Steel Ball Run revolves around an intercontinental horse race around 1890 United States America.
I can't even imagine how much Villain Saga is taking to adapt, because I know that's one's like Vikings and that like anything that's period wise. I can only imagine how much that
that too.
Details gonna go, like Berserk. That's another one. I've always heard about it. I haven't committed to it yet, but like I know they did a 90s one. I know they did a 3D one that everybody hates, and it's just like, and then sadly, a lot of these creators have already passed on. So it's like, who knows how good that piece of art is going to be fully realized and then properly? Because if you miss something, people will notice it nowadays.
So are you guys familiar with G Kids? The G Kids label?
I've heard of it, I think.
Okay, because basically what happened was I got to a point where I had all the Ghibli movies, and then I started seeing, because they've all got the G Kids label on the side, like the circle label on the top, on the spine, and then I was like, then I saw these other movies. I'm like, okay, well, are these aren't Ghibli movies, but they have the same label, so I don't know. Have you seen any of these? Perfect Blue?
No. But I've heard these. Yeah.
The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. I just got that one.
I haven't seen it.
Belle?
No.
Weathering with You?
No.
Wolf Children?
No.
Okay. I'm striking out here. Summer Wars?
No.
Okay. The Colors Within?
That one I've heard, but no.
Okay. A Silent Voice?
No.
Okay. And Millennium Actress?
No.
Dear God. Okay.
I wasn't kidding. The volume, like, again, there's, what was another one? Paprika. That's another one that I've heard so much about. That, like, I think it's from the guy who did Evangelion. Evangelion's another one I haven't even like tackle into yet, because there's the mechs, there's the Gundams, there's all
and that's, you're absolutely right. The volume is extremely intimidating. Even looking, because I have it all stacked right now. Just looking at what I have is like, fucking hell. This is not a week. This is not a weekend, Chris. It's not one weekend.
If anyone need to watch all of them, I will happily quit my job and be like, all right, PJs and cereal. All right, let's do it. Let's just watch anime. But like, it's like right now, I chose to watch I watched Golden Boy, and the only reason why I chose to watch it because I heard so much about it, and it's only 6 episodes. Now I was like, okay, let's see if it's any good, and it's good, but it's fucking wild.
I turned into one, Pluto. It's about a detective investigating robots killing robots.
Yeah,
and it's
I've heard that one.
Fucking wild. But that's the thing about manga in general is if you think like there's a lot of comic book characters between Marvel and DC, oh god, just Google search manga and see how many characters and different things just pop up. It is the list is
expansion.
It's so crazy.
Wow. Hunter Iggy, I have not seen Outlaw Star yet, but I'll put it on the list. I'll see
that's the buddies of mine that got me into helped get me into Cowboy Bebop. They also love Outlaw Star.
Outlaw Star?
Yeah. Yes, they've talked about that show before. Yes.
I love it.
Interesting.
Wow, who knew we were going to have this anime talk?
I love it. If you want a great animated show on Netflix, plug in, go on to Netflix and look up Blood of Zeus. It's basically the Greek gods, but they're superheroes. It is freaking badass.
I saw the first season.
It is really good.
So I tell you what, Dave, we can use that as a segue to circle back, because
we can circle back, but first let's Chris is going to take off right meow.
Yeah. Got an early
point. Spider-Man. We didn't talk about Spider-Man, and he's wearing a Ben Riley sweater.
Oh yeah, well we kind of did it at first, because when he first came on, I was like, "Are you wearing that because Spider Noir has been, confirmed to be B. Riley?" But no, he said no, it wasn't really that, but maybe kind of.
It's kind of.
Chris, they'll reveal it. It's gonna be it's an alien. It's gonna actually be Peter Parker. Watch.
There's so many issues I have with this show, like just calling it Spider-Man. Called Spider-Man Noir. No,
I know. Why is it called Spider Noir? I hate that. I hate that.
I love that Nick Cage is in. I do. I love the concept of it. It's just it's Sony being Sony.
Sony doing its Sony thing, but thank you, Chris, for joining. Of course,
as always, gentlemen, great seeing y'all.
Take care, Chris.
Take care.
All right, take it easy.
All right.
No, I wanted to circle back to what Phil brought up, because he was talking about how perhaps that is part of Netflix's gateway, if you will, to like have this to like draw in the like anime audience, like to there's and perhaps that's part of like, because you sit here, you're like, okay, We have an idea of exactly like you can't call Netflix unsuccessful. Clearly, they are successful.
No, they've made their bones. Yeah.
But it's like any time you talk to anybody about like their library, the first thing they say is there's a lot of shit on Netflix. Like there's so it's like, okay, everybody knows that they have a big library, but they watch it anyway. It's like, why?
Oh yeah, there's times where I've even like just chosen some random sci-fi movie. This is for all streaming services. I think I watched one a couple of weeks ago. I forgot what it was called. It had Linda Hamilton in it. That was one of the reasons why I decided to watch it. But it had to do with like
watch it.
Yeah, but it was like it was funny because I was like, I wish I remember what it was called. It was on Hulu or maybe Amazon. I think it was Hulu. But I saw it and like never heard about it. But the synopsis was these special forces like Marines or like, you know, like these SEALs or whatever, they go into a mission and then all of a sudden they get fucking abducted by something happens, something shows up in the sky, and all of a sudden they're fucking on a spaceship. And of course now they have to like get off the spaceship, and then like there's like this, obviously there's alien creatures, stuff like that. You think, oh yeah, this is going to be just mindless, you know, shitty, but it actually was okay. Like I actually went, okay, this is not like, you know,
the hilarious part for me is that there was a period when I was watching when I was on Netflix where it only, for some reason, through no action of my own, it would only suggest Bollywood to me.
Yeah.
There's for like no reason.
Netflix. And I've watched stuff on Netflix where I'm like, Jesus Christ. I'm like, maybe this had potential, but this is ass. But my point is like the fact that like when I saw this on Hulu, I was like, and I forgot the dude was even a recognizable guy. He was in the first Pacific Rim. He was like that older dude who was like the dad to that one guy on one of the fucking robot guys.
I believe that was Max Martini.
Is that what his name is? Yeah. And I've seen he's been in a lot of things, and he's always like, because he just looks like a fucking soldier. He's like,
always a military dude.
He's always a military guy. Like he just looks like that. He was,
Oh, one of the was he like Irish or like?
I think he's Irish. Yeah,
he's redheaded. He was from like the unit or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
Filmography.
It's crazy. The first thing I saw this guy in was a second season episode of Burn Notice. He was like a villain. He was the villain of the week in a second season episode of that show, which I love. Burn Notice. It's like one of my favorite It's probably my favorite USA show.
Is that the one with Matt Bomer?
No, that's White Collar.
That's
Burn
White
Notice.
Collar.
Burn Notice is Jeffrey Donovan and
Bruce Campbell.
Bruce Campbell and Gabrielle Anwar. Yeah, it's he was the Burn spy in Miami.
On the USA Network.
Yes.
Yep.
Remember when USA had like a stretch of like good shows?
Okay.
House. I was watching it then.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. Well, House was, reruns, yeah, but no, like USA originals. Okay, I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
Right now, I inhaled USA originals for like 2 years because I was watching Burn Notice, I was watching Royal Pains, I was watching Suits when it originally aired, I was watching White Collar, I was watching with Shonda actually was watching Covert Affairs with Piper Perabo, and because it's another spy show. They were doing like multiple like spy shows.
Is that channel even around anymore? It's not, right?
USA? Yeah,
I don't know. Like
is it?
USA is still around, yeah.
USA is owned by it's Universal. Like it's Comcast Universal.
I was like, I anytime that I've like, you know, I don't have
Monday Night Raw.
Huh?
Monday Night Raw was
that's on Netflix. That's on Netflix.
Now it is, but like back then I used to watch it through the USA.
I know.
Everything comes back to Netflix.
USA is definitely still a channel.
Did they used to do Nip Talk? I could be wrong.
No, that was FX.
No. Okay, that was FX.
We got pretty fly for a Filipino guy that's like in the chat, like bringing up Silk Stockings and Renegade. Oh my god.
Okay, we're dating ourselves because that's going back to like
90s. That's early 90s.
That's going back to like Peter Wilson, La Femme Nikita, right? Yes, it's going back to to those days.
It's so funny because Silk Stockings was like borderline like, can we watch this?
Yes.
This is on TV. Yes. This should be on you when you see the promos, you go, that should be something on Showtime.
Yep.
You know, that should be Red Shoe Diaries, or something like that. Remember Red Shoe Diaries?
Yes.
I remember watching Red Shoe Diaries. David Duchovny. was the fucking kind of narrator of that goddamn thing, and woo, baby.
Monk, yes, Winter Girl rules. That was another one.
Monk in House, great. Monk was fantastic.
Monk, Psych was also on USA.
Yeah, they were like churning out fucking good shit.
They were.
Man.
They really were. Yeah.
Back then with TV in my household,
they had Quantum Leap. No.
Yeah.
Did they have Quantum Leap? I thought that was
I could be wrong, but
okay. So Sci-Fi, which again is
that was another one,
Universal, they reran Quantum Leap. Yes, it did.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah,
but that was also but that was also like there was a time like 10, 15 years ago where like Comcast Universal like ruled TV, like a lot of cable TV, because like the Battlestar Galactica reboot.
Oh yeah.
Which I still need to finish. Because I'm in that weird place where I watched every episode of the original 70s show, but I've only seen one season of the reboot. But it's good. It's really good. But then like what else did they have? There was like Warehouse 13 and like Eureka.
Eureka. Yes. We were talking about this last week with Danielle of Comics and Everything, like, because she was like a big sci-fi channel nerd. And it was like, appointment viewing was Eureka. I just loved the concept of the show. But sadly, I remember I didn't finish like the last like 2 seasons, but then it was on, I forgot what streaming service. I don't think it was Netflix. I forgot what it was on, but then I finally got to like watch the entire thing. And then I didn't realize that it crossovered with Warehouse 13. And then I started watching Warehouse 13, and I was like, oh, that was cool that they did a crossover thing, because Sci-Fi Channel also had its library of just like original shows.
Yes,
and now all the originalities, it's all fucking
dude. Back then with TV, if in my house, if we loved the show, we ended up buying the DVD. So I have somewhere I have DVDs of almost all of House, because we're like, oh, this shit.
I'm not a big fan of doctor shows, like because there's so many goddamn there's always a new one, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Sometimes they sound interesting, but I'm like, nah, I don't. House and Scrubs were the only 2 that I got into.
House and Royal Pains, because Royal Pains technically counts.
That was another one, yeah.
Even though it's not in a hospital, he's a concierge doctor in the Hamptons.
Yeah.
But no, House. I did not finish the last season. I got all the way to like, I think I got 2 episodes into the last season, and it was because I love the way that they approached it, just with the whole like making him basically a modern day like medical Sherlock Holmes.
Yes,
that's probably why I got into Sherlock Holmes, because of House. I was like,
have you seen the House test screening?
Yes, I have, because he was shooting Flight of the Phoenix at the time.
I remember that.
What's his name? Hugh Laurie, right?
Hugh Laurie.
And he fooled Bryan Singer and everybody into thinking that he was actually American. They did not know he was British.
It's funny.
Amazing.
For the longest time after I caught House, I always thought to myself that Hugh Laurie would make an excellent Riddler in a Batman movie.
Yes,
and then Paul Dano got the role, and I think Paul Dano's fucking amazing in that role.
Yeah, can we praise Paul Dano?
Yeah, let's give Paul Dano some just flowers real quick.
I love Quentin Tarantino as a filmmaker. He's kind of gone. He kind of went off the reservation a little bit when it came to that.
Okay. Here's the thing about Quentin. Quentin is one of those. There are certain filmmakers that are like purists when it comes to the craft, and like don't like the whole digital thing and whatnot. Nolan is one of them, but Nolan is not an asshole about it. Quentin Tarantino is a fucking asshole. He's
turning into a grumpy little asshole
He's been one though. He's been one for a minute, and now he's just older. And but I'm sitting there like, what the fuck did Paul? Listen, if Paul Dano kicked your dog, just say so. Like, don't fucking trash the guy's acting.
It was so out of left field and so off the cuff and just so unprofessional. It's just like you have the gall to talk so highly of Daniel Day-Lewis in this movie, and yet you're gonna just be like, "Oh yeah, Paul Dano's fucking dog water."
He's weak
What?
sauce.
Not to mention,
But
not
then
to mention,
he doubles down and he goes, "He's the weakest actor in SAG."
not to mention. Has anybody seen his fucking acting? He's the worst fucking actor in any of his movies.
He is.
In any of his movies.
Yes, he totally is.
Why are you saying anything about actors?
Recently, this started with the whole Hunger Games thing where he was like, "Oh, they ripped off Battle Royale."
Yeah,
and I was just like,
I'm like, and then it was funny because at the Five Nights at Freddy 2 premiere, what's his name who stars in there, who was in Hunger Games? I always forget his name. Yeah. They asked him, they're like, "What do you think about that?" He goes, "Everything gets inspiration with everything else." I don't know. He was just kind of like,
yeah, it's like
one of the biggest.
Have you seen Hollywood? It's all people stealing ideas.
One of the biggest Tarantino fans here. This will use something from other movies in every.
Oh my god!
Movie. Reservoir Dogs. Reservoir Dogs was the people were saying that was a ripoff of like an Asian cinema movie.
His entire I don't call him a ripoff artist, but if we're being real about it, his entire genre is just 70s grindhouse.
Yes.
Every fucking movie he's made is 70s grindhouse. Don't get me wrong, I love it.
Yeah.
But shut the fuck up about ripping anything off.
I'm seeing Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair tomorrow. I mean,
I saw yesterday, dude.
And all inspiration from
all of it.
You could literally like find scenes where he's going, "Oh wow," he just like emulated this scene.
And he says it too. The Shaw brothers and freaking Sonny Chiba.
I literally was like Lady Snowblood, The Street Fighter, Once Upon a Time in the West. I was like, wait a minute, like I was just like,
right,
dude. Going to see that movie, the lead up to it, I was just like, oh my gosh, Uncle Quentin just smoked a joint and like turn on the recording device, and nobody like told him to like turn it off. It's just like, come on.
Okay, so you saw Ronan. You said you saw a whole bloody affair.
Yeah.
So
I had never seen it in the movie theaters. Never had seen it.
Is there?
I saw both of them. Yeah.
So did I. I saw both of them, and I have because Lionsgate Limited finally did the 4K steelbooks for him. I think it was earlier this year. They also did Jackie Brown, which I fucking love Jackie Brown.
Underrated Tarantino.
Very underrated. But like, is there a whole lot of extra in the whole bloody affair that isn't in volume 1 and 2?
So the House of Blue Leaves fight sequence is longer.
Okay.
There's more limbs. It's in color. It's not in black and white. So you see the full red.
Okay.
We get an extended extra animated sequence.
Yeah,
with,
I heard about that. Yeah, that's part of Oren's story.
Which I always love that in volume 1, and I was like, wait a minute, what happened to so and so? And then that anime answers what happened to so and so.
Okay, so it does answer. Okay, don't spoil too much.
I won't spoil it. No.
Because my whole thing, and Scott and I were talking about it because he's seeing it this weekend too. Is our thing is like, how does it, splice together so naturally, where it's like, because obviously when you have, I brought this up to him too. I'm like, because volume 1 is very much, it's a kung fu movie. It's
volume 1 is action heavy.
Yeah,
volume
and then
2
volume
is dialogue heavy.
Volume 2 is a Western.
Yes,
100%. So there's 2 different genres he's dealing with. So that's why I'm like, yeah. So, but then I'm like, okay, so obviously this is going to be like one thing. I'm like, I'm kind of curious to see how it splices together pretty good. And I could see how it could easily do it. I don't imagine, like, because, when I remember, obviously when you watch volume 2, it starts off with like dun 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 dun, and then it's the bride, it's Uma, she's just like driving and she's kind of recapping, and it's very old Hollywood. And I'm like, that's probably not going to be in it because they don't need that.
If I remember correctly, I know for a fact that like the script was 222 pages. It was he wrote the whole thing at once.
Oh, he wrote the whole
for
thing,
sure.
yeah.
What I don't remember is whether or not he shot the whole thing at once and they cut it later. That's what I don't remember.
I think he did. Because Uma said they were shooting for a long.
I feel like they did because it was only they staggered
because they released them back to back a year apart.
They Actually, it was 6 months. It was shorter.
You're right.
a
It was
year.
6 months.
Yeah.
It was a very short window between the two.
It was because like the first one came out, I think like October of like 04.
Yes.
And then the second
That
one
tracks.
came out.
Yeah.
Second one came out like spring
05?
of
of
05.
05, something
yes.
like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So
Yeah,
and
he
that
shot
was
them back to back.
okay. So I would think, Dave, that because he wrote the script in one piece,
Yeah.
and because he shot it all concurrently, that it probably wasn't difficult to
No.
actually line up.
No, not at
The
all.
way
Yeah,
he
but I'm
did it.
I'm very curious to see that
Yeah.
that interconnecting like that
Well,
locked into.
he also does the chapter thing as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's also
easy way to do it right there. Easy way to do
Yeah.
it. But it's so cool that like I said, there's the volumes are so distinct. Like when you watch that first one, and a lot of people, I remember when that came out, a lot of people were like, "Oh man, the first one's just so crazy. It's blood splurting everywhere, heads, limbs chopped off. It's all crazy." And then people were like, "Second one was kind of boring." I'm like, "No, the second one was actually Tarantino.
I know
the second one was Tarantino to a max."
I
know
always
people
loved
on-
Volume 1 over Volume 2. Always. I had always preferred it.
I know people on both sides of this argument. I know people that love Volume 1 better. I know people that love Volume 2 better. And a big part of the people that love Volume 2 better is exactly what you just said. It's him. It's his
him.
fucking script.
It's dialogue,
his
like
dialogue,
crazy.
yes.
There's
Oh,
still, there's still like, some action, especially him and her and Ellie, like in the trailer, and that whole. It's still got that, but it's not a huge epic, fight sequence. It's in a fucking trailer, and it's high impact. It's fast edit, but even like, even when the Bill showdown happens, it's not that crazy. It's
largely a
more
conversation
dramatic.
at a table.
It's the dramatic element of the fact that when she shows up, she finds out her daughter is alive. Spoiler alert for a fucking 20-year-old movie, or whatever. But it's just the fact that it is extremely dialogue driven, and that's where Tarantino shines. And it's great dialogue.
Yeah. And I'll say this: intermission.
Yeah.
There's an intermission.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll say this: seeing it as a whole, it made me appreciate Volume 2 more.
Okay, good.
Especially with what David Carradine does, what Michael Madsen, may he rest in peace, does. And I'll say this, man: having never seen Kill Bill in the big screen, it was nerdy as hell to see Sonny Chiba on the big screen, like pretending to being a bartender.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love he plays two characters too.
It was so good. And
I'll say this. The Pai Mei, that's Gordon Lee.
That's Gordon Liu.
Yeah, Gordon Liu who played the two characters. Sonny Chiba was just Hattori Hanzo.
Just Hattori Hanzo.
Yeah.
Sorry. My bad.
So Gordon Liu was the leader of the Crazy 88 in Volume 1, and he was Pai Mei in Volume 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I just looked for tickets for the whole bloody affair tomorrow in my area at the theater I go to. The showing is damn near sold out.
Nearly sold out. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and they're only showing like one a day because it's like a 4. How?
Yeah,
long
it's
is it?
4. It's
my ass was there for 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours.
So
yeah, I'm driving out to some friends that are close to the beach. We're like, hey, we gotta go see this. It's gonna be a whole fucking day for me because it's gonna take me an hour to get out there. We're gonna, go see the movie, probably get some dinner after because it's like a 1:50 showing, and we're gonna be there and then we'll probably get dinner, and then I'm like driving back, so I'm gonna be gone all fucking day tomorrow, which is good. I need a break from social media. God damn.
So, we could all, everybody could use breaks from social media, but
especially after today.
I'll tell you what, like I'm looking at this because there's nowhere close to me at all. It's not necessarily feasible for me to go see this, but this is one of those where I'm pretty certain. I'm fairly certain that at some point this will show up on Lionsgate Limited. Lionsgate Limited has they've popped up like in the last year, and they're just like Steelbook crazy. And I'm like, sons of bitches, slow down. I can't keep up with all your fucking Steelbook releases. Slow the fuck down. But I have to believe that, especially because they did Reservoir Dogs, they did Volume 1 and 2, they did Jackie Brown. I have to believe they're gonna do a Steelbook for Whole Bloody Affair. I have to believe they'll do that.
And I want a poster.
I think they will. I think they will.
I don't see how you don't.
Yeah,
I don't see how you don't either with all
I
the
don't
other
see how you
shit that they
don't.
put out.
No.
Have you guys seen the Fortnite thing that they
Yes,
did?
I did.
No,
I did.
no, because I'm an
What
adult.
thing?
I don't play fucking child games.
Oh wait, I know. I'll say this.
Damn. All
I
right.
was
I respect
shocked
that.
that this
Yeah.
collaboration came to be, and I'll say this.
Oh, the Endgame thing.
I reacted to it, and it is a blast. And I'm glad that this portion that was, I don't know if it was part of the first initial script, it might have been, but they never shot it. I'm glad that they adapted this.
Mhm.
And from what I heard, according to Tarantino and Uma, that this was in canon the whole time. That even though they never showed it, that what happens in this lost chapter happened in the actual Whole Bloody
I
Fair
don't doubt
song.
that. I don't
Well, she
doubt that.
reprised the role for it. Uma Thurman.
Yeah,
reprised
she's
the
part
role
of
for
it. They both showed up at the premiere.
It was so fucking cool,
Tarantino
man.
Tarantino tried to look as cool as possible when he was posing, and I'm like,
That's probably where he got the weak sauce comment from. He heard it, some kid saying, and he was like, "Okay, I'll use that."
yeah, but that's one thing. Is like Tarantino, I respect you as a filmmaker, but sometimes, man, like I remember there's when it came to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and he was like part of the. He was like part of like there was like this shoot that they did where it was him with Leo and Brad Pitt, and people were like, why the fuck is Tarantino trying to be with these guys?
All the photo shoot, yeah.
He's trying to pose, like try to look cool. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, you are trying way too hard. You look, you're sticking out.
Yeah.
You're standing next to Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio, two of the most good-looking guys in fucking Hollywood, who are effortlessly posing, and you are so trying hard. And it's like, dude, just be a director.
And that's and he knows that's part of why. Like when you look, we remember the characters in the movie. It's like, okay, remember what you cast them to be.
Yeah. Yes.
Like you literally needed their aesthetics in order for them to pull that off. Why are you trying to match that?
I think Tarantino is like I think he probably never maybe he has, I don't know, but I think he just always wanted to be a movie star. You know, I think
he wanted to be an actor.
I feel like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood like is his like admission of that.
Yeah,
truthfully, like that whole movie.
He's always like he wanted to be that, but then it's like he was just too quirky, too weird, too So he was really good at writing. I mean, that's his strong side. His dialogue is just fucking fantastic. I mean, when you put on his first movie, Reservoir Dogs. I mean, you can kind of say True Romance is his first script, but I'm just saying, like when it comes to Reservoir Dogs, that opening scene where everybody around
like
the
a virgin,
table, talking about nonsense. I mean, they're literally about to perform a fucking jewel heist. And you got this group of dudes wearing suits all around the table talking about fucking nonsense. Talk about Madonna, like a virgin, and tipping.
Not tipping, right? That's right. Mr. Pink won't tip.
Yeah, and it's fantastic. It's fucking fantastic.
So I feel like I'm one of the few people that has actually seen all of his movies in release order.
Oh, have you?
The reason I say that is because I remember my uncle, same uncle I mentioned earlier, Dave, he showed me Reservoir Dogs when I was like 11.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And that was the first, that was it. That was the first Tarantino movie I saw. And so then Pulp Fiction comes out.
I saw Pulp Fiction first.
And I got to high school, right? And like, it was like senior year. And all my buddies were like, oh my God, Pulp Fiction, Quentin Tarantino, oh my goodness, Pulp Fiction, what an amazing movie. And I just looked at all of them and I'm like, I'm the nerdy kid, right? I don't have many cool moments, but it was the one moment that I could look at them and go, have you seen Reservoir Dogs? No. Fucking go see Reservoir Dogs and then come back and talk to me. And then I just walked off. I just had my cool moment for a second because like, I'm like, great, Pulp Fiction is awesome, but start from the beginning.
Yeah, I think when it came to me, I saw Pulp Fiction first, and then I saw Reservoir Dog. No, I saw Pulp Fiction first, and and then I saw Reservoir Dogs. Then I saw the Kill Bill movies, and then I saw Jackie Brown, and then I started seeing them in order.
I feel like most people that care to watch Tarantino movies probably saw Pulp Fiction first.
Yes, that's his. Oh,
absolutely.
Well, it won Academy Awards. And
I feel like it probably is still his magnum opus.
Oh yeah,
it's either for me. It was either Pulp Fiction or Kill Bill. It was one of those. That was
those
first
posters,
one.
man, were everywhere. When I was growing up. They
For
were
me, it was
everywhere.
Yeah.
For me, it was Kill Bill.
Yeah, that was the first one. Yeah,
It had to have been Kill Bill.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And I'll say this: like, I've met the man. He in person, he seems like a real down to earth dude. But like we said, like I remember when he said that The Last Crusade is boring. I remember when he said,
"Look, everyone has
when
their
he said
opinions,
Spectre
man."
over Skyfall, which I'm like, how do you choose Spectre over Skyfall?
He said what? He said what over Skyfall?
Spectre.
Spectre. Oh,
Okay, respectfully disagree on that
that's
too.
the thing. It's like, but at the same time, nothing wrong with that. He's got his choices. I love his Toy Story spiel that he said a couple.
And I agree with it.
Where he said the third one is perfect. It's the way they should have wrapped it up. There shouldn't have been any more. I haven't seen any. The fourth one. I don't need to. And I'm like, yeah, 100% agree with him on that because I don't think there should be any more Toy Story movies. We're getting a fifth one, and I'm going.
Okay, so this is like, if they had ended it at 3, I would have been fine.
Yeah,
I still like the fourth one.
Okay,
I still like the fourth.
I'm not saying it's terrible. I'm not saying it's terrible. Keanu Reeves is that fucking Daredevil dude was great.
Well, part of it is at the very least, like Pixar, I think understood that okay, if we're gonna continue this past 3, especially with the way that 3 ended, we're gonna have to pass the baton. Yeah. And it wasn't just passing it to somebody to a kid other than Andy. It was also the evolution of what toys are in the world.
Yeah,
because that's a big part of the fourth movie is because the character Forky that Tony Hale plays is literally a spork that she put like googly eyes and like wire on, and he just came to life. Yeah. And it's supposed to it's supposed to be a representation of like that point in your childhood where like you made your own shit. Like you had your own imagination. Like
we all did that.
Right. Like this is not a real toy, but I'm making a toy out of this. Yeah. And that's what this kid did. And he just became real. Like he came to life after she made him. And that's part of like the overarching story.
And then now this new one's gonna be like tablets, technology. And I get that, but I'm like going, all right, this was what but at the same time I'm going, this shit probably should have been more in the fourth one. I think they kind of touched it a little bit, but now we're in 2025 and now they're like, oh yeah, and I'm like going, yeah, but this should have been a while ago.
I think they're trying to make it generational because if we if we look at the franchise, the first 3 are like our generation. I mean, literally, they're our generation. We grew up with the first 2, and then there was so much time passed between the second and the third one that when the third one came out, we related way too hard to it because we know we've all been in that position.
Yeah,
that Andy was in. Yeah. So then, so that's like the first 3 are like ours. It's our generation. And then,
don't get me wrong, I'm still right there opening night. Or whenever
right.
I'm gonna watch it.
But I'm just saying, if you don't feel the same way about it, it's because it's probably not aimed at you.
Yeah, you're right.
Also, his Dune comments. When they said about Dune, he's like, why would I watch Dune? I already saw it a while back. I don't need to see another interpretation. It's just like,
I hate that. Oh yeah, that was Tarantino said that, and I'm like, dude, like,
okay, see, and so in his mind, the 84 film is like the immaculate. Okay, and see this.
Well, in his mind is like I already saw the story, so I don't need to see another one. So yeah,
but this is where old man shit comes into play because seriously, you are like when I saw Dune, because Sci-Fi Channel used to play that like religiously, and they would play the regular theatrical version and they play the 4-hour long like extended version. They would play both, right? And I remember like when I finally read the book, because I finally read the book in college, like, I don't know, 10 years ago. And I'm like, okay, I totally understand why 1984 was the wrong year to try to make some of this tech like look the way that it did. Right. So that was what I was looking forward to in the Denis Villeneuve movies is like, okay, we're in the 20 teens now. Make it all look like it's supposed to look in the book. And he did. And I couldn't wait to see it. I'm like, okay, great. Like, why would you not want to see, like a closer approximation of Herbert's original fucking book? Because
I think the answer to that question, honestly, is because he's not much of a book guy. He feels like more of a movie guy. But I don't know. This is also, he has talked about writing books and shit. So
he's got
I
two
don't
under
know.
his belt. Yeah.
It's strange. Like, I think we're all kind of on the same page. Like, we love his movies, but there is just some stuff that the man says, and it's just like, ooh, can't agree with you there, bud.
Yeah,
like the whole anti-digital, like, because he's said this for years about how he's stopping at 10. 10 is going to be his last one because he doesn't like how.
When is that coming out, Quentin?
Right.
Before COVID, it's been
Once Upon a Time came out.
What,
2018,
2019. Yeah, but like
it's been fucking 6 years, dude. When are you gonna do this?
I mean, if you ask me, I don't think he's gonna do 10. I think he's gonna fucking pack it in at 9.
I don't. What? Okay, fine. I can take or leave a 10th one. If Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is his last movie, okay, fine. I'm good.
But
with
do
that.
TV shows.
I would
shows like throwing. That's another challenge because he's always said movie over TV show. I'm like, all right, let's see if you.
I know he's doing. He wrote some plays, right? He was doing like playwright shit. Yeah.
I just don't like how much of a gatekeeper he is about the industry. Like, he hates the like digital anything. Like the advancements, the digital advancements in Hollywood and in like media in general have literally created careers. There are people like in our generation that weren't trained on reel to reel and like wouldn't be great at reel to reel or using photochemical film. Oh my God. Oh no, they're using SD cards. Oh no, they're using black magic cameras. Oh no, like they're posting on YouTube. Oh no, what a travesty. Just fuck off with that. I don't like the elitism of calling like the digital filmmakers not real filmmakers, and you're the real one because you use big ass Panavision cameras and you're from the old school. And okay, what the fuck ever. It's not about the medium. It's about the person behind the camera. And my prime example of this is David fucking Fincher. David Fincher uses red digital cameras all the live long fucking day, and it doesn't matter because he's an old school director behind the fucking camera.
And who did he give his Cliff Booth script to? David Fincher.
Social Network, Zodiac.
Yeah.
I love The Killer.
David Fincher. Yeah, Killer was fucking fantastic.
Good.
I know.
Again, I really love Zodiac.
I wish I would have saw it in the fucking movie theater. But
David Fincher deliberately uses red cameras because they're smaller and he can put them in more convenient places.
Yes,
he embraces digital, but he has old school film principles. That's all you fucking need. It doesn't matter.
Zach's a little bit like that too, where it's like you could see the old school filmmaking that he wants to do, but he also embraces the new technology and uses red cameras and stuff like that to put them in places like that too. And that's and I think that's where Tarantino just sounds like a grumpy old man. I don't know. It's like it sucks because I love his films. I don't think he's made a bad film. I think all his films are great, but at the same time, I'm like, dude, when are we getting this? When are we getting this last one? I mean, I think he's kind of writing it. I think he's writing it. He's right. And I'm going to ask you this, Ray, being a Star Trek. Would you want to see that Tarantino Star Trek that he apparently wrote?
I didn't want to see it when they first announced it, so no.
Because Warp 1 fucking engage. You don't want to hear that?
No, it has nothing to do with the cursing. The cursing's fine. I don't give a shit about that. No, the problem is that like I feel like his mentality about Star Trek is like identical to Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller, who I don't really care for as an actor, has said that he is a huge Trekkie, but he's only a fan of the original series. He's only a fan, and not only that.
One of the purists.
And not just the original series, but just the show. He's not even the movies. Like he only watches like everything from 1966 to 1968, and so like that's his aesthetic. And it's like, okay, cool, dude. I'm not knocking you for that. It's all subjective, but the franchise is bigger than that. And the problem is like with Star Trek in particular, there are a shitload of purists in the Star Trek fandom, and a number of them have gone on. Like before the Paramount Plus stuff started, a lot of them were doing fan continuation shows like Star Trek Continues and forget the other one that James Cawley was involved in. Maybe it was Continues that he was involved in, but like they were writing, they were doing fan made episodes. They knew people out in LA that like had access to the props and they rebuilt the sets. But the thing is, their whole point was that they were literally recreating the aesthetic of the original series. They weren't updating anything because they wanted it to look, sound, and feel exactly like the original series. And so they were just locked in yesteryear, and they got real bitter about like the Kelvin timeline movies and about any of the newer shit because they're like, that's not real Star Trek. It's this lighting and it's this and it's that. And it's like, okay, listen, I'm glad you feel that it's your business to feel that way, but if leave everybody else the fuck alone. And I just feel like Tarantino's movie would follow that, like it would be push button click shit from the 60s.
Yeah,
and it would look it would be like there'd be missing, like it would look like a badly like a low budget version of the show.
Yeah.
And I have no fucking interest in seeing that. I just don't.
I would like to see like hey, make an episode or something like that. Make it like a a little episode, not a full movie.
The Strange New Worlds this past season 3, they did an episode called Space Adventure Hour. And what it is it was a holodeck simulation where because the holodeck actually was introduced in Star Trek the Animated Series in the 70s, so it predates TNG, the concept of the holodeck. And so the whole point of this episode is that they're testing the holodeck on the Enterprise, and La'an, Christina Chang's character, is supposed to test it and put it through its paces. And of course, it's the first ever holodeck malfunction, so Starfleet shelves it, doesn't go back to it until the TNG era. But at any rate, the simulation that she came up with was a murder mystery that was centered around a crew of actors and writers and directors in Hollywood who were working on a show that looked suspiciously like Star Trek, like the old 60s Star Trek. And so they had Paul Wesley playing a Kirk type character, and he did the William Shatner cadence as this actor in the holodeck or whatever. It was a complete tribute to the original series, and it was an awesome episode. Okay, Tarantino, do an episode like that. I'm fine with that. I don't need a fucking movie. I don't need a movie.
Don't need a full-length movie. But Talati, I know you got to take off. Yeah,
I got to head out. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
great talking to you guys.
Taladia, and great talking to you, man.
Great talking to you guys. Take care.
Take care, Taladia.
All right, peace out.
No,
Winter Girl rules. Go watch Inglourious Bastards, Django Unchained, and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Those are my favorites.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's the thing is like, I'm kind of wondering, like, because they always kind of talk about like, I think one of the last things I heard about Tarantino's 10th movie, which was actually supposed to apparently start filming this month and haven't heard anything about it, is it's supposed to be something he's never tackled before. And I'm going, is he going to make a horror movie? Or, is he just going to make a full?
Because he wrote From Dusk Till Dawn, didn't he?
Yeah, but he didn't make it. He didn't make it. Death Proof could be kind of like a horror movie, but it felt more like an action movie, I guess you could say.
Yeah. The Spawn Ranch sequence in Hollywood feels like a horror movie.
Yeah, true. So I'm kind of wondering, like, because the last thing I heard, like, it was supposed to be like, a genre that he's not really tapped into too much, and I thought maybe he's gonna go full on horror, or maybe it's just gonna do, it could be like a fucking, fantasy movie,
or either that or sci-fi. Dragon. It could be sci-fi because he hasn't not really. Sci-fi.
He hasn't really done sci-fi. Maybe he'll do a fucking alien movie. That'd be cool.
And to be clear, if he did make a Star Trek movie, well, obviously I'd fucking watch it. Yes, obviously I'd watch it. I wouldn't not watch the movie. Of course I would, but I don't need it. Is all I'm saying. But no, Ronan, the three movies you listed actually bring up a really awesome thing that I actually do appreciate about Quentin Tarantino. It's his affinity for making an alternate universe, because and you see, like, even in his first like 4 or 5 movies, there are little things like red apple cigarettes. Yes. And like little things here and there that he connects into
the Vega Brothers.
The Vega Brothers, exactly. But then when you get to Inglourious Bastards, he started dabbling in alternate history. Yeah. Because when we saw Inglourious Bastards, I didn't know he was going to do that.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting. So I'm waiting for their plan to kill Hitler to fail miserably. And when it didn't, I went, oh, this isn't historically accurate at all.
Oh no.
But I like it, right? And then he continued that further with Django, because that's not historically accurate.
And then he does it again in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
1,000. And I remember this, Phil. I remember that Scott and I, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was one of our episodes of Fans Without Borders Plus, shit that Brent won't watch.
Yep.
And I remember Scott said he didn't really care for it. Like he wasn't feeling it. And I was trying to explain to him why I really liked it. And the thing that I came to realize about that I took out of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is that basically that's what Quentin Tarantino wished had actually happened.
Yeah. He reveres her so much. Yeah.
The way that movie ends, like, he basically, that was his giant fuck you to the Mansons.
Yeah,
like
pretty much.
He would have and the whole part where like Cliff and everybody, or not Cliff, but like what was Leo's character's name? Rick. When he goes out and meets Polanski and Sharon Tate, and they're all like, it's old Hollywood meeting new Hollywood. It's the happy ending that he wished actually fucking happened in real life.
Yeah.
So that was
it's a buddy movie with the backdrop of that. Yeah.
Exactly. So
yeah.
So I like the alternative history. I also like the fact
that but I will say this. It just kind of occurred to me when you said like about, because we've always said there's like a Quentin Tarantino cinematic universe. There was some behind the scenes of them shooting the Cliff Booth movie and Brad Pitt walking into Big Kahuna Burger.
Yes.
There you go.
And the New Beverly Cinema.
Yes.
Which he owns. So it's like there's a lot in there. Yeah.
I also really like this is a throwback to True Romance. I like the fact that like Donnie Donowitz is like the great
Lee Donowitz,
like the ancestor of Lee Donowitz, right?
Yeah.
And somebody brought up. I've read like a bunch of think pieces on this, but they were talking about how like the Tarantino verse is like it closely resembles our world, but it's like a world that is more desensitized to violence than even we are.
Yes.
And because when you think it, because what's Donowitz's movie, Coming Home in a Body Bag, right? And it's a Vietnam like war drama, right? But like when you look at Inglourious Bastards, it's like, okay, well, this is think about the world that would have evolved from World War II ending like that.
It was gonna be a show initially before a movie. It was gonna be a limited series, and he said that like a lot of the story that he took away from that, he kept it. And when they were promoting it, Brad Pitt and everybody else was like, "Yo, that's a prequel. We gotta do a prequel for that." And it's just like, I mean, I don't know if you guys have read the novelization for Hollywood.
No, I haven't.
But like it.
It's a lot. Yeah, I've heard.
It starts different and it ends differently. Yeah. And from what I had seen, they shot stuff from the book that never made into the movie, and I'm like, oh, I am dying to see that one day. And like, that's why for me, outside of Doomsday and Mando Grogu, the Cliff Booth movie is my favorite. Like the most anticipated movie I have for next year.
I mean, that's the thing is like, I mean, the dude's a writer and he's just the creator. I mean, look at the Hateful Eight. Like, I mean, when that got released on Netflix, as a 4-parter, it was an extended thing, and it was, and it's just like shows us like, okay, it's like, dude.
But he's also put it together to one big movie too, right?
He did. That's how I watched it. I watched it as well.
Yeah, that's how I watched it too.
Yeah,
because that's honestly how I prefer to watch Tarantino films.
But I'm just kind of going like, is he just like, is he, and I've seen people go, especially with the recent Paul Dano, like just kind of shit throwing that is shade that he's throwing, which is unnecessary for sure, because I think we all agree that Paul Dano is pretty great actor, and but at the same time, it's like, all right, when is your 10th movie? And I saw people like, he's just dragging it out, he's trying to write it out. I'm like, or is he trying to create a finale for his universe? Like somehow he's just gonna have all his movies somehow connect with each other, and when we watch it, we're gonna be like, holy shit, he somehow connected, Pulp Fiction to Inglourious Bastards to Jackie Brown to Kill Bill. And I'm like going, and it's like, is he gonna try to do that. I mean, because like
that'd be a twist.
Even the movies that he didn't direct. I mean, again, like I was saying, the behind the scenes, when they were shooting the Cliff Booth movie, he's walking into a big Kahuna Burger, but and I'm like going, okay, so that's connected to Pulp Fiction. Cool, I like it. I like that. Quentin Tarantino, the QCU.
Okay,
Yeah.
So here's the funny part about that. Let's say he is doing that.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be such an inside joke movie, such an insider movie with references that the only studio that would probably greenlight it would be Netflix.
Probably.
It all comes full circle to Netflix.
He sold. I heard the number, and I could be wrong, but I heard the number for the Cliff Booth script. He sold it for $20 million.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I just like, you can get it for that. And like, again, if you guys haven't read the book, Cliff Booth before he meets Rick Dalton, that's a whole movie or like a season or two of television. Like, it is wild what that character goes
well
through.
Also there's fucking Maya Hawke is right there, and there's a Kill Bill Volume 3 rumor that's been going around the world for years.
And he's talking about that because it's what's her name, the daughter of Vivica
Maya's Stranger Things.
Yeah.
He said it himself that would be like his, what do you say, like Dirty Dozen or whatever. We're like, we're basically, the idea would be it would be Vernita's daughter, like, because she told her, if you're still raw about it, I'll be waiting. And it's like that's
he set it up. He set up that whole story, like right there.
That would be the third movie that I would certainly watch that.
If you were to ask me what would I want Quentin Tarantino to do for his last movie, it'd be that. I don't give a crap about the critic or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, the movie critic. Yeah.
I think when he wrote that, he was just, that was like, he probably got drunk one night and it's like, fuck these film critics. Because film critics hated him. They hated him, but then loved him. He had like a unique relationship with film critics because they loved his movies, but they all didn't like his movies.
But at the same time, like he calls out the film critics. He says the quiet part out loud when it comes to film critics that a lot of critics don't like. And well, I could see why, a studio may not want to fucking back a movie that would just, I would have to wedge here. Maybe just, you watch a critic or whatever do their thing, and they're probably just really scummy about it. I don't know that any studio would probably back that because they don't want that kind of bad reception or press or critic review or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
And then also film criticism has changed so much. It used to be like a thing where it's like you would watch Siskel and Ebert on like a Sunday, their little show that they had half hour, or you would read it in the paper. You would see everyone's a fucking film critic.
It used to be film critique, which is what it should be, not criticism. And again, Phil, what studio wouldn't give a shit about pissing off critics?
Netflix,
right? And part of my thinking on this is, remember Scorsese. Remember how like every other studio turned down The Irishman, and he had to go to Netflix. He had to go to Netflix, and watching The Irishman, and I have it. I have like it's on my Criterion shelf. Like, it's not. I would not call it's not my favorite Scorsese movie, and I would not even call it his best movie.
Nope.
It's one of those where like it kind of like what we're talking about, like what Tarantino might be doing, where he took elements out of his prior movies and made that.
Yeah, totally did. But as soon as I saw like a de-aged Robert De Niro try to kick somebody, I went, "Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work.
That barely ever worked."
He's kicking like an old man, but he's supposed to be like 30.
Right.
Like in Captain Marvel, where they have the de-aged Samuel L. Jackson, but he still runs like an old man.
Yeah.
Well, okay. To be fair, he didn't run like when Samuel L. Jackson back in the day ran the same way.
He ran the same way in Die Hard with Vengeance.
Yeah, he can get away with that. De Niro can't, but he can get away with that.
Yeah, he could get away with it, but at the same time, it's like, when I still remember that scene where he's like kicking that dude, and I'm like, no, fuck. I'm like, that's where like, oh, you're taking me out of this thing. I was like, oh, I still really like the movie. So it was still a good movie. It was like Scorsese on what he knows how to do, but Yeah,
You know,
I think Killers of the Flower Moon was.
I was just about to say, like,
just made me think of
because he's
something.
one of my favorite directors, so I was really glad that Killers of the Flower Moon was like, okay, no, he's
much
still got
better
it.
because he
He's
was
still
like,
got
"Hey,
it.
let me
He's
do
great.
this."
Right.
You just
Do that. That was a great movie. Great movie.
Yes, it was
better than The Irishman. Even though Irishman not bad, but Killers of the Flower Moon, fantastic.
So what, Phil?
I was just thinking, just this talk of like filmmakers at their height doing their best, you know, pulling and picking and whatnot, and just thinking about like, because I've been trying to maybe kind of transition to this because it's just another thing that I know we're all fans of, but you know, I'm excited to see Matt Reeves do his thing under no COVID restrictions, and I am very, very curious to see if Scarlett Johansson does in fact take on that role, whatever
Let's
that role
talk
that
about
is.
this. Yes,
you know, because if Paul Dano is the villain of the first movie, is she the villain of this movie? And if she is the villain, I don't know. You know.
Okay, so then are you buying into? Because I'll tell you what the DC Cinematic Reddit immediately the name they immediately threw out.
Andrea Beaumont.
Yeah, because
there's Phantasm.
I
can see that.
I could totally see that, but I don't think. I mean, it would fit. But at the same time, I'm going.
It's also Talia.
I don't think they're going to do that.
No.
I don't think he wants to, especially after Dark Knight Rises. I don't think he wants to do that.
He doesn't want that.
Dark Knight Rises, number one. Number two,
Talia
James Gunn, Batman Brave and the Bold.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, yes,
It's that
that's
whole
true.
thing about
That's
Talia
true.
not being. She shouldn't be a blonde hair or one.
I think she's playing Silver St. Cloud.
Ooh.
There's that. I've heard theories about Silver St. Cloud. There's also
Because
Vicky Vale.
Vicky
Vale was one that came to mind too.
Vicky Vale and Summer Gleason were the two that I thought of.
Well, no, it can't be Summer Gleason. Summer Gleason died in The Penguin.
You're
That's
right.
She was.
Yeah, she is.
You're right.
Penguin.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yep. Damn, forgot she was in The Penguin. Totally forgot about that.
Yeah. No, I think she might be Silver St. Cloud, but I could see maybe Phantasm, but I don't think it's fan. Well, usually it's not what we think as fans, and Andrea Beaumont is like a perfect fan cast for somebody like ScarJo, right? So I just don't think it's gonna. I just don't think it'll happen. I think for me, the Silver St. Cloud thing feels more in line because she comes from an era of comics that heavily, you know, involve Batman's detective work. Number one. Number two, what purposes her character serve? Well, in the comics, Silver St. Cloud is one of the few socialites in Gotham who finds out that Batman is Bruce Wayne.
Mm.
Now imagine that type of scenario in the Batman Part 2.
Yeah.
What happens when a wealthy socialite who's actually a decent fucking human being in Gotham finds out Bruce Wayne is Batman?
So Silver St. Cloud, like I've heard that name, but but obviously not from the comics. I think as that character,
she was in Gotham. She's one of Bruce Wayne's childhood friends in that show.
Okay, is that the only time? Is that the only other time she's been adapted in live action? Is in that show?
I want to say yes. I want to say yes.
I think so.
Titans didn't do anything with her. Batwoman didn't do anything with her. So I want to say yes.
Okay.
I want to say
the thing about the Andrea Beaumont thing and the Phantasm thing, and as much as I was like, oh, that could fit in Matt Reeves' world because it's all illusion of the Phantasm and everything. But then at the same time, I'm going, and I saw somebody on Twitter post this, and they went, yeah, but a lot of people already know the fucking twist. So why would you want to have a character? And like, if the Phantasm is a thing, it's like there are people that are going.
The general audience has no idea what the
the general audience probably hasn't seen that movie.
Yeah, but true. But at the same time, it's like this. You know, this is Matt Reeves that probably wants to appease both. It's like, oh yeah, the general audience doesn't know who it is, but at the same time,
here's the way he could do that. Here's the way he could do that. Combine the two. Silver St. Cloud is the Phantasm.
Could do that too. I mean, there's always a possibility of like, but that would piss off, of course, the purists.
Oh my goodness, yes. But you know what? Okay, Phil. I'm looking at like comic images of Silver St. Cloud, and I am starting to buy.
Yeah, you see her. I
see ScarJo. Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, because I think everybody was going for redheads. You know, when it came to
But she's not a natural redhead. That's the problem.
I know that's the thing. But they look at her as
yes,
Black Widow.
absolutely. Yes,
so
sure.
it's funny because Vicky Vale was like kind of like more. She was redhead in versions. It's like so.
Yeah, right.
About Kim Basinger, who's blonde.
Even in live action, because Vicky Vale is in the Robert Lowry Batman serial, and she's got dark hair. She's absolutely got dark hair.
Yeah,
well,
it's
and
I know we always look at hair color, which is funny. And then of course people are saying Poison Ivy because redhead, and I'm like,
no, I don't.
It's not going to work. So. But somebody said like, oh, it could work. Maybe she's just like a climate activist, and I'm like, that would not. No,
I really need people. And I know this won't happen, but I really need people to stop basing your fan casts on what you saw the person in most recently. Because that is not what we're not. They're not taking. He's not taking Black Widow and putting Black Widow in a Batman movie. That's not what this is.
Yeah. You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I think I might have seen DC Film News repost some quote shared from the fucking Rat. And I was like,
oh yeah,
in regards to like, oh, Emma Stone passed it up and fucking all the and I just thought to myself like, number one, can we just stop perpetuating this bullshit? And I
set
like,
that shit on fire in the Reddit. Somebody posted in the Reddit, and I'm like, this is Chattanooga FBI who like threatened James Gunn like earlier this month. Fucking
and I'm just like, can we just stop giving and can we just stop paying attention to this guy who is not a casting agent? He doesn't work for DC Studios. He has no connection to James Gunn. Like he gets secondhand information like a fucking rat at the table getting scraps. Stop paying attention to him.
The fact that this information comes out, and then all of a sudden people are like, it just the timing of everything was weird. I was like, first off, he didn't break the scoop. Other people did, and then all of a sudden, a day later, he goes, "Oh yeah, Emma Stone passed." Because I'm going, where the fuck did that come from? And I didn't even post about it. I didn't even want to talk about it because I'm like going, it's very interesting because everybody that people are fan casting Scarlett Johansson is a redhead, and it's like it almost seems like Mr. Schneider, the Rat, decided to be like, what redhead is popular?
That's exactly what he fucking did.
That's exactly what he did.
Redhead actress who is big, who everybody knows, and he said, "Oh yeah, Emma Stone passed." I would love it if Emma Stone was like active a little bit and said, this is not true. It would have been so great because it just seemed like the timing. A day later, it was like Jeff Snyder had to like jump in and try to be like, oh, you know who passed up on it? Emma Stone.
Well, yeah, because that's his MO, dude. He's a classless fucking thief. He doesn't have any fucking real tangible source or credible source for that matter. He gets information secondhand from so-and-so, so-and-so. He talks all this shit about, oh, you should see my email list. What fucking email list, bro? If you're so confident about it, why don't you fucking show it?
Right. And go back to his fucking tirade on Gunn. Like what started that? It started that because
I will end you. He was like threatening.
That started because you turned into a baby because your game isn't working anymore. You were happier than a pig in shit during the DCEU era because Hamada and like fucking Johns and everybody before you wouldn't say shit about all the nonsense you were peddling. But now Gunn will actually push back on your shit. You don't like that. It's drying up your income because people know that you're a fucking liar. And so you're just pulling shit out of your ass now, and you're hiding it.
I refuse to even talk about that. When that was going around, and I saw people, I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, I mean, like it's just something that he could have.
It's not even news. Who gives?
He could have easily put that out there because everybody was fan casting her as a redheaded character because Vicky Vale was redhead at one point. Poison Ivy, people were saying that, and Andrea, which is like the one that people were liking the most. I even ran a poll about it. People were loving that. Oh, what about Andrea Beaumont, redhead? So everybody. So it just like to me, it was just like, oh, I think he just tried to capitalize on who's a famous redhead. And I just don't buy it. I just do not.
Oh, it's a fucking lie. There's no. It's not true. I guarantee that shit's not true.
Yeah,
like guarantee you pull out of it.
You know, there's a thing that goes around about like if you're ugly, it shows in your age, and that man is one of the ugliest motherfuckers I have ever fucking seen.
Dude, me and him are the same age, and he looks like he's like
What?
he looks like he
Could have
be-
fooled me. I thought he was at least 10 years older than you.
Oh no,
Jesus
he's
Christ.
40. He's 41, 42. Like
That is depressing because that
I remember
man
I saw
looks-
that. I was like, whoa.
Fucking hell.
He
Wow.
looks like a fucking recovering cancer patient. Jeff Snyder is just fucking dude. I'm telling you, if I ever saw this guy in person, I would openly be like, yes, I'm the guy who called you a classist thief. You are a fucking clown and you are a joke. Nobody takes you seriously. That dude is such a fucking bum. Why do you think John Roach is the only one who ever entertains him on a show? Because he's a bum at what he does.
Yeah.
You know what's fascinating because, and Phil knows is that like I do watch the Hot Mic. I do watch those shows, but even with all these like rumors or these scoops and whatnot, and a lot of people don't realize this, and they sometimes say it, not always, but I always take each one with a grain of salt because until I see set photos, until I see a trailer, until I see the damn movie, I don't know if any of the people or these plots or these decisions that being talked about these shows is actually in fruition. Until then, especially with nowadays, anything can just change like that.
Ronan, here's my rule, my hard and fast rule about scoopers. Because, I mean, fuck all of them. But, like, here's my rule about them. Scoopers are at best spoilers and at worst liars.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yeah, I've said that too. Where it's like sometimes the scooping game just becomes just a spoiler game, which sucks.
Completely.
And then, yeah. And
I
then
also
so,
love how apparently a lot of these LA's places like will report that like, oh, James Gunn says that there's a role for Catwoman in the DCU, and I go, no shit.
Yeah,
I'm like, how is that news? It's like
first I've heard of it.
Oh, it's that's like saying, Dave, I have a scoop. Are you ready? Lois Lane is going to be in a Superman movie.
What?
I know, right?
The shit you say.
I know. I saw the Catwoman thing, and I go, of course.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. I don't know if you know this, but someone with the last name West will be in a Flash movie.
What? You're shitting me. I know. I mean, that's the thing. And I think, and like I said, the timing of that news, and I saw it all over my stuff, and everybody was like going, huh. And then I saw people being like so disappointed. And I'm like, I like had to resist to be like, do you actually believe this? And I almost posted something. I'm like, I am not going to even refer to this. But I completely ignored it. I had to. There were so many times where I was like,
"Oh no, you did the right thing. You did the right thing."
And I walked away. I walked away.
Because all you'd be doing is boosting his bullshit, and he doesn't deserve that.
I was like, I'm not going to even acknowledge because the timing of all of that, and then it's like, oh yeah. Who's a big redheaded actress I can use? Emma Stone. And I just wish that Emma Stone can come out and be like, no, that wasn't true.
Yeah. Well,
if she does that, if somebody might, like who interviews her, like, hey, were you actually? And if I hope she goes, no, I was never in talks. Oh my God, I would love it if she actually would just debunk that, and we can all just just saying.
Yeah, no, it's and unfortunately it got the desired result because, like I said, I saw it in the Reddit, I saw it in the DC Cinematic Universe Reddit, and was like, fuck, and all different, like whole manner of comments behind it. It's like, this isn't even why are we?
I know
there's nothing like what is this?
Anytime I see the in Snyder, I'm like, nope, not gonna.
Oh yeah.
That.
And like the link is the warning, right? Because like I saw the post and then I'm like, okay, where's the link? And then as soon as I saw it, I was like,
as soon as you see the link, it's like it's that gif of that one dude opening up the refrigerator, and then he just goes and then just shuts the door. I'm like, yeah, a lot of people use that too with him, which is funny.
Yeah.
But Ronan, I know you're gonna take off. You're gonna call it a night.
The body's telling me go to bed, you fuck. I'm like, I'm trying. I want to stay with the boys and talk about shit, man.
That's all right. We're probably gonna wrap this up in the next 15-20 minutes, anyways. So, but thank you for dropping by as per usual. Always great talking to you, man.
It's a pleasure, man. I love hanging out with you every Friday.
Yeah, promote
yourself.
Yeah.
Take care of yourselves.
Yes.
Besides what Uncle Clinton says, if you can catch Kill Bill because it's still a hell
totally
of a thing.
Tomorrow. I cannot wait.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right. See you, Space Cowboys.
All right.
Nice.
Take it easy.
I like that. Okay,
Yeah,
did he leave or did he?
No, I think he forgot.
Okay, there it is. Okay.
I was like, oh man, I'm gonna have to remove him. All right, yeah, he's good.
Okay, I did have a funny moment that is related to our mutual interest. This was at work a couple days ago. My coworker, he's like 27. He's a huge like NASCAR fan. He came in to my area and was like, "Have you heard about Michael Jordan suing NASCAR?" And I'm like, "No, I have no idea about this." And he was like excited to tell me because he's a huge NASCAR fan. He said it was a complicated thing. There's, in a nutshell, Michael Jordan owns a NASCAR team and they're suing NASCAR for antitrust violations.
I did hear about that. Yeah.
Which is not getting like massive coverage on the news, but he was just so excited to tell me like the intricacies about it. But he said it was maddening. He's like, because it's such a complex thing and it's frustrating because it's like, I know what it is and so many other people don't know about it. Like, do you get how that feels? And I was like, yeah. You ever see Zack Snyder's Justice League? And he goes, no. And I'm like, okay, have a seat. I told him the whole fucking story, told him everything, and he was riveted, man. Like at one point, like halfway through, like he had to leave and go do some work, and he's like, "I will be, put a pin in this. I'll be back." And 20 minutes later, he raced back. Was like, "Okay, so the bad Justice League movie came out. That's where we started." It's like, "Okay." And I told him the whole, because he hasn't watched any of like, I don't think he's seen any DCEU movies like at all.
Oh, you sweet summer child.
So this was me explaining to, and I went so far as to, I didn't because I showed him the Justice Steppenwolf image.
Oh.
Yeah.
And then I showed him
Liam Neeson in a fucking helmet.
Liam Neeson, that's the one that I saw. Yeah, he does look like Liam Neeson.
And then I showed him his the first arrival at Themyscira in Zack Snyder's Justice League. And then I also showed him the scene where he talks to Darkseid. Because the whole point was I was trying to impart to him like how great I'm like, do you see the CGI? Do you see like how great this looks? Yeah, that was all part of the original 111 days of principal photography, right before they decided to reshoot it cheaply. And it was one of those moments where like he was connecting the dots himself as I was telling him stuff like about how like about the Whedon and the reshoot process. Like, that's what, because that's not enough time. How could you do that in 6 months or whatever? It's like, yeah, I know exactly. It's fucking
dude.
But it was,
yeah.
Did you tell him about the stash?
Dude, anytime that I tell that story, I go, I didn't believe that they would actually do that.
Me too.
Like, I have videos during that time where I'm like, they would never do something like that. And then when you see the movie, you go, oh, fuck, they did.
So I told him, no, Jared, I actually forgot to tell him about the stash. However, he said, I told him, I said, listen, as a challenge, like, and he says he's going to do this, and I take him at his word. He's going to watch these movies. I told him, I said, watch the bad one. Watch Justice
first,
and then watch Zack Snyder's Justice League. And I think he already is, because again, I showed him the whole like Darkseid conversation, and he was just like, and after it was done, I was like, that wasn't in the original movie at all. And he's like, what? Oh, that seems like it was important. I was like, yeah, it was fucking important.
I have a buddy of mine, and so previous to us like hanging out, he had only seen the Justice League version. So he and I have an ongoing joke where randomly he'll just go, "Mother."
Oh God.
And I explained to him because what it's supposed to be is that the boxes have, and this is actual DC Comics lore, the box have the spirits of Steppenwolf's mom in there. But I'm like, they don't tell you that. So all you think is like Steppenwolf is just talking to just a wall, calling it mother.
Right.
Yeah. It's funny because I remember when that was like a thing, and like people online, we were all kind of going, oh yeah, he's referring to that. But then when like you said, when you watch the actual thing, there's no explanation or nothing. There's literally no like, hey, you realize, if you're gonna do that, you have to explain a little bit, do a little bit of exposition of why he's saying that, and they never did, and it was kind of funny because I remember that time when we were talking about it, and I was like, oh yeah, there is, he does explain it, he does say that in the books, and hey, kudos for, I guess, Whedon for trying to inject that in there, but you did a poor job.
Gets no credit. He could have explained it.
Yeah, you did a piss poor job of like trying to, you just put it in there and that was it. Now it looks weird.
Anyone who could have brought that up to him, it wouldn't have mattered because Joss Whedon doesn't take notes from anyone, not even Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, I know.
I
wonder if a guy with the ball cap was like, "Hey, no." Who knows?
I call that nostalgia armor. What that kind of is that they know what they're making is shit, but they know that if they cram it with enough Easter eggs, all the fanboys will go like, "There's the best movie ever."
I still come across Joss Whedon fans on threads every now and again. I'm just like, ooh, yikes! What the fuck is wrong with you?
You know what's crazy? And I probably talked about this before. I had somebody that I was in contact with who invited me to, he was like, hey, if you're not busy tonight, and it was a weekday night, he goes, if you're not busy tonight, there is a screening happening. I'm not sure what it is. It was like one of those test screenings. I'm not sure what it is, but it could be Justice League. And I went, but it was like a weekday. I couldn't do it. Sure enough, it was Justice League. And then he snuck a picture. Joss Whedon was actually there at that test screening. And I was like, fuck, because at the time I was like, damn it, I could have saw it already. But I'm actually glad I didn't, because
yes, in retrospect, you dodged a bullet.
Yeah.
Because maybe, I mean, I would have, it's like, but it's funny because at the same time, when I did actually go to Warner Brothers lot and watch the movie, I try to be as positive as possible with the 2 videos I posted that night. And I remember like doing that and just going, fuck. I mean, I wish I didn't. I wish I just would have unleashed on that, because I mean, I don't know how many times I've said this, because I was, there was other people there who were like critics and, other YouTube people. And I had conversations with them beforehand and were like excited. And then when we were walking out, I mean, I remember the first thing I said to this one guy, and I forgot what his name is, but I remember we were all just walking and just quiet. And then I broke the silence, and I'm like, well, they really de-Snydered that, didn't they? And that was the first thing I said to him. I was like, and then he was like, yeah, because he was a Zack Snyder fan too. And he liked BVS and Man of Steel. And it was like, it was just I wish I could have captured that on camera, because it was just walking to our cars to the parking lot in silence. And then I broke the silence by just like looking back to him, like, they really de-Snydered that, didn't they? And I think I remember like a week later, I posted like a de-Snyder GIF, the Twisted Sisters lead singer who was Dean Snyder. I think I posted that because I was like, they fucking, and it was like one of those things where I was like, I'm trying to be optimistic here, guys. But then
and it's like
I couldn't hold back after a week. I was like, I'm done. This movie was fucking, they fucked it up.
Exactly. I got out of it, and I remember thinking at first that I really liked it, but that was only because, again, it was the first time I had seen a live-action Justice League movie, so I was still on that high.
Yeah.
As stuff started to come out about what actually happened, and then Zach was posting what was actually supposed to be in the movie on Vero, I was like, oh, you butchered this.
Yeah. And for me, I can look back at like the 6 months, because that's how long it took. It was from November. It was from that November to like July. Like, it was 6 months where I was just like, I call it cognitive delusion.
Yeah,
because my brain did not want to believe that like, and it kind of started because the first showing of it, we got tickets to a fan screening on the Monday prior, because it like came out on a Thursday, and like we went down to the MJR in Troy and saw it in a theater filled with loud, excited fans. So the energy was like off the charts, right? So that can help contribute to your experience.
Same.
And so that's where like the cognitive delusion started.
Yeah.
And so then I saw it like 2 more times after that. And I remember that like at Squadcast Media, there was like a divide because Brent and I watched it and our review was very positive. Tim and Scott watched it and their review was closer to what Dave said. So, and it was like this week. It was Scott will tell you that like both he and Tim, I have to give both of them great because it was a case where I was actively avoiding like all of the like the Ascended Angel stuff and like all the other things that were coming out. I was avoiding because it was like, okay,
holy shit.
Yeah, remember the previses and stuff?
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah,
right.
I remember that.
So that was like one of the first things I saw. And that was like the weekend the fucking movie came out that those videos popped up. And I'm like, okay, no, I'm not looking at this. I don't want to see it. And I was just kind of like in denial about it. And it was like for months, like Tim and Scott were like, okay, like just because we were still recording and we were still doing like Squadcast movie episodes or whatnot. Like, so like we'd be done recording and like Brent or somebody else would leave and they'd be like, okay, Ray, take a look at this. They'd be like, here's this, here's this, here's this. They're just like, okay. And it was just like, and it just kept building and building. And it finally got to a point. I probably said this before. My last straw, the one that really pushed me over the edge was in one of the behind the scenes videos that they had for the digital copy of the movie. You see the shot of the 6 of them looking at Darkseid. But you don't know that's what it is. You just see them looking up at something, and I'm looking at like they're fucking looking at Darkseid. They're looking at Darkseid.
The behind the scenes shot, which is
that just really pissed me off.
Yeah, it's like the more you see what they actually cut out. It's like I remember the first time I saw on Vero the black and white photo of Darkseid, and I was like, "Oh, what?"
Yeah,
I remember the storyboard that was.
Oh yeah.
Release.
I think for me,
you're welcome.
I think for me, it was.
I was the one that leaked that shit.
Tim and Scott, like under cover of secrecy, showed me that.
Oh, I know, because I was already sharing it with like certain individuals. Because I remember like my source to Zach, who hit me up like the week of Justice League. He hit me up, and I thought, oh, this is some bullshit fucking Marvel fan that's trying to fuck with me. But obviously, like if you could look at the time frame, you can go back to 2017 and look at the time frame of my reviews for Justice League to when I started unleashing, and it's so funny too because that first video I literally said, if you think this is Zack Snyder's Justice League, it is not Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm like, you're welcome, Zack. I helped you. I always say that. I would joke about that, but it's so funny because, when it came to the Darkseid storyboard, when I got handed that, Zach handed that to this person, and then they handed it to me. It's like, can you get this out there? I was like, all right, I'm going to try the different, I was like, hey, this. We're going to release it all at one point. I remember I called off work that day because it was like during the week. Man, that was like a crazy day where it's like I shot my video the night before. And I had it scheduled, and Stephen Colbert had his article ready, and Scott, I showed those guys. I was like, get something on a podcast. And I think there was somebody on Instagram who was a big account. I can't remember who it was, but they were very much involved with that. I gave it to that person. So yeah, it was like a coordinated thing. Where I was like, hey, I got this. It's legit. It's from Zach. It's actually Zach's storyboard. Let's like coordinate. And we released it all at like 9 o'clock. I think it was 9 o'clock Pacific time. It was like such a crazy talk about adrenaline pumping. Like I remember like, oh, here it goes. Click, and then everything. And then you're sitting there watching fucking Twitter, refreshing. And then all of a sudden, boop, it popped up on my fucking, I think it was like within like 2 or 3 minutes. All of a sudden it popped up on my timeline and it was like, Jesus Christ. And then people were like, oh my God, Darkseid was supposed to be in this. It was like all this shit where like, and it was just like, holy crap! It was like one of those things. The video blew up. Steven's article blew up. Things just were like just blowing up everywhere. It was like, oh man,
Yeah.
talk about a fun time.
I think for me, it really set in the second time I watched it, because I watched, that cut a couple days early with a good friend of mine. And I remember after the second time I'd watch it, just feeling just kind of like something ain't, the math ain't mathing, right? Like this does not add up to what I just came out of 2 movies ago. Like there's just something not right here. So every time after that, I'd continue to just watch Man of Steel and BVS, and I wouldn't really bother with Justice League. And when time came for Justice League to come out physically, I was like, okay, well, there might be something on the extra on the specials, deleted scenes, whatever, right? And I always thought to myself, it's like, well, Snyder doesn't ever not do a director's cut, and they're not gonna it's eventually gonna happen. Like I never ever thought, oh, this is never gonna happen. No, that's his signature thing. Like, he's a director's cut guy. He's not gonna not finish this movie. And a lot of people, a lot of detractors felt that was not the case. And I remember really when it really stuck for me was, I remember maybe a week or 2 after the movie came out, like there was a laundry list of stuff that I think IGN had gotten a hold of stuff that had been cut from the movie. And of course, over time, as you guys shared, that same stuff had been shared. And I was like, huh, how about that? Go figure.
That's enough for a director's cut.
And it's just like, even leading up to the movie, it's just like, you keep hearing 2 hours, you hear all this nonsense. And it's just like, I remember leading up to the movie, I was like, there's no way this movie is 2 hours, because he shot more than 2 hours worth of footage.
Right. I remember even Zack Snyder movie is like, what? I mean, bullshit. 300 was, but that made sense.
Right. Exactly. But a 2 hour Justice League movie. That
Justice League movie with Zack Snyder directing.
It didn't.
After we got a 3 hour Batman versus Superman,
right? And then also, like, in retrospect, like Danny Elfman has been brought in to do the score.
Right.
This Junkie XL left, and it's like, okay,
that's where I started kind of going, oh shit. Yeah, I remember there's a video that I shot. It was a short one where one of the themes, he kind of almost reused the Avengers theme.
Yes, I remember that video. I remember your video on that. I remember that.
Yeah. It was like, oh yeah, he's bringing back this, and then all of a sudden it was like 10. And I was like, and then I held up my my Avengers like picture, and I was like, yeah, because I was like, this fucking sounds like the Avengers. What the fuck are we doing here? Like,
it's arguably his laziest score that he's like ever done in his life.
But I won't hold I won't hold it against him, because it was like pressing time, and it was like you got brought in. Yeah.
I don't hold it against him either, because it wasn't his idea. Like, he was asked to do it, right? It's not like it was his impetus. But I think all these years, the thing that really, like, I think the reason that whole thing like finally pushed me over the edge is because I am still massively a comic book novice compared to everybody else.
Yeah.
But one thing that I have read is Cosmic Odyssey, which is my introduction to Fourth World stuff. So this was the one time where it's like, oh, I fucking know who this is. I know who this is. I know what boom tubes are. Like, so it was like my knowledge was finally like, and mind you, this was also around the time that Brent and I were doing DC TV Squadcast.
There you go.
And I fucking love that book so much.
There it is.
But like, this was around the time that we were doing DC TV Squadcast, and I was literally almost every episode Googling and wiki like going to Wikipedia, like what was the villain we just watched? Like, who's this character? Who's that? Like, I was constantly having to look shit up that Brent already knew, and that the other guys already knew. So the one time that you give me villains and characters and shit that I know and you take it out, fuck you. I was not rewarded for my knowledge because they removed it, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah,
put it back.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And we got I think that I don't know.
Rational Skeptic.
Thank you for the for the $5 Super Chat panel. What is your reaction when it was reported Cavill was out as Superman and they were prioritizing Supergirl in October? Oh, I remember that.
Oh, I think he's talking. I think he's talking about the story that where
I distinctly remember this happening.
where Grace was saying that like Supergirl was going to be the Superman in the universe, and Batgirl
then Batgirl was going to be the Batman.
And I'm like,
no,
I
not
can't
referring to
believe that
at
was
all.
an idea.
I'm referring to the article that cut. The article was a Variety article, and I don't remember who wrote it. It might have been Ray's, and mine's absolutely not favorite writer of all time from Variety. But the headline was the headline was Henry Cavill out as Superman, and it had like a cutout of him, like Henry Cavill Superman was just like his head being taken off the costume. And my immediate reaction to that was I just turned on the movie. I watched Man of Steel. I was just like, I don't give a fuck what this noise is about. I don't fucking care. This is bullshit. This is stupid. This is dumb. And then I remember later on that day, like Henry Cavill posted something to like Instagram, and he like pulled up the Superman toy and a bunch of dogs barking, and he pulled the toy back down. And I was just like, he's not done. Well, little did we know that was half true.
Yeah, it was like a half truth.
It was half true. It was half true.
Yeah, but that was the because 2018 that was the beginning of the aimless Walter Hamada era.
Yes,
right, and part of half the reason that it was aimless is because their directive was to avoid anything that Snyder did at all costs. Like that was just how they operated. It was just like we're not doing anything. Like it was almost like Aquaman was just a default. Like they couldn't not do it because it was already in post production when he took over, and they had spent so much money on it.
Yeah, and I think like when it comes to Aquaman, because I always say, you know, when I see obviously the discourse out there, and you know, people always talk about like what is Snyderverse, what is not. I always say Aquaman is Snyderverse adjacent, but the reason why that movie works is because, you know, what's his name? I'm trying to remember. James Wan. Yeah. Yeah. I was like, James Wan, even though like he had to deal with the studio with both movies, which, you know, the second one, he got totally just fucking that you know, who knows what. I mean, there's probably a whole documentary you could talk about when it comes to the shit that he had to go through when it came to the second one. But the first one, he had to deal with the studio and with the changes, but there were still things that he was able to keep in there. I mean, that fucking trench sequence.
Oh yes,
it's so goddamn good. It's so goddamn good. That shot.
Yep.
When they're swimming up with the fucking the light and they got all the creatures like going, that is such a beautiful fucking shot. But that's such James Wan right there, because you know, he was like, he wanted to have those elements. And remember at one point they were going to have a thing where it was like, oh, we're going to do a thing called the trench, you know, because that did work. I mean, that's the thing. They were trying to like, you know, and
the trench movie. Yeah. They were going to do a trench movie.
And there was going to be a thing there too. And I think that was Hamada's attempt to be like, hey, we got to, you know, keep James Wan where, you know, he, you know, strives the most and blah, blah, blah. And but it's like, why do you guys keep announcing shit that you're not going to follow through with? And that's where I think a lot of things fell through when it came from, you know, between 2018 to 2020. It was like they were trying to just throw shit at the wall and like they were trying to grab the ship and blah, blah, blah. And then, you know, naturally what happened was like, okay, in 2019, there was like this push for the Snyder Cut, and Zack was pitching it. In 2020, it gets, you know, announced. It was a crazy time, and now we got people trying to.
Important to remember that the Snyder Cut was going to happen regardless of COVID. They wanted content for HBO Max. Just
yes, yes. You can't put that on COVID because
too many people try and put on with COVID.
And that's illogical because what it really is this was.
Just kidding.
Zack even said it himself. Like Tony Emmerich fucking called him not long after that fucking day in November and said, "What do you want to do?"
Right. Well, and because that was the time where the studios were starting to get into the streaming, like they finally stopped dismissing Netflix because they had been, that was part of their downfall, was that they'd been dismissing streaming and thought it was a fad and it wasn't going to do anything. And then Netflix keeps beating them out on like, numbers and like at the flipping Golden Globes and the Emmys. Like when Netflix started winning more Emmys than HBO, it was like, okay, what the fuck is going on here, right? And so they finally, because I remember Disney Plus launched in November of 2019.
That's correct.
With Mandalorian, and then HBO Max's launch was already planned, but it just happened to coincide with COVID-19. So so that's the thing where it was like, okay, no, this is
HBO Max was June of 2020.
I believe, yes, I think so. Yeah,
June of 2020.
Yeah, and so absolutely they were, because I think at that time the only Max original content I remember that was close to, and maybe it wasn't at launch, was The Flight Attendant.
Yes, Flight Attendant,
and which I didn't see the second season, but I really liked the first season.
They announced that they had The Flight Attendant. I think they had also announced, like, it was either in like that time span of like, you know, between June and December, or maybe even January, like they had announced that Peacemaker was going to happen. Like somewhere in there of that 6 months that they announced that Peacemaker was going to be an HBO Max original.
Interesting. Like before the Suicide Squad.
Before the Suicide Squad released, but the film had finished right as COVID happened.
Yeah. You're right. Yes, you're right. Because one of the things that we saw that impressed a lot of us at Fandom, at the really awesome Fandom, the first one,
the 2021, yes,
the 2021 was they showed behind the scenes footage of all the practical stuff from Suicide Squad. And we're like, damn, look at the wire work and all the explosions and whatnot. Yes, I remember that. You're right.
You're right. Yeah. So it wasn't too long after Fandom, I think, that they announced that Peacemaker was getting a show.
Yeah, and so this is happening, and you know, a couple of years prior to that, Paramount Plus was CBS All Access, because CBS, and they were already 2 or 3 seasons into Discovery, and they had started Picard, and that got affected by 2020, and Peacock had launched, and so like this is where everybody was making their inroads into streaming. So yeah, it really, I mean, COVID just accelerated things.
Yeah.
They were already planning to do what they were doing.
And I've said that many times too, and we've had many conversations about that, right? It was like, oh yeah, there's always going to be the streaming wars, but COVID just like bumped it up like 5 years.
Yeah, sped everything up. Yeah,
it bumped it up where it's like, oh yeah, people are at home. Oh shit, and then all of a sudden it was just like pump everything we have. People need to be entertained at home and blah blah blah. And sadly now, you know, when it comes to this whole thing with Netflix and Teddy Sarandos going hey, we're just going by, you know, what where the trends are going and all this kind of stuff. It's like, you know, obviously a lot of us here and a lot of people out there are like, oh yeah, we love going to movie theaters. But at the same time, I get it. It's expensive. It's gotten more expensive. You know, Chris and I were talking about this at the beginning. It's like, oh yeah, you know, you take the family, it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna cost like, you know, it could get close to $100, you know, depending on how many kids you have and how much you're purchasing when it comes to certain things. You got tickets, you got concessions, even if there's alcohol there, where like, hey, maybe you want to like, you know, have some wine, have a beer or something like that. There's gonna be things there, and you have full-on food that you can actually get there. So you really, I mean, that's why these family movies like Zootopia just fucking over $500 million opening weekend. I mean, obviously that wasn't all here. It was mainly international, but at the same time, it just kind of shows you where things are going is when people are going to the movie theaters, it's going to be a family thing. And again, that's a worry thing too, because then it's like, oh, okay, so like Netflix is going to prioritize family animated, you know, IP or whatever the hell, and then, you know, oh yeah, but you know, when it comes to other movies, oh yeah, put it out there for a weekend and then stick it on the fucking.
Here's the thing: when it comes to Ted Sarandos talking
Sinners
about,
is not gonna. Sorry, but I was just like saying, Sinners is gonna like a new Sinners is gonna suffer. Anyway,
sure, yeah, totally, no, but when Ted Sarandos says, you know, we're going to where the consumers are, I'm almost inclined to just kind of like in the back of my mind be like, let me fix that sentence for you, Ted. I'm inclined to go where my consumers are. My consumers, because where did your consumer base start with Netflix? People at home.
Yes, it's always at home.
It's always at home.
Yeah.
And so, of course, when you're talking about a theatrical model, a model that you have, let's be frankly honest, almost fundamentally no fucking understanding of, you're going to fucking look at it and be like, the fuck? No. What?
And then it's
by Warner Brothers?
And then of course, when you're looking at things now, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was like, at the same time, it's like they're looking at the numbers, and yeah, the numbers they're showing that. So it sucks the fact that he's like looking at like, well, look at what's happening, but then it's like it sucks because I get it that things are declining, but at the same time, it's still a thing that you could actually like especially when I hated this quote that he had where he goes, "We're saving cinema." There was like a quote that he said that he's saving Hollywood, Hollywood or whatever the fuck. There was like because like somebody asked him like, people think you're ruining Hollywood. He's like, "Oh no, we're saving it." It's like, no, you're not. You're actually ruining it. You're ruining it because there still is a whole demographic that loves to go to the movies, whether it's by themselves or just like going with friends. Yes, I get it. Like, I don't know. It just sucks because I love going to the movies. When I go to the movie, I can't wait to go. I'm like I said, I'm meeting up with some friends. We're gonna watch Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair. It's going to be fucking fun. It's going to be great. I'm going to love it. That's my Saturday for tomorrow. And I'm so looking forward to that. And it just sucks that, we got this guy that's like, oh yeah, we're saving him. And it's like,
movie theaters. Cause like Phil, he knows, he doesn't know shit about theatrical on purpose. Like he purposely like ignores and dismisses it. And
wants everybody to be the fat people in Wall-E,
basically. And don't think I haven't seen that posted a couple of times today as well.
Yep, I have.
But theaters are never going to 100% die. I said years ago when I used to defend streaming a lot more, I used to tell people like, listen, what's going to happen with theaters is that they're going to become more niche and they're going to become more stylized around the experience, which they have, like what you're talking about, alcohol, the 4DX stuff, and like the immersive screen,
the luxury seating, and having a waiter show up and bring you a fucking entree.
And like there's like some of the Imagine theaters up here have what are called quote unquote cuddle seats, which is basically a love seat for like the two of you to let you can like actually.
I've seen those.
Like buy.
You can literally.
I haven't seen one of those yet. That's wild.
It's just a love seat. It's like if you and your significant other want to not sit in two separate chairs, you're just sitting on a love seat. Like,
okay.
And you can literally like cuddle.
I thought I heard of everything.
Yes. That is absolutely a thing. Yeah,
it's a thing. Yeah, I've seen it. They even have like beds. I've seen theaters that are like literal, like almost.
I have seen that too. Yes.
I remember. We can all be lazy bastards.
Yes.
Fucking A. I'm like, I would fall asleep if that would happen.
At that point, stay at home and wait for the fucking movie.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, why are you going to see the movie?
And that's where Ted Sarandos is like,
right. And that's the thing is like, so and Netflix, like they've been very insidious about this. Because they spent, 5-10 years, whatever, building their shitty library of everything, while the studios were like dismissing them and saying, "Oh, whatever," right? And once Netflix got big enough, that's when all the studios started pulling their stuff back, like pulling all their stuff off of the service, putting it back on theirs, and then for a 5-year period, like 2019 through to like what? 2023, 2024, they're like, shit, we're not seeing the returns that we thought we were going to see with this because, well, you haphazardly did it. You didn't take it seriously in the first place. And now you're acting reactionary to what Netflix has been doing.
Yeah.
And Netflix is just sitting there going, Ed, Netflix waited them out. Netflix sat there and went, okay, yeah, you're pulling all your shit. Okay, we'll wait. When this doesn't work for you in 5 years, you will come crawling back to us, which is exactly what the fuck they've done. In the last year, all the studios have come crawling back to Netflix. Here, will you take our content again? We need to recoup losses. And the studios also shot themselves in the foot with the stupid fucking strike last year. That absolutely did not help shit whatsoever because of their arrogance, right?
Yep.
So Netflix is capitalizing on all of this nonsense, and their whole model is stay at home. Their whole model is just watch subscribe. Here, we'll take your 16-digit credit card, and you won't even have to worry about it. Just it'll always be there.
All of this,
right?
Oh, you want to pause? That's fine. We'll see you in 6 months.
Yeah.
Right. Or guess what? You don't have to worry. You can go to the bathroom at any time. You can get food out of your fridge. You don't need to buy concessions. That's the magic that they're trying to sell everybody with respect to this.
And then it doesn't help too where when it comes to people talking about bad theatrical experiences, because that happens where people go, oh yeah, I went to the movies. I was trying to watch the movie, and then we have these kids over here, they're on their phones.
Oh, when I saw Tron, the girl next to me would not shut up and would not stop commentating on the movie.
Oh God!
If you think that they're not capitalizing on how much more asshole-ish people are in general these days, because that's the thing. You go out anywhere, and it's like you hear way more stories about people being complete dicks, like in movie theaters and everywhere else. It's just like, where's the decorum? Oh, that benefits them. Have even more people get burned out on the idea of going to the theater.
Dude.
Oh, he's in Mr. Burns mode for sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
When I saw Jurassic World Rebirth, there was a couple next to me. Movie starts, they're sitting there fucking off on their phone. I looked at them, I was like, fuck, motherfucker, answer to the phone. 20 minutes into the movie, and I got up. I was like, I'm not fucking dealing with this.
God, I love turning my phone in airplane mode and just not even paying attention, and then just watching the movie. When I'm at home, it could be a little difficult. I'm watching a movie. Sometimes I'm like, I got a notification. Oh, and let me, and I'm in my workstation, and I have to be like, stop doing that. Just sit down and watch the movie. But when I'm in a movie theater, airplane mode, I'm not even thinking about anything but the fucking movie.
I buy all my tickets through Fandango digitally. And so it has the QR code, and like the app will warn me 1 hour or 30 minutes, whatever. And right before, it will ask if I want Do Not Disturb turned on.
Yes.
For what it's estimating the duration of the movie is. And I'm like, every time, yes. Don't fucking bother me in the movie.
Yeah. I'm right? Like that is my
I always do that.
Disconnection from the internet.
One person is allowed to call me during the movie for emergency purposes, and that is Shonda. That is it.
Of course.
Nobody else is allowed. And I have my phone set up for that. She's the only one that can interrupt Do Not Disturb on my phone. But again, like the more and it's not like I haven't had shitty experiences. There was the kid that kept kicking my seat during Ant-Man. And what you're talking about as far as like people on their fucking off on their phones and tablets, that's a regular fucking thing.
Yeah,
and they don't turn the brightness down. It's like bright fucking light, like in the corner of your eye. Like God,
like if you have a child that has very specific needs, that is 1,000% understandable. But I would also wager, maybe consider going to a drive-through. Okay, in that case, if your state doesn't have one, all right then, fine. Maybe turn the fucking brightness down. But even still, like to Ray's point, if you're going, you know full well what you're fucking doing going to a movie theater, and yet some people still are inconsiderate like a motherfucker.
Oh my God. Mm-hmm. When I saw Ford v Ferrari, this I was like, watching it, and probably about 2/3 into it, like this couple brought their kids. The girl was the little girl was fine, but the little boy who was napping through that 2/3 of the movie, hey, he woke up, and guess what? I'm energetic. So what was he doing? Running up and down the little aisle, kicking my seat. And so like the last part of the movie, I had this kid who is just running rampant. And I don't know how many times I looked and I was like going, what the fuck? Like doing like a whole, like, what are we doing here? You know, your kid was asleep this whole time and you thought you got away with it, but no, now all of a sudden you're ruining my experience for the last part of this movie. Like for Ford v Ferrari, you're bringing your kids to see Ford v Ferrari. It's not a kids movie. What are we doing here?
No. That's we couldn't afford or find a babysitter, but we still want to see the movie.
Yeah,
that's what that is.
Yeah, that's those people. I'm going. You can wait for Netflix. I'm like, those are the people. We're gonna like talk about this. Those are the people that should be waiting for.
God damn it, Dave! Don't give them ideas.
I know.
My second Superman viewing.
Oh,
in the same theater, and mind you, I was only tolerant. Like this didn't bother me nearly as much because it was the second viewing. Because Sean and I had already seen the original one a couple nights earlier. But in the same theater. Couple with their child, and the child is like doing laps in a circle for like an hour, like, and it's just like, what? Sit the fuck down.
Oh, I know. No, I remember.
And then in front, randomly, I think I've said this before, but randomly out of nowhere, just every 5 minutes, just heard this. Fuck, what's going on? It is 5 minutes.
They brought their cows.
Is he fucking sleeping? No. Somebody actually did get up and went and got an usher. Usher came and woke the guy up.
Oh god!
I love it. Oh, there's been many times I've heard a snore. That's just the way it is. Especially when you go to the luxury theaters when you're reclining. Yeah. I mean, you're just asking for a grandpa to just be like, "Oh, we're doing this," falling asleep 15 minutes into the movie. It's like there's no way. It's comfy. It's whatever. I remember when I saw the movie If, the imaginary, characters,
Krasinski.
Ryan Reynolds and Krasinski. Yeah, I remember. My mom wanted to come with me. She was like, "I want to see this movie." I'm like, "All right, let's go." It's all opening night, and then of course, right next to me. This woman and her 2 kids. And again, it's like the little daughter, fine. Again, boys are just, we're programmed to, this is the way it is. We're just energetic from fucking get-go. This boy, like sitting next to me, this little kid could not sit still for more than a minute, and he was like fucking moving around, shifting, and I'm like, God damn it, dude, sit still. Like I almost was like, dude, just fucking chill, but he just could not. And then there was even a point where he just fucking fell off the chair. It was like, and I was like, oh god.
I have a polar opposite experience of that with a child in a movie theater. I just almost now kind of wish it was a different movie. So I got to see Shazam like 3 weeks before it came out.
Oh yeah, I remember they did the early releases.
They
did it like 2 or 3 weeks early, and I go to the theater like 5 minutes away from my current job at the time, and I'm sitting at the movie, and it gets to the point where the rest of the kids get the powers. And me being the fucking comic book nerd I am, I'm going into this movie, I'm like, I really hope they do the Shazam family. So when that moment happens, I shit you not, in complete total fucking unison, me and this little fucking 8-year-old kid just our hands up. When I just wish it was a different movie because fuck Zachary Levi. But
yeah.
But hey, still, like, this is one moment. This is like a 1% chance time where you actually have a moment where a child in a movie theater is acting in accordance to how you should act in a fucking movie theater.
And it was still a good movie. Like the movie itself, and that moment was still really awesome because I remember like
it is great
because remember he's like say my name and he's like Billy.
Yeah.
No, the other name.
No. That was great. I remember laughing. Me and my brothers went into that early one, and we actually laughed because that was a funny moment where it was like, "Say my name," and he was like, "Billy." I was like, "No, my superhero name."
Say the name that I say to turn into this.
I thought they would have saved like the actual family part for like a sequel, something like that. But I was like, oh, they're doing it. All right.
But it was one of those like, and I go back to what Zach's always saying. You're not guaranteed. In just, just put all your fucking shit in. I think Zach said that. I think that's what Zach said. Is like, or maybe somebody else did. I don't know.
No, you're right.
Like, your bullets. It's like put all your. You're not guaranteed the sequel, so just put all your ideas. In there. But no, I love that. I love that kind of stuff. Like I said. We have these experiences. It's not always going to be like that. I've been in movies where the kids totally proper, totally awesome, sitting there, eating their popcorn, eating their candy, not even making a noise. But that's not all kids. That's the thing. And it's like, know your kids. Can you take them to these, but I just go back to that family. I'm like, why are you bringing your kids to Ford v Ferrari?
Oh, you know what? You just made me remember, like, on top of the fucking idiot who answered his phone during Jurassic World Rebirth, there was a woman who brought her fucking infant crying child, and the child cried like 4 fucking times for the fucking movie, dude.
Oh yeah. Anytime that I'm in a movie and then I hear a infant crying, I'm like, there's so many times I'm like, why? Like here,
and, like
this movie.
Ford v Ferrari, Jurassic World. Why?
Yeah. Why would you bring an infant? Why would you bring a crying?
Again, they don't have babysitters or couldn't find one or couldn't afford one, and they had to bring the kid with them, which is still their fucking fault. But still, it's like, yeah. But have I talked about how like what I yelled at my buddy Dwayne when he answered his phone in a movie theater?
You did.
I've heard this on your show.
It was one of those. It was robots. It was DreamWorks movie. So we're in a family audience, but it's me and like my fraternity brothers and my ex girlfriend, and we're sitting there, right? And he fucking 25 minutes of the movie answers his phone. I see he flips the phone on. He's just talking. I literally out loud, without even thinking, just go, Dwayne, you're fucking kidding me? Hang up the goddamn phone. And then just sat down like I forgot how loud I was. Like I didn't like, because there's children there.
Oh my God.
Parents there. Like, okay.
So when The Dark Knight Rises premiered opening night.
Oh no.
I going into the movie, I was a bit jaded and coming into the scene of comic books and then really starting to read comic books. I was in it's not like the comic book phase. However, my one thing in this movie was I want Christian Bale to get his back broken because I'm sick and tired of the way he fucking sounds as Batman. I was one of those obnoxious fanboys at like age 20. I was about 20 when that movie came out. So when they're fighting underneath Wayne Tower and shit, and Bane goes, "Oh yeah, so I was wondering about breakfast. Spirit, your body." Like he breaks Batman's back. I'm in the top row. I'm in the center. It's my cousin next to me to my left, my best friend to my right. As soon as you hear Christian Bale's back break, I just audibly screamed, "Yes!" And like the first 5 rows in front of me, just like it was a wave of people. Everyone just fucking jumped, and everyone was like, "What the fuck?"
Okay,
I didn't realize
that man hates Christian Bale.
Okay, so you know what? Funny enough, I'm glad you brought this up because, again, comic novice, but amazingly, I had read Nightfall.
Yeah. When you saw Dark Knight Rises?
Yes.
Yeah.
So when that moment happened, I didn't yell, but I literally just said out loud, like, he did it.
Yeah. It was one of those moments because I've read the Nightfall series and I was like going, oh, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? And when they were fighting the whole time, I was going, oh my God, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? And then when he finally fucking lifted him up, put his knee up, I was like, there it is. I was like, I didn't yell out like you, Phil, but I was like inside. I was going, holy shit, he's doing it. I was like, oh my god.
The problem with the scene though, and it worked for
it's
what
not as dramatic as it was in the books.
Here's the other thing with the books. The reason why that happens, a major contributing factor, is that Batman's tired as shit because Bane had broken all the villains out.
Sick. He's literally fighting like the flu.
Yeah.
During the whole thing where he's, where Bane's letting out all the people in Arkham and shit like that, and it's like the whole thing, like, yeah. And I totally agree with that. Like it didn't have like the impact that it does when you read the book because
it really felt like book nerds
that is totally just going, who's fighting like illness as he's trying to fight his ultimate fucking,
And then the other issue, the other issue too, is it highlights again the as amazing of an auteur as Christopher Nolan is, the one thing he can't do really well is action choreography.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And because I forget why this is, I saw that clip recently.
He could do chase sequences, car chases.
He can do car chases. He can do and
fight choreography. Not his strongest.
Fight choreography.
I would argue that Rises is the best that it got though.
Yeah, well, yeah, it took.
It's still not good, but yes, good. But you're right. You're absolutely right. He improved over the 3 movies, and I would also say that probably like if you look at like Tenet, like I think that choreography. So he has gotten better at it, yes, but he was still really bad at it at that time.
What's funny is like I actually think his almost outlandish, clunky fighting choreography is actually going to be more favorable for the Odyssey.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I agree with that.
That's kind of how
I do agree with that.
warfare was back then. So if anything, it's a subject matter that's really conducive to that.
Definitely gonna work for that.
I guess very much so. Although you're still going to get people that are going to complain how clunky.
Oh, they're already complaining. They're already complaining about how he's trying to make it as grounded as possible.
Is that now in the gods? Easy.
Yeah,
he'll try.
No, he will. He'll do it.
He will.
He'll find a way.
Everyone knows.
Everyone knows.
He always finds a way.
We're not. Yeah, like again, like one of the greatest auteurs out there. Just
the dude found a way to make a very long movie about inventing the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember, like I was like, okay, he's making it about Oppenheimer. I'm like, okay, I'm like, how is he gonna pull this off? And I walk out of it feeling like shit. Because he made me like, I remember me and my ex were walking out like, wow, that movie made you just feel like, because obviously it ends with, obviously Einstein telling Oppenheimer like, Jesus Christ, look what you did. It's like the way that he crafted the movie was, oh yeah, this was not a good thing. So you walk out going, Jesus Christ.
I absolutely love how that movie is structured.
Oh, I totally do too. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but
I'm saying like, because I wasn't expecting that either. But like the first hour is like his development as a scientist. Yes. The whole second hour is the Manhattan Project.
Yep.
And then at that point you're like, okay, what is left after the Trinity test? Oh, all the bad shit and the aftermath.
All the aftermath of doing it. I mean, it was like, oh shit. And then of course the way Christopher Nolan loves to structure a story, he likes to bounce things around and goes, oh yeah, I'm going to plant this little seed right here in the first act, and then we're going to end with that.
Yes.
Yeah, that little scene right there that you saw in the first act, guess what, we're going to come back to that, and then that's going to make you feel like shit as you walk away from the movie. Like, and I was like, and then that was one of the things I remember getting in the car with Steph, and I went, and I remember telling her something along the lines. I'm like, you fucking did it. And she was like, what? And I was like, Christopher Nolan, he just, how we kind of just like are feeling gross about that. He planted a seed in the first act, and he likes to bounce around his story, and he fucking pulled it off. And I love,
it's like that man has pacing down to a T,
dude.
And Oppenheimer is like the perfect showcase of how well you should pace a film.
Mm-hmm. That movie does not feel like a 3-hour movie.
No, it really doesn't.
No, it really does not. No,
and it should feel like a 3-hour movie, but it doesn't.
So when it comes to the Odyssey, here's just something to take away or keep in mind. Like, think about it this way: this is going to be the most fantastical film Christopher Nolan has ever made,
probably
outside of Interstellar. Like after Interstellar,
Well,
like there's a fucking Cyclops in this movie.
No. See, that's the crazy thing, Phil. Because remember, Interstellar, like Kip Thorne and Neil deGrasse Tyson were like, holy shit, they were using his shit from the movie. So no, this is going to be more fantastical than even Interstellar.
Yes,
right.
Oh yeah. If you know the story of the Odyssey, you know full well what the fuck is coming. It's
yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm excited. It's gonna
There'll
be
be a lot of like weird shit in that.
It's funny because, you know, like Nolan and I've seen the, you know, people push back on his comments about how he's approaching the Odyssey. And I haven't really talked about it because I'm like one of those, I'm like, Nolan could, I mean, my favorite Christopher Nolan movie, I've said this many times, is Memento. When you see the video of him explaining how he came up with the story using the concept of a paperclip, and he draws it on a whiteboard, I go, see, I can't even, I wouldn't even, like that, like how did he fucking do that? Like his mind works on another level. So anything that he's going to do, even when it comes to Tenet, do I fully understand how Tenet works? No, I've seen it probably 3 times, and I do want to watch it again now that we're talking about it. Does it make fully sense to me? No. But at the same time, I'm like, this dude is working on a higher level, and that movie is still very enjoyable, and it still blows my mind, and I love the concepts in there. Do I fully understand it? No. And even Christopher Nolan, when he gets asked about it in interviews, he'll just be like, you know, maybe it's not for you to fully understand. I love that he is a filmmaker. Like when it comes to the end of Inception, there's a top, you know, is it a dream or not? He goes, that's for you to figure out.
That is my favorite of his.
Yeah.
And like because like from the trailer, I was just like, oh, this absolutely looks like it's in my way. And I remember my mom said that too. My mom, like, she said that when she and my dad saw it, she said my dad made a comment like, this is one of Ray's kind of movies.
Yeah.
This is totally like this is totally like in his wheelhouse for sure. And like I remember like that fucking movie. Oh my god. That just like the concept itself. Like I remember I called it graduate level Matrix.
Yes.
Because it was because the idea of like, you know, not being connected to a machine in a virtual reality, but like in your own mind or going into somebody else's mind, and just the intricacies involved and like all the rules. And I love all the practical shit that they did. I love the fact that he like a third of the crew got dizzy because of that. There's the point where they're at that restaurant and it's when the van is falling. And so it's got the whole building,
gravity.
Whole building's got to shift, and he made it. They built a fucking platform to like lift.
Yes. And it's so funny too, because like when I think about Inception, it's like the device that connects the minds. He did not even explain how it all works, really. It just, hey, that's the device. Not going to spend enough time. Yeah, we're going to explain that. It just is the thing, and but it's all the concepts of the levels of dreaming that everybody goes, holy shit.
He also didn't. I think the other thing that he did was like, because it's a heist movie. That's the crazy thing about Inception. Inception is a heist movie.
It totally is.
And so the reason you don't have to explain how the device works is because instead you are you're explaining who the characters are.
Exactly.
Like you're explaining, you know, who the forger is, who the chemist is, right? Like so you are explaining at least the components of what are necessary for something like this. You can do that and completely bypass what the fucking device actually does.
Yeah, you don't need to do like all this exposition of like how the device works. Like there's a device, it does this, everybody connects to it and blah blah blah, and they do the thing. But it's not like, but and I know I've even seen people like go like, well, what the fuck is this? And it's like, no, who cares about what that is? Because that's not what the movie's about. It is about the dream. It is about the levels of the dream. It is about all of this. And like I could give fuck all what that. I mean, yeah, there's a device. We see it. We see a little thing go, or something like that. They're connected. Who cares? Who cares? Right. The concept is there. We don't need an explanation. It's all about what is happening in front of our eyes and going into the dream. That's all what it's really about.
The concept is there. He explains each role that everybody plays with respect to, like Ariadne, like
who's the architect,
the architect, right? Like, and that's, like when they have it's almost like they have kind of like a practice, like a run through moment where they're explaining, like, okay, here's what we do here. And even when he's assembling the team, when Cobb is assembling everybody, he's still like, because at that, like, you only know him and Arthur at first. And then he talks to Michael Caine and finds Ariadne, and then he goes and gets Eames, the forger, Hardy's character, right? Yeah. And then finds Yusuf, the chemist, right? It's like, oh, so the thing is, organically, the movie is helping you piece it together. Like, oh, okay, so she designs the dreams, and he provides the sedative, and he is the con artist who's gonna like pretend to be the father, and like, so. That's all that's important.
That's all that's important. So you don't need to know how the machine works. That's the thing. And I love that. Even like when it comes to Interstellar, it's like, the concept of the time and everything and the way that it works is like, some people are like, well, like, nope, stop. Don't even think about it. It's just the concept of like, hey, if we're going here, they're explaining it. It's like, we don't need to like look too into it and nitpick. It's still, and the way that things play out and everything. That's why I always say that Interstellar is his masterpiece, 100%, like his full-on masterpiece. It's not my favorite movie of his, but it's one of them.
I feel like his magnum opus is either Interstellar or Oppenheimer.
Yeah,
one of those two.
I would agree with that too. Even
they are my number 1 and 2. So yeah, that makes
and we will find out if the Odyssey replaces them.
Yeah. See, that's the thing about the thing about the Odyssey is like, how is Christopher Nolan making this movie? And how many times have we heard Matt Damon just go like, I recent quotes that he talked about. I think he talked about with Ben Affleck because, obviously they're besties, and he said that when he goes like, oh yeah, when you think like you're gonna show up and you go, this is gonna be the hardest thing to ever shoot. He just does it. Like it's one of those things where it's like, you can't believe like, oh, a movie at this scope is going to actually work, but somehow Christopher Nolan does it. And that's what's going to be very interesting to see. And that's why you can bank on Christopher Nolan. That's why they were already announcing like, yeah, you can buy tickets to IMAX of the Odyssey a year ahead of time.
I forget who called him this. It was either, I want to say it was either Anne Hathaway or Tom Hardy that called him Hitchcock with an armory.
Probably
like
Hardy.
Hardy said that.
I believe it was.
I would say Hardy
was Hardy.
Yeah. I have always loved that description of him because, like, basically, like, and I have an even greater appreciation for it now because I'm finally starting to watch Hitchcock movies. I saw Psycho and The Birds.
Watch North by Northwest.
South by Southwest. Check that one out.
North by Northwest.
North by Northwest. Yeah. Because Dave, I didn't tell you about the other big movie I watched for Flight Fright earlier, but I'll get to that surely. but no, like the idea of having that type of storytelling, but unlike Hitchcock, he's doing it in an era where, oh, you've got the toys, you have the budget, you have the ability to actually make the fucking shit happen. Right?
There are only 2 directors right now who can command a full IMAX theater sellout, and that's Christopher Nolan and James Cameron.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Agreed. Yep. And it's crazy because Fire and Ash, whether we see it or not, is going to be another one of those, I guess we can call it the anti-Sarandos, basically, because they're going to show up for that. They're going to show up for that again.
I actually am betting. Seriously, no joke. I put money on the fact that Avatar Fire and Ash will have a high. I put money on the fact that Avatar Fire and Ash will debut with over a 90% Rotten Tomato score. And that
It will. It
my
will.
reasoning is based on the trajectory of the franchise and based on just what people I know who have seen it are saying.
Yeah.
I hope I'm right. I really hope I'm right.
Yeah.
But
that one's gonna be very interesting to see. Like, I got the hiccups now. Damn it. But I don't think it's gonna make. It's not gonna make $2 billion. Might not make $1 billion. It's gonna be very interesting to see what Fire and Ash actually does.
I didn't think Way of the Water was going to make what it did, and it made over $1 billion.
It made 2.
Did it make
Yeah.
2?
Yeah,
Did it hit 2? Okay.
It made 2.
Right.
It made 2, but I'm like, going in this day and age, it's gonna be very interesting to see what Fire and Ash does. I'm there. I'm totally seeing it 3D IMAX, and I know it's an experience, but I don't bet against James Cameron. I think it's still going to be very successful.
I do too.
But I just don't. It's not going to make $2 billion. Maybe it makes $1 billion. Maybe it makes close. I just don't see it.
If it makes $2 billion, you are now obligated to bring back Casual Batman.
Yes. That's a good way to end the stream right there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, because I definitely need to bring that guy back. You know, it's been far too long.
Well, there's a Batman movie being made, so yeah, you kind of need to.
Yeah, there's a couple Batman movies being made.
That's very true.
Maybe,
very true.
you know, so I think it's about time. But yeah, let's go ahead and end this right here. We're almost going on 5 hours. Of course, I talked a lot in the opening, so that's why. And I got the hiccups. But anyways, thank you guys for, of course, being a part of this, and thank you everybody who stuck around. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, I got, like I said, the hiccups are like,
I hate when that happens.
Now I know, it's like fucking A, man. Thank you, Chris, and thank you. Who else was on here?
Ronan,
and
Taladia. Yep.
Yeah, but let's go around the horn and promote what we got going on. Jared, what do you got?
All right, so you can follow me on Comics League, and then Athena, the Goddess of Thunder, is funding for 2 more weeks, so we'll see what happens with that.
How's that going, by the way?
Kind of slow, but we'll see. And again, my plan is if it doesn't fund, I'll relaunch with a smaller goal, and then just hopefully ram that through. I already actually have a commitment from my comic book store to stock it, so we'll see how that turns out.
Sweet. All right, Phil, what do you got?
Not much. I'm just posting a bunch of shorts for shiny Pokemon that I catch and Legends EA. I did an episode of The Eternal Night with my buddy Chris Evans. We talked about Absolute Batman 14, the finale for Scott Snyder and Nick Dragado's current run for Abomination. It was a great read. Yeah, the Mega Dimensions DLC comes out on Wednesday. I might do a live on that. You guys can also catch me on VeroThreads, Instagram, Blue Sky, just at Unfiltered, as well as YouTube. And, Council of Creators every Wednesday, Party Nation every Tuesday. You probably catch me here every Friday. Thanks again, Dave. It's always a blast catching up with you and the guys.
Always great talking to you. Ray, what do you got?
On Threads and Instagram at the Flightcast. There's a Flightcast Facebook page, and tomorrow on the YouTube channel and at theflightcast.com. Yes, breaking down all of the actual factual nonsense going on with the Netflix Warner Brothers situation, and not just going over the details of exactly what the deal is, but also getting into what the WGA is saying, what the DGA is saying, what the unions are saying, and whether there's any truth whatsoever to this idea of Paramount doing anything else beyond that. And also just again, separating fact from fiction, like we were talking about yesterday, because I think it's really important, especially in this day and age, that we are informed about exactly what this is and what the implications of it really could be. Because I feel like a lot of people, just based on today, don't get it. And we need to go over it. We need to, and that's not me being like whatever. It's just like, no, we all need to understand what the potential implications of this are. And we've talked about it a good amount tonight about what Sarandos has said and just the history of Netflix in general in terms of their business model. And yeah, we'll go over all of it. We'll break it down, and it'll be at theflightcast.com and on the Flightcast YouTube channel tomorrow, the main show. And then of course the feedback show, Flight Chat on Sunday.
Love it. All right. Thank you, everybody. And of course, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Talladega Plays. Thank you to Ronan. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, Ray. And thank you, everybody who has been spending time with us this whole time. We love you, and we will talk to you later.